All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot. This is a thrilling, exciting story of the sea, the vast, stormy sea, which will be a place of high adventure until the end of time. This adventurous story tells of the hardships and perils of whaling, the mystery of hunting for buried treasure, and the dangers of storms at sea and mutiny. Well, boys and girls, as you can see, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot will be packed with thrills from start to finish. Now, first of all, we want to introduce the principal characters you'll get to know in this new and exciting series. First, there's Captain Roy Dalton himself, master of the ship, and he's talking to his friend and first mate of the Poll Parrot, George Wainwright.
You can see for yourself that there's something afoot on this cruise. George Wainwright, I ask you as my friend, will you sign these first mate's papers?
Aye, it is then, Roy, mate. But if it weren't for you, Roy Dalton, I'd never sign. Now we'll find just what is behind it all.
And here are the two characters that you boys and girls will like best of all, the little boy and girl in our story. And do they have exciting adventures aboard the Poll Parrot? It's Johnny Robbins and little Sue Grange.
Gosh, Sue, what are we going to do? That man is going to try to kill the captain.
Well, Johnny, there's only one thing we can do. We've got to get up to the captain's cabin before he does. Come on, run.
Doesn't that sound like excitement? And here is the mysterious Spaniard who causes all the trouble aboard the Poll Parrot. He's talking to Ezra Grange, the owner of the Poll Parrot, the other man of mystery on the cruise.
Now, Senor Grange, be sensible. I know as much about this treasure as you do. Why not let us be partners instead of enemies?
Listen to me, you blackguard. I won't be a partner with you in any kind of venture. One of us is suddenly going to disappear from this ship, and it isn't going to be me.
Well, that sounds like more excitement. And last of all, here is Old Dickson, the one-legged sailor, talking to his pet, the ship's mascot, after whom the ship has been named, Poll Parrot himself.
I tell you, Paul, there's going to be more trouble on this cruise than the time I lost this peg leg of mine. Yes, sir, I just feels it in me bones.
Ah! Sailor, beware! Sailor, take care! There's dirty work afoot! Ah!
There you are. You've met our principal characters. Now let's start on our yarn. Our story opens in the spring of 1858, in the New England town of New Bedford, the great center of the whaling industry. Roy Dalton, a true seaman and as brave a man as ever sailed the deep, has just received his master's papers. He is walking on one of the streets leading to the New Bedford waterfront when he runs into an old acquaintance.
Oh, it's a long cruise and a hard cruise and a cruise before the gate. Hold, I think that's... Ahoy, heave to, mate.
Well, blow me down, Roy Dalton. Say, I thought you were at sea. I thought you signed as first mate on the Minabelle out of Boston.
Avast, it's good to see you again, George. You're behind schedule a bit. The Minabelle laid up for repairs a month ago.
Will you be sailing with her again?
I will not, George. I've got my own future to look forward to. I've got my master's papers.
What? A full-fledged skipper? Great saints, Roy, you've done well. And next you'll be telling me you own a trim little clipper that's setting sail tonight.
Oh, that'll all come. That'll all come later. Right now, but look, this'll tell you what ship I'm sailing on. See this one-legged sailor coming down the dock with a parrot on his shoulder?
Yes, but what has that to do with...
Hi there, Dickon.
Aye, aye, Captain Dalton. I'm just taking our bloomin' mascot for an errand, you might say. Greet the gentleman, Paul.
Ah! Avast there! Stand by to weigh anchor, you lubbers! A fine breeze has sprung up! Ah!
I'm afraid that ain't a very courteous manner of greeting a superior officer, sir. You know, I never could teach the swab any manners.
Oh, that's all right, Dickon. He's a smart bird at that.
Aye, aye, sir.
But, Roy, that parrot, that's the mascot of the ship Poll Parrot.
Right you are, George. I'm signing on with Grange & Sons to man the Poll Parrot for them.
Grange & Sons? You're a skipper on a whaler?
Avast, man. You sound like that's a crime. What's wrong with being a skipper on a whaler?
But you've been a clean sailor all your life. You've never had anything to do with whaling. You know what a dirty trade it is. Why, most of the men in the crew are drawn from the worst that can be dragged up and cheated or shanghaied into shipping on a whaler. No man in his right mind ever sailed on a whaling ship yet, if he knew plainly what he was in for.
I'll grant you it is hard work to man a whaler. Yet the whales must be caught to keep all New England busy with the selling of their oil. And I, as captain, am to have the choosing of my own crew.
What difference do you find in that?
I'll pick up no dock rats and scum of the waterfront. I'll pick real seamen, everyone a true man.
On the salaries that whalers pay? Don't make me laugh, Roy.
But I'm paying them a fair salary. I'm to give my men $200 in advance, and an equal share in the profits after the owners and the chief officers get theirs.
$200 in advance? How much are you deducting from that for agents' fees and expenses? By the time that's all done, the poor wretches will be owing you $10 apiece.
That 200 is named after those fees have been deducted.
And are your hands getting 200 in advance, in truth?
The truth it is. And there's a nice bunk open for you as first mate.
The day that sees me a mate on a whaling ship will also see me go down to Davy Jones. I wouldn't go whaling for a king's ransom.
George Wainwright, you're making a great mistake. This isn't another dirty whaling cruise. As captain, I'll treat my men fair. And the good salaries will attract true seamen, and not the trash most whalers ship.
This doesn't sound to me like a whaling cruise at all. Yet this Grange outfit is an agency that goes in entirely for whale oil, I know.
They're a mighty fine company, George. One of the younger sons, Ezra, is even shipping with me, so he can learn the game from the inside, as he says.
So, one of the owners is shipping along. Mark my words, Roy. This is no ordinary cruise. And the ship is the Poll Parrot, eh?
The Poll Parrot it is. And a mighty trim and seaworthy three-master she is.
Aye, it's a very trim craft. Has she been all fitted for the voyage?
She sails in 3 days. And, George, the mate's bunk is still empty.
It can stay empty. But I doubt if whaling is all there is to this cruise. I think there's something back of it. Because think, mate...
I beg your pardon, senores. I did not see you when I bumped into you. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Who is that man? I've seen him before. And what made him run into me like that?
Why, look, he's got a paper in his hand.
Wait, I think Heave to there. Stop or I'll fire.
Oh, pardon, senor, but what is the cause of this, senor?
Give me that paper.
But, senor...
Give me that paper.
Si, senor, if I must.
Hand it over. Aha, just as I thought. My master's papers. He picked my pocket when he rammed into me broadside.
Stop him, Roy, stop him. Fire after him. He's running off.
I have no gun. I said I'd fire just to frighten him.
Now, why did he take those papers of yours? I told you there was something behind this whaling cruise.
Ah, George, you're getting to be an old woman with that I told you so of yours. But listen, you were always a good hand at a dangerous venture. Why not ship as my first mate and see if there's anything behind this cruise?
Roy, I would, if your ship weren't a whaler. But that runs my plans aground right there.
Oh, I say there, Captain Dalton.
Well, blow me down. It's Mr. Ezra Grange. Good morning, sir.
Captain, have you hired all the hands?
Not quite, sir. There's a few to be put on.
Well, you're doing your utmost to get the best now. Remember, spare no expense to get the best seamen and whalers you can.
I think you'll be highly satisfied with the crew, sir. The ones I have signed on are able hands, all.
Good. Well, Captain, the ship's just about fitted. We sail in 3 days sharp.
Aye, Mr. Grange. Everything will be ready and shipshape.
Very good. My father will be pleased.
So, that's the owner's son who's shipping on your voyage to see the inside of the game.
Aye, mate. That's the man.
Listen, I know the Granges, and they're all as close-fisted as any New England ship owner could be. This young'un is no exception. They're too anxious to spend money on this trip to make it look like an ordinary one. Mate, there's mystery in the wind.
Ah, you were always one to have a weather eye for mystery when there wasn't any. But remember, that job of mate is still...
What was that?
Avast, someone shot at me. The bullet whizzed right by my ear.
Where did young Ezra Grange go to?
He's disappeared, just like the dark Spaniard who rammed me.
Look, there's somebody lurking behind that whale oil cask over there. Hard to port. I think the lubber's going to shoot again. Did he get you, mate?
Quick, duck behind these bloomin' casings. He just nicked my forearm, George. Nothing serious. Scarcely drew blood.
And neither of us with a gun, blow the luck.
Let's creep around these cases. Maybe we can surprise him from behind.
Aye, matey. You lead.
Softly now. Come on, follow.
I'm right on your heels.
Now behind that stack of sails. Run for it.
I don't think he saw us.
Now to those whale oil casks. Come on, George.
Made it. Now he's right around that one.
Ah, you dirty rat. We've got you now.
We'll let this for that belaying pin. I'll teach him a thing or two.
Stow that shooting, you swat. Oh.
Avast, come here. Why, you stop or I'll throw this belaying pin. Missed him. He got away.
Oh, blast it all. He's a strong monkey. It's the same Spanish-looking fellow that tried to steal my papers a while ago.
Roy, you're not going to stay healthy if this sort of thing keeps up. We've got to get to the bottom of it. What you need is somebody to work with you.
You can see for yourself there's something afoot in this cruise, George Wainwright. I ask you as my friend, will you sign these first mate's papers?
Well, aye it is then, Roy, mate. But if it weren't for you, I'd never sign to be a mate on a smelly whaler.
Yes, I know. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't do this. If it weren't for the mystery on this cruise, you mean. But hurry on and sign up, you blasted landlubber, before somebody shoots off an ear of mine.
Boys and girls, this certainly does look exciting. A whaling cruise is always one of the most adventuresome and exciting things in the world anyway. And with unexpected shots coming any moment or attempted stealings of valuable papers by suspicious-looking men, it ought to be more than exciting. In the next of this thrilling series of adventures in the cruise of the Poll Parrot, we'll find out just who this dark-complexioned stranger is. And we'll also meet one of the characters you'll like best of all, little Sue Grange, who is really going to get mixed up in this thrilling story. Be sure not to miss even one of these exciting adventures on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot. Here is the second adventure in this thrilling, exciting story of the sea, which tells of the adventurous days of whaling, when mutiny and storms at sea and buried treasure were very real adventures that might have a place in the life of any seaman. Boys and girls, we know you'll enjoy this thrilling series from start to finish. It is in the spring of 1858 in New Bedford, the center of the whaling industry, that our story opened. Captain Roy Dalton and his good friend, First Mate George Wainwright, are to command the good ship Poll Parrot on a whaling cruise. But there is a good deal of mystery about the whole business. First, one of the owners goes along. Second, a mysterious Spaniard attacked Dalton on the docks in our first adventure. He tried to pick the captain's pocket of his papers. When that failed, he shot at the two men, and after a short but furious fight, managed to escape. As our story opens, it is the next day, and Captain Dalton and First Mate Wainwright are on their way to the shipkeeper's office at the docks of the company which owns their ship, Grange and Company.
We've got to find out who that Spaniard is, Roy.
Aye, George. There's plenty of mystery connected with this cruise already. And we may as well find out how the wind blows as soon as we can.
Well, if any man knows who that Spaniard swab is, it'll be old man Breckenridge, the shipkeeper for Grange and Sons. He's worked on the docks here for almost 40 years, and he knows every seaman and landlubber who's ever been in New Bedford.
That swab was after something important, George. You can lay to that. When he failed to pick my pocket, he tried to shoot me. There's some information he wants from me, or from my papers, but I'll be blowed if I know what it is.
Here's the shipkeeper's office right ahead of us. While we're aport here, I'm going to try to see if I can get any information from the old man about what's behind this cruise. The owner doesn't go along on every whaling voyage, and there's seldom a whaler that ships as fine a crew as this one.
Ahoy there, Mr. Breckenridge.
Well, avast, you old sea dogs. Come in, Captain Dalton. Glad to see you, Mr. Wainwright.
Oh, is this Captain Dalton?
Well, there's a lady present. Did I hear you mention my name, miss?
Yes. Sue, this is the captain. Captain Dalton, this is Miss Suzanne Grange, the sister of Ezra Grange, and the young owner who's going to sail with you on your cruise.
Not Suzanne. I want to be called Sue.
Sue, it shall be then, ma'am.
And Sue, this is Captain Dalton, who's to command your brother's ship, the Poll Parrot, and his first mate, Mr. Wainwright.
Hello, Miss Sue.
How to do, miss?
Ship ahoy, there's breakers ahead.
Hard aport. Where'd that come from?
Look, it's our ship's mascot, Poll Parrot himself, over there in the corner.
And there's old Dickon himself. Avast there, Dickon. I didn't see you and your bloomin' bird when we sailed in here.
Aye, sir. I just brought Poll Parrot in to amuse little Miss Grange and tell her some stories about whaling. She seems to be interested in whaling, sir.
Oh, I am. I've always wanted to go along on a whaling cruise someday.
I suppose that's natural, Miss Sue. After all, your father and your brothers have been in the whale oil business so long, you must be anxious to see how it's done.
Old Dickon has been telling us some of his tall yarns about his days of whaling, Captain.
But, Miss Sue, a whaler's no place for a young lady, or for any young person for that matter. It's a long, hard grind carrying a cargo of heavy work and many dangers. And there's little money waiting at port in the end.
Oh, but I just want all that excitement. I wouldn't mind the work or the danger.
Sue is what you might call a tomboy, I'm afraid.
But the dangers are very great ones, if I may put in me arm, Miss Sue. It wasn't whaling, you know. I lost my leg.
Oh, tell me about it, Dickon.
Maybe you'd best not, Dickon. A fight with a whale is a fearful thing to hear tell of.
Oh, but I want to hear about it.
Well, with the captain's permission, I'll say it in just a few words. I was first harpooner on a ship over 30 years ago come next month. We sighted a whale. And at the call from the masthead, "There she blows," we lowered 2 boats. Well, the second mate's boat landed a harpoon in the critter, and then he turned right on us. He was a big humpback whale, one of the biggest I ever seen. And to see him raising up right over our heads was like seeing the end of the world. Well, he died right next to our boats, and the sea foamed around like a whirlpool, with our boats bobbing around like little tops. And then he came up on the other side, and he brought his big flukes down right on top of us.
Gee, what happened?
Well, Miss Sue, the boat was just kindling wood after that. Most of the men were hurt or knocked out. But since the whale didn't come up anymore, the second mate's boat managed to pick all of us up. But me leg was lost in that smash. And you know, I got a feeling that someday I'll meet that whale again. I'd know him if I seen him. I know I would. And the next time, it'll be either him or me.
Oh, that was terrible, Dickon. Oh, I feel so sorry for you.
Oh, blow me down, Miss Sue. It ain't nothing. I get along with me peg leg as well as many a swab who calls himself able-bodied seaman.
There she blows. There she blows off the starboard bow.
You can tell that Parrot's an old whaler. But, Sue, do you see how much danger would be tied up in a cruise of that sort?
I don't care. I like thrills and adventure. I want to go on a voyage like that someday. I don't see why Brother Ezra can't take me along.
Miss Sue, you've got the Grange whaling spirit. I can see that. But take it from a seaman. A whaler is no place for so charming a young lady as yourself.
Oh, Captain Dalton, there's always some excuse. Ezra says I could never go on a whaler because I'm too young. Mr. Breckenridge says that no woman could go whaling. And now you too. Oh, I wish I were a boy.
Begging your pardon, Captain, but I must be hoisting anchor. Ooh, I got a few ports of call to make today. Old shipmates to say goodbye to and the like. You'll excuse me, sir?
Go ahead, Dickon. Remember, we sail tomorrow morning. Be sure to bring our ship's mascot aboard in good trim.
Aye, sir. I will. You may later that, sir. Good day to you then, gentlemen. And Miss Sue. Good day.
Good day, Dickon. I hope you catch your whale on this cruise.
Good day, good day.
Goodbye, Dickon.
He's an odd character, that Dickon.
But one of the best hands. I'll lay you to that.
Aye, Captain, that's granted. You know, I wish he wouldn't have told so many of those wild stories to Sue here. She gets too excited about something she can never do. You all know as well as I that no Grange ever let any of his women go on a whaling cruise.
Oh, but his stories don't make me any more excited than I was before. I've always wanted to go on a whaler. And someday, no matter what Father or Brother Ezra say, I'm going.
I'm not trying to change the subject, Mr. Breckenridge, but there's something we'd like to ask you, knowing that you know everybody who's ever been around these docks.
What is it, Mr. Wainwright?
Maybe you'd better explain, Captain.
Well, Mr. Breckenridge, yesterday on the docks, a dark Spanish-looking swab rammed into me broadside while we were just gapping away. Then I found he'd stolen my master's papers. We came down on him and got them back, but he scuttled off under full sail. And not many minutes later, he shot at us from behind a stack of oil casks.
He shot at you?
Aye, but his aim was poor, and we crept up on him and finally grappled with him. But the lubber's a strong monkey, and he managed to break away again. And a few minutes later, there was another shot at us. Whoever he is, he's dead set on getting something from us. What? I don't know.
How exciting.
I suppose you want to know if I know him. Is that it?
That's it, Mr. Breckenridge.
We judge that you knew more seamen than any other landsman in New Bedford.
Well, now let me be sure of this. You say he was a Spaniard?
Aye, very dark and short and wiry, strong and speedy.
And his eyes were small and black and sharp as two dirks.
And his hair long in the back and small mustachio?
That's the man. That's the man.
Do you know him?
I do. That's Testi, one of the shipping agents for De Silva and Company.
De Silva and Company? Blow me down. That's the whaling outfit right down the docks, isn't it?
That's right.
What could De Silva and Company have to do with this business? They've always been very friendly to Grange and Sons.
From the looks of this man Testi, I'd say this was some plot of his own. I never did like his looks.
Well, now that I know who he is, I'm going to track him down. There's a reason behind all this, and I'm going to find out what it is.
Can you tell us where we can find him in New Bedford, Mr. Breckenridge? Where's his anchorage here?
Yes, I think I can. He's putting up on Gloucester Street, 2 squares up from the docks. Just what house it is, I don't know. But you'll find him out if you go up there and inquire.
There's another thing I don't like the looks of. After that last shot yesterday, we heard Old Dickson's wooden leg stomping along the docks in the direction of the shot. I wonder if he could have anything to do with this business.
I hardly think so. Dickens a funny old swab, but I never had any reason to believe that he's anything but loyal to his masters.
Well, that'll all straighten itself out if we get the cell, Testi. We'll find out everything if we get him under our thumb and make him talk.
Why, this is all just like a storybook. Oh, I wish I could go with you. Just think of all the mystery you've had already, and your cruise hasn't even started.
Did you ever hear of such a tomboy? Instead of being frightened by all these things, it only makes Sue want to go along all the more.
Of course it does. All my life I've wanted excitement, and all I've been able to do is go to school and hear yarns of whaling and never do anything about it.
Why, Miss Sue, you talk as if you've lived a long, long time and always been disappointed. You're just a little girl. When you get older, you'll be even prettier than you are now, and you'll find plenty of things in life to make it worth living without having to go sailing on a dirty, smelly old whaler.
Well, no matter what you say, Captain, and whether Brother Ezra likes it or not, I'm going to sail on a whaler sooner or later. Now, you just see if I don't.
This looks bad, gentlemen. You know, when a woman makes up her mind about anything, she usually gets it.
Well, let's get back to what we were talking of. This Al Testi. Do you have any idea, Mr. Breckenridge, of what he might be wanting, that he's given us all this rough sailing?
No, I don't know the man at all, except by sight. Oh, no, wait a minute. You know, Al Testi has just been employed by the Silver and Company as a dock agent for a month or so. And the first time I saw him, I couldn't help thinking that I'd seen him somewhere before.
You've seen him before? Where?
That's the trouble. I can't remember. It seems like several years ago. Something about him I ought to remember, but I'm blowed if I can think of what it is.
You're sure you can't remember?
It was in New Bedford. I know that, but just what he was doing, I can't think. Oh, well, never mind. It'll come to me. I'll let you know when I think of it.
Well, Mr. Wainwright, it's growing late. Let's be off on our way up Gloucester Street to look for the lubber. Maybe we'll be able to find out from the Spaniard himself what Mr. Breckenridge is trying to remember.
Well, gentlemen, I wish you luck.
Look in the window.
Where? Blow me down. It's him.
I wish you luck too, senores.
It's Al Testi himself, and he's heard everything we said.
Fast, don't stand there as if you're anchored. After him. This time we'll not let him get away.
Now I know I must go along on that cruise.
And now what? Will Captain Dalton and Mr. Wainwright catch the Spaniard? If they don't, he'll know all their plans, and then what will they do? And how about little Sue? Will she really make good her promise to go along on the whaling cruise? Be sure to listen in to the next in this thrilling series of adventures of the cruise of the Poll Parrot. In the next adventure, you will meet another interesting character, the little boy in our story, Johnny Robbins. And we know you'll like him. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling, exciting story of the sea. To refresh your memory with what has happened before, Captain Roy Dalton, who has just received his master's papers, and his good friend George Wainwright, have signed on as skipper and first mate of the whaling ship Poll Parrot, owned by Grange and Sons, an outstanding shipping company of New Bedford, Massachusetts. The ship sails in one day, but in the last couple of days, Dalton and Wainwright have been followed by a mysterious Spaniard named Testi, an agent for another shipping concern down the wharf a bit. They discovered him yesterday spying on them as they were talking to old man Breckenridge, shipkeeper for Grange and Sons, and Sue, sister of Ezra Grange, one of the ship's owners. At the present time, Dalton and his first mate are searching through the town of New Bedford for Testi's house.
Roy, mate, I hope we're on the right trail.
Blow me down, George. If we're not, I'll try new trails until I find him. He's up to some devilishness, or he wouldn't have followed us yesterday when we were talking to shipkeeper Breckenridge.
Well, if we don't lay hands on him soon, there's no telling when he'll be lurking around some dark corner, shooting at you like he did on the wharf.
The swab. If I didn't know that the De Silva Company were fair friends of the Granges, I'd think that he was just operating as their agent to hinder our whaling voyage. But the two companies have always been on pretty good terms, so he must be under his own sail when he sneaks around and spies on us.
Well, I don't know, matey. I've been telling you that I sent more than a whaling cruise on this ship, haven't I? What with young Ezra Grange, one of the owners, shipping along, and what with a good class of seamen signed on, and the good shares in the voyage they're getting, there might easy be some other reason than whaling that might give plenty chance for some lubber to be spying on us.
Oh, stow that, George. You're too bloomin' suspicious. Anyhow, we'll find out what Testi's reasons were when we get him hooked.
You're sure you know where he hangs out?
Aye, don't you recall Breckenridge said Gloucester Street?
Avast, this is Gloucester Street, and it's a few squares up the wharf, just as he said.
Let's do some asking at these houses here.
Aye, Roy. You try that big house while I ask at the tavern across the way. They may know of him there.
Be careful now, George. If there's any trouble, call me. What in the...
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you here, mister.
Well, Sonny, that's all right. I'll wager you got the worst of that collision. When a big hulk like me sails into a little dory like you, you're apt to be swamped. It's lucky I didn't knock you down, son.
Gee. Say, are you a captain? Your cap and all looks like you are. Are you really a sea captain?
Why, sure, I'm a captain, son. There's nothing strange about that, is there? In a port so full with captains and seamen of every one of the 7 seas as New Bedford.
Well, I've seen captains before, but I've never talked to one.
Well, I don't know that it's such an honor to talk to a captain. But you must be a stranger to the port of New Bedford if you've never gammed with a skipper.
Yes, sir, I am. I just came here today.
I see. Then you wouldn't know what I was about to ask you.
Well, gee, I might. What was it, sir?
I was about to ask if you knew anything of a certain man my mate and I were looking for.
Well, I've been on the street all day, Captain. I might know him.
Where do you live, son? Where's your folks' house?
Well, Oh, please, Mr. Captain. I don't know where I'm going to live.
You don't know? Blow me down, lad. Are you lost?
No, sir. But you see, my folks live on a farm about 50 miles west of here.
Then what are you doing in New Bedford without your folks? Have you... Blow me down. I'll wager you've run away from home. Have you? Answer me, lad. Have you run away from home?
Yes, sir.
Lad, you shouldn't have done that. Think how your folks at home will be worried for you. And this is a hard port, lad. There are many rough seamen here, and it's no place for a boy who knows nothing of the life of the sea and has never been away from his parents.
Oh, but Mr. Captain, I've always wanted to go to sea.
This is no way to go about it. Why didn't you ask your father for permission? He would have let you when you were older, I'll wager.
No, he wouldn't. He said he'd never let me ship on any kind of a craft.
Then he knew best. You should have obeyed him.
But Father was a seaman himself a long time ago, and he always told such wonderful yarns about the sea that I've always wanted to follow his life.
Aye, lad, but the sea is a hard master. I wouldn't advise you to follow it. There's lots of danger and little pay, and you're lucky if you come out the winner in the end. Now, you take my advice and weigh anchor for home.
Oh, gee.
What's your name, son?
Jonathan Obadiah Robbins, sir.
Well, say, that's a mighty big name to stow on so small a craft.
They usually call me Johnny, sir.
Johnny, eh? Well, I think that's better. Listen, Johnny, you take Captain Dalton's advice and go home to your folks. Why, your poor mother's probably crying her eyes out now, wondering where you are.
I left a note.
Well, that makes little difference. I give you my word, Johnny, you'll be happier if you go home again, and maybe take to the sea later in life. And Captain Dalton's word is sacred to him, so you can depend on what I say.
Did you say you were Captain Dalton, sir?
Yes, Johnny, that's the name.
Well, just a little while ago, I heard 2 men talking about you right here.
What's that? You heard someone mention my name?
Yes, sir. There were 2 men right in front of this house. And one of them said something about Captain Dalton being away from the ship, and that this was a good time to do it, whatever they were talking about.
Blow me down. I'm lucky that I ran into you, Johnny. What do these men look like?
Well, I was sitting on that step over there, and one man, the one with a peg leg, I mean.
Peg leg?
Yes, sir.
I wonder... And the other, what did he look like?
The other one was real dark, and he had a mustache.
That was Testi. I'll stake my share on it. What did they do then?
They seemed to be arguing. Then the dark man went down toward the wharf, and the other one hobbled up the street.
There's no time to be lost. Ahoy, George! Wainwright! Ahoy!
Avast! I'll be right over.
Captain Dalton, can I go down to the waterfront with you?
Johnny, this is likely to be a dangerous business. You'd better stay here.
Oh, but Captain, I helped you trace the man. Listen, I'll go back home if you let me come along.
Well, aye, it is then, lad. But keep out of the way if there's any fighting to be done.
Here I am, mate. What news? I've had no luck at all.
George, this is Johnny Robbins. He's put us on the track of that landlubber Testi. Johnny, this is Mr. Wainwright, my first officer.
Hello, lad.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wainwright.
What's this about picking up Testi's track, Captain?
Johnny here has seen and heard 2 men talking about me. And from his description, one must be Testi, and the other...
Which way did they head off?
Towards the wharf. That was some time ago.
Batten down the hatch. There's no time to lose. Let's run for it. Avast. They've let the Poll Parrot slip down the harbor today. She's riding at anchor about a mile down from the wharf.
Aye. We were to go down in boats and board her tomorrow morning.
That's right, mate. This would be a fine time for some lubber to board her.
The docks are just ahead, aren't they, Captain Dalton?
Aye, aye, son.
I think I heard a boat. Oarlocks.
I believe you're right. It's the Grange docks.
Somebody's setting out in one of our dories, I'll wager.
Look over there.
There he is. He's getting into the dory. We only have to run across the wharf. Hurry. Come back to the wharf, or we'll shoot.
Make one move for a gun and we'll fire. We're 2-1.
Come on out of that boat.
All right, don't get excited, senores. I come.
That's the swab, all right.
We thought it would be you, Testi. What's your intention in making off with one of Grange's dories?
I did not think Senor Grange would mind if I borrowed the boat to cruise up and down the wharf a moment.
Captain, that's the man I heard talking about you, all right.
I thought it would be. Testi, we've been looking for you.
And here you are, just about to board our ship.
You honor me, senores, by looking for me. But I know nothing about boarding your ship.
We want to know why you've been steering so close to our course the past few days. You followed us in everything we did, and used a gun on me, if you care to recollect.
And we think this is a good time for explanation.
With pleasure, I will. One moment. The little boy. Do I not know him? Why, he's... Let me see.
Hey, stop! Help!
Now, Captain, use your guns if you will. I have the boy in
go.
front of me. And if you shoot, you kill him. I will back up across the wharf. And if you shoot as I go, the boy will be hit.
Let me go. Ouch! You're hurting my arm.
You Bill scum. When you let that boy go, we'll shoot. You might as well give up now.
Maybe I won't let go. See, I have a gun, too. I hold it over the boy's shoulder. If you follow me, I shoot you. If you shoot back, you kill the boy. Adios, amigos míos.
If we follow him, he'll shoot.
And here we are in the open with no casks or rigging to hide behind. Wait till he ducks behind those crates. Then we'll follow.
There, he's behind the wharf office.
We'll drop on our stomachs and crawl after him.
Look out, there's his hand. Around the building. He's going to shoot.
Mr. Breckenridge, listen. What's that?
Aye, Sue. There's trouble brewing. Those were pistol shots.
Oh, look out the window. Who's that running this way?
That's that Testi fellow, and he's dragging a young lad with him.
Help! Help!
Oh, Mr. Breckenridge, help
That
him.
I'll do.
Come on, hurry.
Now, which way did they go?
They've disappeared.
Disappeared? Where in the world could Testi have taken Johnny? What's going to happen? Will Johnny get away from the Spaniard? Will Captain Dalton catch him? What has Dickon, the peg-leg sailor, to do with all this? Be sure not to miss even one of these exciting adventures on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling, exciting story of the sea. If you'll remember, when last we heard of Captain Dalton and his first mate, Wainwright, they were powerless to capture Testi, the Spaniard, who, for some mysterious reason, has been dogging their heels. For Testi, grabbing hold of Johnny and using him for a shield, evaded them. Shots were fired, and Sue and Breckenridge, hearing the commotion, ran outside the dock office of Grange & Sons, but too late. Testi, dragging Johnny behind him, disappeared into thin air. But who is that hiding behind those casks? Why, it's Testi himself, and he still has Johnny prisoner.
Let me go, I tell you. Let me go. You're hurting me.
Hold your tongue, amigo. I've given that swine Dalton the slip, and if you make one sound, I will... Oh, you try to keep me, will you?
I'll do more than that, you... Ouch! Ow.
Now, will you behave yourself? Good. Then follow me. No, I will follow you. Just keep moving till you come to that big cask. Come back here. You would try to run away, huh? I will have to teach you manners, huh?
Stop! You're choking me.
Now, push that cask aside. Push it, I say. Good. Now, I will raise this trapdoor in the dock planking, so. Now, down you go. I will follow. Here we are on the big timbers underneath the dock. Pancho! Where are you, Pancho?
I am here, senor.
Good. It is so dark down here I couldn't see you.
Si, senor.
The crew of the Poll Parrot have not boarded her as yet, so I think we will be able to carry out our plans. Did you secure a boat, Pancho?
Si, senor. I have it tied away down at the other end of the wharf.
Good. Then let us be moving. I've had some trouble with this boy, So if he makes an outcry, Pancho, you know what to do.
Si, senor. Here is the trap door.
You first, Pancho. We will keep this boy between us. I will follow in the rear. If you shout, you will be sorry. Pancho.
Si, senor. Just follow me. Be careful. I see some of the shipkeepers close by.
Don't worry, my friend. It is too dark for them to see us. Make haste.
Si, senor. We go very quietly. The boat is close by.
Remember, boy, if you value your life, not a sound.
You'll pay for this if I ever see Captain Dalton again.
Here is the boat, senor.
Good. Climb in. You first, Pancho, then the boy. Now, take hold of the oars, boy. You seem stout enough, and to keep you out of mischief, I will let you row us to the Poll Parrot.
I hope this boat springs a leak and drowns us all.
You do, eh? Here, Pancho, take the oars from the boy. I wish to have a talk with him.
Si, senor.
Now, you are Captain Dalton's cabin boy, are you not? You may as well answer because I know you are. And as such, you will be able to help me carry out my plan.
But I tell you, today is the first time I ever saw Captain Dalton.
So I will show you what I do to boys who lie.
Careful, senor. You will upset the boat.
You're right, Pancho. We will attend to this boy after we have done with our business. I think we will be able to carry out our plans after all. I will show this pig Dalton how to act before I am through with him.
Si, senor. You are a very smart man. This Captain Dalton, he is no match for you.
You are right, Pancho. Tonight, we board the Poll Parrot. We find what we are looking for. While this Yankee captain and his crew are hunting for me in New Bedford, I will be aboard the ship.
Blow me down, George. He's given us the slip sure enough this time.
Right you are, matey. A slick one if ever I saw one.
Worst of all, he has that lad, Johnny. I feel responsible for him. If it wasn't for me, the lad wouldn't be in such a predicament.
The boy will be all right. As soon as he was a safe distance away, the Spanish swab most likely let him go.
I'm afraid not. The boy would have shown up by this time.
The lad most likely is halfway back home by now, with enough of the sea life for a while.
I hope so. Here we are at the dock office. Mr. Grange will be waiting for us. We've got to get aboard the Poll Parrot tonight. Mr. Grange has given orders to sail tomorrow early, and there's no disappointing the owners in spite of anything.
There you are, Dalton. What luck, any?
Not a bit, Mr. Grange. He gave us the slip completely.
And that poor boy, what about him?
Now, don't worry, Suzanne. That boy will take care of himself. I'll test him, most likely set him free when he was out of sight and in danger of being captured.
I hope so, but I can't help but...
I hope so, too. Oh, if I could lay my hands on that...
Now, that's enough, Sue. That's enough. There'll be no more talk of the boy. Besides, we have a lot to do to prepare before we get on board the Poll Parrot.
But, Ezra, why can't I go with you on the boat?
Now, Sue, we've argued about that many times before. You are not going with us, and that is final.
Ezra Grange, just because you're my brother and much older, don't think you can bully me. I've made up my mind that I'm going to sea on a whaler. And if I don't go on the Poll Parrot, I'll go on another one. See if I don't.
Well, she certainly is a headstrong youngster, that one.
Unfortunately, yes, Mr. Wainwright. Takes after all the rest of the Granges. We're all that way. What we want, we get, eventually.
Well, Mr. Grange, we're ready, if you are.
No, I'm all set. Breckenridge is aboard, as well as Dickon, to see that all the crew is on.
I wonder what that Spaniard was trying to do. I'll bet he's somewhere right now, plotting how to get back at us.
Ease up on those oars, Pancho.
Si, senor.
Now, let's climb aboard very softly. If we are quiet, the blockhead standing night watch will never see us.
We have nothing to fear, senor. There is no one aboard, and the crew will not be here until tomorrow.
Get aboard, then. Look sharp. Pancho, you first. The boy and I will follow. Careful now. I'll make the boat fast. Up the ladder with you, boy. Remember to remain very quiet.
I hope the whole crew is aboard when we get on deck.
I am sorry to disappoint you, my friend, but you will not get your hope.
Ah, there is no one about, senor.
That dog of a night watch is no doubt fast asleep somewhere. But there must be someone aboard, so let us proceed with caution. Now, boy, as cabin boy of this ship, I want you to tell where the captain's cabin is.
I don't know where it is. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you.
There is no use of us quarreling. Now be a good little boy. Tell me, where is the captain's cabin?
I'm telling the truth. I don't know.
And I'm warning you that I am not to be trifled with. I'm here to find something, and I will not leave the ship until I get it. How long have you been cabin boy?
I've never been a cabin boy.
Then perhaps you can tell me how long you have been on this ship.
This is the first time I've ever been aboard.
I'm giving you fair warning, boy, so you better answer my questions. Where is Mr. Grange's cabin?
I don't know.
Then maybe Mr. Grange is bunking in the captain's cabin, huh?
You seem to know so much. You ought to know where Mr. Grange's cabin is.
Senor, maybe you would like for me to take one of these casks, put the boy in it, and then throw it overboard so that the sharks could have something to eat. Senor?
You have heard what Pancho said. Now will you tell me where Mr. Grange's cabin is, or must we throw you to the sharks?
Well, I didn't do anything. Honestly, I didn't. I don't want you to throw me overboard.
Then, as cabin boy of this ship, will you tell me where Mr. Grange's cabin is located?
But I've already told you I don't know.
Then perhaps this will help to freshen your memory.
And this will help to freshen yours.
Will kick me, huh?
I tell you, I'm not the cabin boy, and I don't know where Mr. Grange's cabin is.
Pancho, this boy is a stubborn one.
Like an ox, senor.
And here is what we do to the oxen. Head him off, Pancho. Don't let him get away.
Fear not, senor. I have him.
So you will try to escape, eh? Here, Pancho, we have no time to lose. We will attend to the boy later. There, in that box, I see a rope. Secure it, and we will make certain this boy will not get away.
Si, senor. Here is the rope, senor.
Good. Now, I will bind his arms behind him. Grab the other end of the rope, Pancho. Tie his legs.
Si, senor.
There. Around this way. There. He's bound securely. Now, that oil cask, it is empty. Put the boy in it and close the lid.
You just wait till Captain Dalton hears of this.
Bind his mouth with the bandana, Pancho. Do not worry, my stubborn one. Your captain friend will never hear of this. There. Good, he's in the cask. Now, place on the lid.
Si, senor.
Come along, Pancho. We have no more time to lose. We will tend to the boy later. But now we will go below and see if we can locate Grange's cabin. There is the hatch. Come, Pancho.
Si, senor.
There is a door. I think I remember that.
Oh, Lord, who's there?
Shiver me timber. There's dirty work afoot.
Senor, hurry, they will find us.
Shh. Pancho, quiet.
Blow me down, Mr. Jowett. I'm a seafaring lover if I didn't hear voices.
I did too, Dickon. Let's go aft and investigate.
She blows.
That's right, Mr. Jowett. I just saw two figures dart around the corner.
After them, Dickon. Stop, whoever you are.
Stop or I'll shoot you, sneaking lubbers. Well, blow me down. Another peg leg. I'll teach him.
Well, thank goodness the mystery of the peg leg is cleared up. It wasn't Dickon after all that Johnny saw talking to Testi. It was Pancho. But then, after all, there are lots of peg-leg sailors. Will Dickon and Mr. Jowett capture Testi and Pancho, or will they escape once more in their boat? What can Testi be looking for? And what did he remember when he saw the cabin door? At least Johnny, although tied and gagged in the whale oil cask, is safe for the time being. Be sure to listen for the further adventures of the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot. That thrilling adventure story of whaling days when small craft roamed the mighty sea capturing monsters of the deep. Captain Dalton and his first mate, George Wainwright, of the good ship Poll Parrot, have been attempting to track down a Spaniard named Testi, who has been causing them all sorts of trouble. They met a young boy named Johnny Robbins who had just run away from home to go to sea. Testi, believing Johnny to be Dalton's cabin boy, captured him, and under cover of night rode to the Poll Parrot. After binding Johnny and hiding him in a whale oil cask on the ship, Testi and his henchman Poncho were discovered by second mate Jowett and Dickon, the peg-leg sailor. Shots were exchanged, but Testi once more evaded his pursuers. It is now morning, and we find Captain Dalton, Wainwright, Mr. Grange, and the crew aboard the Poll Parrot, preparing to weigh anchor.
Blow me down, George. I'll never forgive myself for letting that boy fall into the hands of that swab, Testi.
Avast, Roy. There's no cause to feel that way. It was no fault of yours.
But I like that lad. He was a bright boy. You can lay to that. Here he helped us find Testi, and we bungled our trick and let the Spaniard get away and lay hands on the lad as well.
Ah, mate, this Testi is a fast bloke. One moment we had him at the muzzle of our pistols. The next moment, before I could think, he grabbed the lad and held him in front of him. We couldn't shoot then, or he'd have hit the boy.
Who was he, anyway? A cabin boy from one of the ships?
No, Mr. Grange. He was a lad who just run away from home. His parents lived somewhere upstate.
Just a wharf waif, eh? Well, why didn't you shoot anyway? This man Testi seems to be dangerous to have at large.
What? Shoot the boy to get the Spaniard?
What difference would it have made? He's probably just some gutter puppy whom no one would miss. His life would be worth little.
Mr. Grange, you amaze me. I wouldn't have shot the boy if my own safety depended on it.
You're too tender-hearted, Captain. Well, no matter, though. The sea will harden you. You're still young in this business. But we'll soon be far out to sea, and since there's no chance of this scoundrel boarding us now, we may as well forget it. I can't imagine what his purpose was in heckling you. He couldn't have been authorized by his firm. We've always been on very good terms with De Silva and Company.
Mr. Grange, I may sail the seas until I'm as old as the Rock of Gibraltar. But I hope I'll never forget to have consideration for my fellow man.
Very pretty sentiment, Captain Dalton, but let's forget the incident.
Very well, sir. There's a spanking offshore breeze springing up that should send us out of harbor in no time. We'll have the men spread full canvas as soon as Mr. Jowett, the second mate, comes up. Then we'll set sail.
There's one thing we can be thankful for, sir. We've no greenies on this cruise. All old hands. We'll waste no time in leaving shore behind us.
Aye. You can thank George Grange and Sons for that. They've allowed us to get a crew that'd be a credit to any merchant man, let alone a whaler.
Hello there, Captain Dalton. Oh, Mr. Grange, Mr. Wainwright. Well, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr.
How are you, Mr. Breckenridge?
Well, Mr. Grange, now that Mr. Breckenridge is here, as soon as he leaves for shore, we'll be ready to sheet the sails home for the voyage.
That's fine, Captain Dalton. I see everything has been very well prepared aboard.
You can thank our shipkeeper, Mr. Breckenridge, for that, sir. He's helped me a great deal in getting this craft shipshape.
Now, Captain Dalton, you flatter me. You know, gentlemen, this is really a fine day for a voyage. This offshore breeze will put you out of sight of land in sight of half an hour.
Yes, that's something to be thankful for.
Oh, by the way, I've been wanting to ask you, did you find anything more of this man, Testi?
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Breckenridge, Mr. Wainwright and I traced him to the docks, but he got away.
Well, if you'll pardon me for suggesting it, about this man, Testi, I mean, I've been thinking about him a great deal. It's come to me when I've seen him before. I remember very plainly about 2 years ago.
Blow me down. Someone's bounced a belaying pin off the back of his head.
Where did that come from? He was right in the middle of a sentence.
He's unconscious. Here, Wainwright. Run. Get some water and a bandage. We'll send him back to the dock immediately.
Aye, sir. I'll be right back.
I can't imagine where that could have been dropped from, Captain.
It didn't drop, Mr. Grange. That belaying pin was thrown.
But all the crew were down in the forecastle. Who could have thrown it?
Someone who'd been listening to our conversation. You can lay to that. When he started to tell me something about Testi, he was struck.
But who on earth would know whom he was talking about?
There's no telling.
Here, Captain, is the water and the bandage.
I'll bathe his temples. Avast, that was a mean crack he got athwart his crown.
He's coming too, sir.
I thought, where am I? Oh, yes, I remember. Who struck me down?
We don't know, Mr. Breckenridge. Are you in much pain?
Somewhat. Yes. You'd better get me back to the docks.
Mr. Jowett. Here, help Mr. Breckenridge down to the catboat and tell the oarsmen to get him back to harbor as fast as they can. He's hurt.
Aye, sir. Let me help you, sir.
We've got to take advantage of this wind, Mr. Wainwright. We're about to sail. Summon all hands.
Aye, sir. All hands on deck.
Stand by to weigh anchor and sheet home sails.
Aye, sir. Line up here, all hands. Ready for sailing.
Men, I want to speak to you all later. I have something to say that may help us get along better. But right now, we're put to it to work swiftly and take advantage of this wind. Strain your utmost. Take charge, Mr. Wainwright.
Ahoy, men. Get ready to weigh anchor. You four, aloft to sheet home the canvas. I know you're not greenies. Now, hop to it.
Pardon me, Mr. Grange. I want to be sure the shipkeeper gets off safely.
Oh, very well, Captain. I'll go to my cabin. If I find anything about the culprit who hurled that belaying pin, I'll inform you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jowett, is Mr. Breckenridge safe in the catboat?
Aye, aye, sir. They're casting off.
Don't worry about me, Captain. It's just a knock on the head. I'll be all right. Have a prosperous voyage.
Thank you, sir. Have that head tended to right away, mind you. Keep a weather eye open for any more of that sort of thing. Goodbye to you.
Goodbye, and good luck.
I wonder. Mr. Jewett, leave Mr. Wainwright. See that the sail is set and the men assume their duties. Send Wainwright after me.
Aye, aye, sir.
Maybe I was wrong about Mr. Ezra Grange. I thought he was a fine young man. But anyone who could talk so heartlessly of shooting down a lad simply because he had run off to go to sea, it does put him in a cruel light. I wonder. And then that belaying pin. And that one-legged sailor, Dickon. I'm still not satisfied about him. Blow me down. I'm beginning to wonder how correct George was when he said this was going to be a mysterious voyage.
You call me Captain?
Yes, Mr. Wainwright. It's all right. Drop the formality. There are no men around. George, who threw that belaying pin?
I'd give my right eye to know.
Mr. Breckenridge was hit just as he was about to tell that he'd seen this swab Testi some time ago. Just when he was drawing the particulars, the pin hit him.
And no one was in sight?
No one aloft at the time, either.
Must have been thrown by someone with a good harpoon on.
You've hit it there, George. That puts me thinking. I thought this ship carried 33 of the finest men that ever trod wood over ocean. But it's plain to see there's those who require watching.
By the way, Roy, Second Mate Jowett reports that last night, just before we boarded the Poll Parrot, he and Dickon were on deck and saw two mysterious men running toward the forecastle. When they yelled at them, all they heard was a splash, as though someone jumped overboard. They searched the ship, but found no one. So he forgot about the incident until he reported it to me this morning.
So, apparently they both didn't jump overboard. Wainwright, there's somebody on this boat who's not supposed to be here.
But where? Jowett said he and Dickon searched the entire schooner, but they couldn't find anything out of the ordinary.
Shiver me starboard timbers, there's skullduggery aloft.
Listen, George. Even old Dickon's parrot knows there's some funny business going on.
Give over the harpoon.
Hey, quiet that bird or take him aft.
Wait a moment. What's in that whale oil cask the parrot is perched on?
I believe it's empty.
Avast, mate. We'll soon find out.
Aye. You see, from here, one could easily throw that belaying pin and then drop back in the cask and close the lid.
Listen. Did you hear that?
Blow me down, I do. There's someone in that cask.
Off with the lid.
It's a stowaway, I'll wager. Look. He's bound and gagged.
Why, George, it's the lad. It's Johnny.
Stowaway, blow me down.
So, they finally found Johnny in the whale oil cask. But who threw that belaying pin at the shipkeeper just when he was about to give some important information regarding Testi? Can Testi still be aboard? And is Sue's brother, Ezra Grange, the hard-hearted person he seems to be? Well, as old Dickon would say, blow me down, there'll be many a squall in store before the cruise of the Poll Parrot is ended. So be sure not to miss even one adventure in this exciting story of the sea. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling adventure tale of the famous whaling days back in 1858. You will remember that Captain Roy Dalton and First Mate George Wainwright found young Johnny Robbins, the boy who helped them track down the rascal Testi, and subsequently was carried off by the Spaniard, tied and gagged in an empty cask on the deck of the whaling ship Poll Parrot. The ship has now left the harbor of New Bedford and is well on its way to sea, as we find Captain Dalton and Wainwright releasing Johnny from the whale oil cask.
There, his arms are free.
I haven't tied his legs, Roy.
Gee.
What's the matter, lad? Are you hurt?
No, but I've been tied up in that cask for so long, I'm aches all over.
Well, Johnny, how on earth did you get aboard the Poll Parrot?
I'm mighty glad to see you got free from that bill scum, Testi. But I want to know who tied you and stowed you in here.
It was that Spaniard that grabbed me and dragged me away on the docks last night, Captain Dalton. That's who it was, all right.
That lubber, Testi. I'll take care of him.
But listen, that means you got aboard this ship last night after all. Captain, do you think he's still aboard?
Then that ties in with the two men Jowett reported aboard last night. Johnny, do you know if Testi left the ship last night?
No, sir, I don't. I just know he and the other man tied me up and put me in this cask and slammed down the lid.
We've got to find out. We can take no chances.
I'll have the men scour the ship to look for a stowaway, Captain.
No, George, you stay here. I want you around. I'll have one of the other officers do it. Let's see. Jowett, the second mate, is in charge of the men right now. Nicholson is at the helm. I'll call the third mate, Boscara. Mr. Boscara.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Organize searching parties and search the ship from Crow's Nest to Coal Locker. There may be a stowaway on board. Take about 10 men. The rest are needed to man the canvas and put the ship to order.
Aye, aye, Captain.
If that swab is aboard this ship, we'll see that he gets his just deserts. Now, that just about proves who threw that belaying pin at the shipkeeper. Now, Johnny, tell us what happened. When we captured Testi on the docks, we had him at bay with our pistols. And then he suddenly grabbed you and held you in front of him so we couldn't shoot him. Then, holding you close to him, he backed around the wharf office and shot at us a few times. When he stopped shooting, we quarreled around the office, and there was no sign of either of you.
Well, he fired a couple of shots at you and then pulled up a trapdoor in the dock planking. He shoved me down and jumped in after me.
Blow me down. I know of no trapdoor in the Grange and Sons docks.
There was a big cask over it. You couldn't see it. Well, it led down to the big timbers under the dock, and when we got there was another man waiting for us.
What did this other man look like, lad?
Well, he was the peg-leg man I was telling you about.
A peg leg? I'll be hornswoggled. That settles it. I've been suspecting all along that he's had something to do with it.
Who do you mean? Dickon?
Aye, Dickon, of course. Remember that first day when we heard his wooden leg thumping just after the shot was fired at us? And here he is reefed in with this dock rat Testi.
Well, I don't think that was the wooden leg man's name. I don't think it was Dickon.
Avast, no matter what Testi called the lubber, it's bound to be Dickon. He's the only peg man sealing about.
I hate to think that of Dickon, Captain. Besides, he was aboard ship here last night.
You'll see which way the wind blows, George. That makes it even more suspicious. Just when did he come aboard? Well, go ahead, Johnny. Then what happened?
Well, the one-legged man had another boat tied up under the wharf, and we all got in that. Well, I didn't want to, but there wasn't much I could do.
That's all right, lad. You've been very brave.
Then, very quietly, they rowed out to your ship, the Poll Parrot.
But why did they ship you along with them, Johnny?
Well, this man you call Testi thought I was your cabin boy. And he wanted me to tell him where Mr. Grange's cabin was.
Avast. So that's it.
There you are, Captain. That's why Testi's been sailing in our wake. He's after the same secret that's bringing Ezra Grange along on this cruise.
But what is the secret? It's as much mystery as before.
Well, when we got out here to the ship, they made me come aboard with them. They came aboard so quickly they got past the watchman. And then we stopped right here by these casks. This Testi asked me again where Mr. Grange's cabin was, and if he was bunking in the captain's cabin. When I told him I didn't know, he got very mean. And then they said they'd go look for themselves. So they tied me up and put that gag around my mouth and put me in this big cask.
If I ever get my hands on that rat, I'll treat him like the worst vermin in the hold.
I don't know how long I was in that cask. It seemed like years and years.
No wonder your arms and legs hurt.
You've borne up well, son. You're a brave young man, and here's my hand on it.
Oh, thank you, Captain Dalton. And can I stay?
What are we going to do with the boy now, Captain?
Blow me down. I never thought of that. And you were supposed to go home to your folks in the country last night.
Yes, sir, I know.
You see? I told you I was right when I saw you last evening.
I told you were doing very wrong in running away to sea against your parents' wishes. I told you anything could happen to a lad who was alone in a rough port like New Bedford, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
Now you see what you've stumbled into? Here you are sailing on a whaler that may not see New Bedford again for more than 2 years. And the offshore wind is so high we're almost out of sight of land. We can't turn about and take you into port.
Well, couldn't I go along as your cabin boy or something?
Son, if you wanted to go to sea, you surely hit into the wrong line. Whaling is about the hardest, cruelest life there is on the sea. You'll have to work your heart out. There'll be weary days of watching for a whale. Then the dangers of catching one when he's sighted. And you never can say when the whale is apt to turn and stave in the ship and lose all. And then there's the job of cutting in, with little sleep and hard work. And nastier, smellier work can hardly be imagined.
Oh, but I won't care. I've always wanted to go to sea, Captain. And I'll work as hard as anybody else. Honest, I really will.
I see you're not to be discouraged. But see here, you've no sea chest. You've no outfit at all. Every man on board the ship has a chest filled with clothes and all the articles he needs for his cruise. And you haven't so much as a sou'wester to break the storm.
Captain, we've got a pretty big slop chest. We can let him draw on that. There's bound to be some overcoats and blankets and whatnot in there. And since we have no cabin boy, he'll fill that nicely.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Wainwright.
Well, it looks as if you have a friend in Mr. Wainwright. I suppose the best thing to do, then, is to fix up with what we can from the slop chest and take it out of your share of the voyage. This is the first time I've ever heard of a ship having to take a cabin boy against their own wishes. It's a good thing you come from seafaring folk. You'll learn quickly.
But, Captain, what is a slop chest?
Why, that's just a name, lad. No chest at all. All of the extra clothing, shirts, blankets, overcoats, shoes, tobacco, and the like that we carry along and sell to the men as they need them. All of that we call the slop chest. It's something like a store, you might say. And the men pay for them out of their shares of the profits of the voyage.
And you see, Johnny, the better a man is outfitted at the beginning, the less he'll have to call on the slop chest for his needs. And he'll get that much more at the end of his cruise for his share.
Oh, gee. I don't care if I get any share at all. Just to go to sea is enough for me.
Well, now, maybe we're ahead of schedule here somewhat and counting on making you cabin boy. I'd better confer with Mr. Grange. After all, he's one of the owners. And as long as he's aboard with us this cruise, we can see him right away.
We'll have to be sending a letter to his folks, Captain, by the first returning ship we meet, to let him know what's become of him.
Aye, we'll have to do that, or his parents will think he's been shanghaied. We'll have a wild story to tell them as it is. Johnny, lad, I know your legs are sore and stiff from being cooped up in that cask so long. Do you think you can walk on them below to Mr. Grange's cabin?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm all right now.
Then come ahead.
I'll return to the men, Captain.
Aye, Mr. Wainwright. Hold a minute. Send Dickon below to see me in Mr. Grange's cabin. We might as well straighten this out for good and all.
Aye, aye, sir.
Here's the hatch, Johnny. Now we go below. Right here's the cabin.
Who's there?
Captain Dalton, sir.
Oh, come in.
This is the boy I was telling you about, sir.
Oh, the boy on the deck? Well, how in the thunder did he get on board ship?
It seems that Al Testi managed to get aboard last night, in spite of all precautions. And finding after he'd boarded the ship that the lad didn't belong on her, so he stowed him away in an empty cask, all bound up.
Is this Al Testi person still on board?
I'm having the ship thoroughly searched right now. And there's a hand in the crew I'm suspicious of. I'm having him sent here below.
Well, this is interesting.
And seeing that we're out of sight of land, it's not worthwhile putting about. I wondered why we couldn't send word to the lad's parents by the first ship we hail and put him on as cabin boy. We have none, you know, and he might come in real handy as a help to the steward.
Does he have an outfit?
We can outfit him from the slop chest and take the cost out of his share at the end of the voyage, if you're willing, sir.
That sounds reasonable. We could use a cabin boy.
Ain't dirty weather ahead, me hearty.
Hold. Just a moment, Mr. Grange. Here comes the hand I suspect of being in league with that swab Al Testi.
Come in.
Begging your pardon, sirs. You sent for me, Captain?
Here he is, Johnny. Is that the lubber that helped bang you up last night?
No, he's not the one. The one that was with Al Testi was real dark, like a Spaniard, just like Al Testi himself.
Well, blow me down. I'm wrong about Dickon. I'm sorry, Dickon. I suspected you wrongly of something you didn't know anything about. But blasted, I'm glad to hear that you're not the one I thought. I always thought you were a good hand and a bloomin' fine man.
Why, thank you, sir, thank you. Captain, shiver me timbers. I know what you're talking to. There was a couple of strangers aboard last night, and one of them had a peg leg. I seen him. And you thought it was me.
That's right, Dickon, but I see I was wrong. The other swab must have jumped overboard when he was discovered.
Well, that's all settled. Now about this boy. You look rather intelligent, young man. What's your name?
Jonathan Obadiah Robbins, sir.
What? Repeat that name.
Jonathan Obadiah Robbins, sir.
It's quite a lot of name for so small a hand, I think.
It's out of the question. We'll hail the first ship we meet and send him back to port.
What? Send the lad back to port because of his name? We can call him Johnny, Mr. Grange. What difference does the length of his name make? That surely has nothing to do with whether or not he'd make a good hand.
That has nothing to do with it. We send him back by the first boat.
As captain of this craft, I feel that I'm entitled to ask why you don't want the boy.
As part owner of this ship and as your employer, I tell you it's none of your business. Now, don't let me see that little monkey again.
Mr. Grange, I feel that it is my right to ask and to know... Avast. What's that noise?
Ahoy, sirs. When Poll Parrot says that, that means there's a lubber in this room that don't belong here. Remember this morning he led us to the lad?
He's sitting on that sea chest of Mr. Grange's.
By George, that noise is coming from my sea chest, all right. Here, let's see.
Well, lash me to a yardarm.
What in the...
No.
It's little Miss Grange.
Sue, what are you doing here?
I told you I'd go on this cruise, Ezra, no matter what happened. And here I am, even if I had to stow away in your sea chest.
Stowaway, stowaway. Women on the ship means bad luck, lads.
Well, this is a surprise. Now Sue is along on the cruise. Will her brother Ezra let her stay? We're glad to find out that Dickon is no longer under suspicion. But is Testi still on deck? And what will become of Johnny? Why does Ezra Grange dislike him just because his name is Jonathan Obadiah Robbins? We may find out some of the answers to all this mystery in our next adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Be sure not to miss even one of these exciting adventures. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling, exciting story of the sea. In our last adventure, we left Captain Dalton, Dickon, and his Poll Parrot, and Johnny Robbins in Mr. Grange's cabin. Ezra Grange has just insisted that Johnny, who was left by Testi in a cask on board the Poll Parrot, be sent home on the first returning ship they meet, simply because he apparently doesn't like the boy's name. Immediately afterward, Grange discovered his own sister, Sue, stowed away in his sea chest. It is now just a few moments later, and Grange is furiously addressing his sister.
Sue, you are without question of doubt the most headstrong little girl I've ever known. You deliberately disobeyed your parents' wishes and mine.
Well, I never have gotten what I wanted. I knew the only way I could go on one of these cruises was to go by myself. You'd never take me.
This means simply that you will have to go back home on the first boat we meet, just like the boy.
Avast, Mr. Grange. You can't send the girl back on a strange craft all by herself.
Mr. Dalton, this is my ship, and I'm perfectly capable of taking charge of my own affairs. And I'll thank you not to meddle in them.
Blow me down. Mr. Grange, I'll have you know I'm master of this ship, and who sails on her is my business. Why this talk of sending the lad back to port? Because you don't like his long first name is a lot of nonsense.
His first name doesn't have anything to do with it. I won't have anyone on my ship named Robbins.
And why not?
None of your business.
Well, there is evidently something about this cruise other than whaling. I wish you would explain it all to me before I signed on as skipper of this craft. But you're the owner, and I suppose you know what you're doing.
Now you're acting sensible, Captain Dalton.
Well, we'll send them back as soon as we hail a ship. But where do you want the lad to bunk in the meantime?
But I don't think you should send either one of us back.
Now, you stay out of this. Keep the boy in your cabin, Captain Dalton. I'll take care of my sister. Dickon, what are you standing there gaping at me for? Take that parrot and get on deck.
Aye, aye, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Come along, Johnny lad. We'll go on deck.
Oh, Captain Dalton, I'm sorry to cause all the trouble, but I do wish Mr. Grange would let me stay.
Well, lad, it may be all for the best. But batten down my hatch. I don't understand what he has against your name.
Careful, sir. I'll raise the hatch. Blow me down, sir. I'm bloomin' sorry the young'uns can't stay aboard. I'd like the chance to teach 'em the ropes.
And I'd sure like to have you teach me, Mr. Dickon.
Stow that, mister. Stop.
The parrot's right, lad. I'm just plain old Dickon.
Well, then, Dickon, maybe you'll at least tell me a few yarns before I have to go back to New Bedford.
Oh, that I will, my lad, and you can lay to that.
There's Mr. Wainwright. We'll see what luck he's had in scouring the ship for a stowaway. Ahoy there, Mr. Wainwright.
Aye, aye, sir. Right there.
I feel sorry for that little girl, too. She wants to go along as badly as I do.
Well, lad, Sue's like all the Granges. When she wants a thing, she goes after it. Even if it comes to stowing away in her brother's sea chest.
I admire her spirit, but I don't know what to think of Mr. Grange. It strikes me he's a peculiar hard man, wanting to ship two young'uns back all by themselves on board a strange ship.
Alas, Captain, we've searched the ship from stem to stern, and there's not so much as a footprint to tell us of any stowaway. I'm blowed if I know where anybody could be stown away.
It looks like dirty weather ahead to me, Mr. Wainwright. I've some news for you. Mr. Grange has just found his little sister, Sue, stowed away in a sea chest.
I'll be hornswoggled. She's a game little one, you can lay to that.
That's not all. Mr. Grange insists that both she and the lad be shipped back to New Bedford by the first craft we meet.
Johnny be shipped back? Well, now, that's a bloomin' shame.
The funny part of it all is Mr. Grange won't have Johnny aboard because his last name is Robbins.
Hold, there's more in that than meets the eye. There's some reason for that.
I wish little Sue and I could have stayed aboard. We'd have had lots of fun, I bet.
Strike me sails. I think the lad's liking the little girl.
Oh, no. That's not it. It's just, well, she just seems to have a lot of courage and everything. I think she'd be almost as much fun as another boy.
Ah, you can't fool me. There's a trim schooner in the offing.
Old Poll Parrot thinks she's a trim schooner, Johnny lad, and that you've taken a liking to her. And he's a hard one to fool, matey.
Oh, I wish I hadn't said anything. I just meant we'd have a lot of fun learning. I mean, oh, gee.
I understand, lad. Well, it's too bad things had to turn out this way. But the winds may change, you never can tell. Meanwhile, Johnny, I'll get all the outfit and clothes you need from the slop chest. And you can bunk in my cabin till we meet a ship. We may hail one before the day's over.
I don't like that, Mr. Grange. I think he's awful mean to his sister, not letting her have anything she wants. They're down in his cabin alone now. I wonder what he's saying to her. I bet he's scolding her terribly.
What I told you, you couldn't go along, Sue, and I meant it. You'll simply have to learn your lesson. You must go back on the first ship we meet.
Well, Ezra, Father'll be a lot angrier with you for sending me back alone than he will with me for running away.
What do you mean?
Just as Captain Dalton said. It's dangerous to send us back with no friends on a strange ship. I'd be a lot safer on board the Poll Parrot with you to watch out for me.
Confound it, Sue. A whaler is no place for you.
Why not, Ezra? I won't get in anybody's way. And think of all the fun I'll have. Wow, I'll learn a lot of things about foreign countries and things that I never could find out just by going to school at home.
But there's too much danger in whaling.
That's just why y'all let me stay. Just think, if one of the men gets hurt, why, I could take care of him. And you know how I nursed you last winter when you were so sick.
Well, that's true. Do you think you could help us that way?
Of course I could. And lots of skippers take their wives along on their cruises. Now, why couldn't you take your sister?
Sue, you're a true Grange. What you want, you'll stay after until you get.
Then, can I stay?
Well, if you promise to stay out of mischief and always remain here below in bad weather, or when the men are busy on deck cutting in a whale or trying it for oil, if you keep out of the way, I'll let you stay.
Oh, Ezra, you're a darling.
Here, don't hug me so hard. You'll ruin my cravat.
Darling.
Dash it, Sue, I've had to give in to you, and that's more than I do for any man that works for me.
Oh, you're sweet, Ezra. I knew you'd understand if you'd just give me a chance to explain. Ezra.
Now what?
Can't you let the little boy stay, too?
Now, look here. If you think you're going to get me to consent to that, too, you'd better change your mind in a hurry, young lady. That's none of your affair.
But you really need a cabin boy, and this little boy looks very smart to me.
Well, we could use a cabin boy, but not that boy. I won't have anybody on board my ship named Jonathan Robbins.
That sounds like a very nice name to me. Johnny Robbins.
You don't know anything about this.
But his name can't make that much difference. Why, if he'd be a good hand, well, no kind of a name could really matter, Ezra.
Wait a minute.
What's that paper?
Now, mind your manners, Suzanne.
Oh.
This is my business alone. Now, even though it is the same name, he might not be. And if he is, he might know something that would help me out instead of... We'll think it over, Sue.
Oh, Ezra, you are the darlingest brother any little girl ever had.
Oh, wait
yes,
a minute,
you
wait a minute.
are.
Don't climb all over me again. All that sweetness won't make up my mind for me. I make my own decisions. Just a minute, I put this back. Now, that all depends on whether, What's that?
Sounds like chopping.
It's coming from down under the cabin. On this side of the ship, deep in the hold, I'd say.
Maybe the cooper is fixing some cats down there.
Well, he wouldn't be doing that at this stage of the voyage. Sue, you run up and tell Captain Dalton to come below immediately.
Do you think he might know what it is?
I want him to listen. He may be able to find out. Then I want to tell him about you staying, and then we can settle the matter of keeping this Robbins boy.
Oh, good. You will let him stay, won't you?
Now run on deck, will you? Fetch the captain and stop asking questions.
Right away, sir. Captain Dalton. Oh, Captain Dalton.
Aye, aye.
little Miss Grange, and she looks excited, sir. Shiver me timbers.
Heavy seas to starboard, mates. Reef in the top gallant sails.
Stow that chatter, Paul. Stow it. Something's in the wind.
Blow me down, Miss Sue. Has something happened?
Captain Dalton, my brother wants to see you in his cabin right away.
Maybe he's taken it into his head to let the skipper know what's going on aboard his own craft.
Oh, Captain, he's going to let me stay aboard.
He is?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm glad of that.
Blow me down, Captain. You were right when you said the little lady was the sort that always got what she wanted.
And I think he may let the little boy stay, too.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Lash me to a yardarm. But this little one certainly knows how to fix things. And that's why he wanted me below, eh?
Well, not only that, but there's a strange noise down in the hold under our cabin, like somebody chopping wood.
Blow me down. That will call for looking into. Stand by with a few hands, Mr. Wainwright, to search the hold when I get back on deck for Mr. Grange's cabin. I'll be right back.
Aye, aye, sir. I'll fetch them now.
You made him let me stay, Miss Grange. I think that's just too good to be true. I don't know just how to thank you.
Oh, that's all right, Johnny. And you mustn't call me Miss Grange. All my friends call me Sue, and we're going to be friends, aren't we, Johnny?
Gee, I hope so, Sue.
My hat's off to you, miss. You can do more with a gentleman than the captain himself. Sink me, but I think you ought to be a lady, skipper.
Smooth sailing ahead, my hearty. Smooth sailing.
I wonder what that noise in the hold is. Maybe old Testi managed to stay aboard after all.
If he did, he's giving himself away this time. They'll find what he's stowed away now, and you can lay to that. Well, I must be getting off. So long, me hearties. So long. Good luck to you.
See you later, Dickon. But, Sue, how did you ever get Mr. Grange to let me stay aboard?
Well, really, I didn't have anything to do with that. He just changed his mind all of a sudden, that's all.
Why, I wonder?
Well, we were talking about you, and then he took out a big paper out of his waistcoat pocket and unfolded it and looked at it and talked to himself for a minute. And then he said he'd see about letting you stay.
But what kind of a paper was it?
Oh, it was sort of funny. It looked real old and like some kind of a map.
A map?
Yes, and the funniest part of it all was this. He wouldn't let me look at it. He said it was none of my affair. But I couldn't help seeing the one corner of it, and 2 names were written on there.
What were they?
Well, one was real scratchy, and I couldn't make it out from where I was standing, but the other one I saw plainly, and it was your name.
My name? On Mr. Grange's map?
Yes, isn't that strange? It was written very clearly, Jonathan Robbins, and after it was a harpoon and a fork with 3 prongs on it.
Why, Sue, that's the signature of my father.
Well, here's something new. What is Ezra Grange doing with a map with Johnny's father's name on it? I wonder if that's the reason Mr. Grange didn't want Johnny aboard at first. But then, why did he change his mind? And what could that chopping noise be down in the hold? Is Testi doing it? And if he is, will he be caught? Now that we know Johnny and Sue are going on the cruise, we can see plenty of excitement ahead. So be sure not to miss even one of these exciting adventures on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot. This exciting, thrilling story of the sea and the adventurous days of whaling. Well, Johnny Robbins and Sue Grange are now definitely going to sail on this whaling cruise. But there is still plenty of mystery surrounding it. Sue's brother Ezra, the owner of the ship, changed his mind about letting Johnny come along after he looked at a map with Johnny's father's signature on it. Then, too, there's a peculiar chopping sound down in the hold. And Testi may still be hiding aboard. In our last adventure, Captain Dalton and his mate, George Wainwright, went down in the hold to find where the chopping sound came from. And today we'll hear what they discovered. It is now the next morning. The captain is talking to his crew.
Most of you have shipped on whalers before. And those who haven't are wise enough and brave enough to learn the ropes after a few days' run. From now on, we set our course direct for the whaling grounds off South America. We should raise our first whale in about a month. In that time, we'll have daily drills in manning the whale boats and practice with the irons and lance to make you good whalemen all. But this I want you to understand, men. Aboard the Poll Parrot, you'll be treated as you would aboard a merchantman. There'll be no slave driving by me or my officers, and each one of you will be expected to work his hardest. You're all set on your honor and your reputation as first-class seamen, and we know you'll work with us accordingly. This is to be a fairly short cruise, not lasting over a year and a half. And if we work as well together as we can, we'll cut in so many whales and stow so many casks of oil below
that we can laugh at all the old whalers who think that whalemen have to be driven with a belaying pin and a rope's end.
Well said, Roy. They're with you to a man after that bit of wind.
Gee, Captain, that was wonderful. Your men couldn't help liking you now.
Avast, Johnny, let's hope so. With the strange things going on aboard this bark, I'll need the men with me every knot of the way.
Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Mr. Wainwright. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Miss Sue.
Aye, our charming little passengers on deck.
And looking prettier than a spring morning in the South Sea.
Hello, Sue. Gee, you should have just heard the fine speech Captain Dalton gave his men.
Tell me, Captain, I never did find out if you discovered anything in the hold yesterday.
Blow me down, there was nary a trace of a stowaway. We searched every square inch of the hold, and there wasn't so much as a shipworm in the hull.
Did you hear the chopping sound, Captain?
I heard it when I was Mr. Grange's cabin. But the moment we went below, there wasn't a sound.
It looks funny to me, Captain.
It looks funny to all of us. But what are we to do about it? That's the question. Well, Johnny lad, you're now our cabin boy, remember? Dickon's not on duty now. He's off watch. Search him out and have him tell you whatever you want to know about anything aboard the Poll Parrot. Mr. Wainwright and I'll be getting busy with the men in trying to handle the whale boats.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll find Dickon right away.
I'll come along, too, if you don't mind, Johnny.
Of course, I want you to, Sue. Let's look near the bows. We should find them near the forecastle.
Johnny, what do you think of that map my brother Ezra has with your father's name on it?
Well, I don't know what to think, Sue. You see, my father was a seaman for many years. He used to tell me all kinds of wonderful yarns. But something happened to him once. I don't know just what it was. That he said made him lose all faith in the life of a seaman, and he left the sea forever. That's why he settled on a farm inland from New Bedford. And that's why he never would let me go to sea. He said he didn't want me to suffer the same kind of disappointment he did. You know, I had to run away from home to go to sea, because Father wouldn't let me go willingly.
I could ask Brother Ezra about the name on that map, but, you see, he doesn't know I saw it.
Oh, no, Sue. Better not say anything about it to him.
Captain Dalton thinks there's a great deal of mystery about this cruise, doesn't he?
Do you blame him? Well, first, there was this man, Old Testi, doing all those strange things before we sailed. And then Mr. Grange acting so queerly about my name. And then that chopping in the hold. Oh, there's been lots of other things, too.
Johnny, let's you and me be partners.
Well, sure, Sue, but what do you mean?
Well, I like Captain Dalton. Let's try to find out what all this mystery's about.
You bet. All right, Sue. We'll try to find what lays behind it all.
Fine. Oh, look, Johnny. There's old Dickon sitting on the forehatch with his parrot.
Sure enough. Oh, Dickon!
Strike my jibs, it's the young'uns. Ahoy there! Come over and join an old seaman what had nothing to do but listen to an empty-headed parrot speaking.
Ah, speak for yourself, matey. Speak for yourself.
I like Poll Parrot. He sure can say a lot of words.
He's a clever bird, and you can lay to that. He's seen more of whaling and storms at sea than many a hand aboard this bark has.
We wanted to ask you something about whaling, Dickon. And then I wanted you to tell me what I'm supposed to do as cabin boy.
Well, lad, there's little you have to worry about but obeying orders. Take your orders from Captain Dalton and Mr. Wainwright and the other officers. And don't worry about the men. You're lucky in having the captain as your friend. Abide by what he says and you'll not go wrong. He's a fine man.
I think so, too, Dickon.
Ah, he's hale and hearty and a seaman born, and the wind never blew what could blow the man down. Ah.
Stow the gaff, you lubber, stow it. Johnny, lad, do you know the parts of the ship? Ooh, the names of the sails and the ropes and the decks and the beams of the old?
My father taught me most of that, Dickon. Of course, I don't know so much about a whaler. My father always shipped on a merchantman.
Ooh, that's good, matey. Then there's much you've already learned. Now about whalers.
How many men are on a whaler, Dickon?
Well, the Poll Parrot's a good example of a first-class whaler as any. So just cast a look at her. There's the captain and 4 mates, each one of them in charge of a whaleboat. As you know, this ship carries 4 whaleboats.
Mm-hmm.
Our 4 mates, which are the only men on board to give you orders, are Mr. Wainwright first, Mr. Jowett second, Mr. Boscara third, and Mr. Nicholson fourth. And Mr. Nicholson is usually the helmsman, too. Then there are 4 boat steerers, too, one to each whaleboat. The boat steerers are the men who throw the harpoons.
Well, how can they steer the boats and throw the harpoons at the same time?
Avast that I'll come to that later. Then there's 16 hands, 4 for each belt, ordinary seamen, and 4 extra men who stay on the ship when all the rest of the crew is out chasing whales. Besides these, there's the cooper, who takes care of the casks we filled with oil, and also acts as the carpenter for the ship. Then there's the cook and the steward, his helper, who also acts as the ship's doctor. And then you as the cabin boy and me.
Ah, give a lay to that, me hearties. Ah.
Shiver me timbers, I almost forgot our mascot here, Poll Parrot himself.
Tell us, Dickon, how do you catch a whale?
Well, Miss Sue, they keep a mate and a boat steerer at the foremast head at all times, and 2 seamen at the mainmast head to keep a lookout. When the whales are running close, they even kept up at night. Then when a whale is sighted, the lookout calls out...
There she blows! 4 points off the starboard bow! There she blows!
And that's just what they calls out. The swab took the very words right out of me mouth.
And then do they lower the boats?
That's right, lad. They lower away it is. They lower 1 boat for each whale, and as he's a big one, then they lower 2. The crew of 4 rows it, with the mate in the stern with the steering oar. And the boat steerer up in the bow holding the iron. That's what we calls the harpoons, irons.
Well, why do they call the harpooner the boat steerer if the mate steers?
Lay by a bit, monsieur. I'm coming to that. When they reach the whale, creeping up on him soft-like, so he don't notice, the boat steerer strikes him with the iron, and then the fun begins.
Gee, doesn't the whale try to get away?
That's just it, lad. The whale either sounds, that is, dives under, or strikes out straight away, or mills. That means goes around in circles. But no matter what he does, the whaleboat's got to hang on. When the strike is made, the mate and the boat steerer jump to change places. Then the boat steerer really steers, and he has a worrisome trick to keep the little craft on an even keel, while the mate stands on the bow with the lance and plays on the rope that's attached to the iron stuck into the whale.
Oh, my, that sounds exciting.
And finally, the bloomin' whale's bound to tire out. Sometimes he's towed the whaleboat miles and miles from the ship, and there's always the chance that he might turn on the boat and smash it to splinters with his big flukes.
I've heard that whales sometimes get as big as 50 feet or so.
Lad, I've seen him over 100. That's a lot of animal to get angry at you.
Gee, I should think so.
Well, mates, finally the whale tires out, barring no mishap, and comes to rest. Then the boat sneaks up on him again, and the mate shoves the lance in him and kills him.
Oh, my. That all sounds terribly dangerous.
Aye, it is that. Now do you see what you let yourselves in for, mates?
Johnny, promise me you won't try to go out and help them catch a whale.
Oh, I'm not afraid to.
Oh.
But I don't suppose I'll have to, unless they ask me. I'd like to learn.
Well, lad, it'll be some time before they trouble you with chasing whales, is my guess. But when you'll have to work is after the whaleboat tows the whale right up to the ship. Then they starts the cutting in. The blubber is boiled till all the oil's out of it, and put in the casks and sealed and cooled, and then sent below and stowed in the hold. In a few words, lad, that's whaling. But if it took a fleet of books, I couldn't begin to tell you...
Well, batten down my hat. Here's Old Dickens. Play a nursemaid to a couple of bloomin' pups.
Who's that?
Blow me down. That's one hand on the screws that'll cause trouble. Red Mahooley. And he's a mean, sneaking chunk of bill scum, if I've ever seen one. Avast, he's coming this way.
Well, so here's the bloody kids this whaler's got to ship, huh? A pretty thing whaling's coming to when we got to have a nursery aboard. And a pretty landlubber that sits in his cabin downstairs and calls himself an owner. What's he doing aboard, the bloomin' shark?
You can't talk that way about my brother.
Well, the little brink's carrying guns, eh? What do you mean, you little spitfire? I'll say what I want, and you'd better not be the one to try and stop me, or I'll...
Wait a minute. Don't talk to her like that.
What are you going to do about it, you little porpoise?
You bloomin' swab, why don't you lay off the young'uns? Billy, someone your size. Go
Hold
on.
your talk, Dick, and I'll bound a laying pin off your tarp rail. And you're the captain's pet, eh? But you can't talk back to me.
I'm not the captain's pet. I'll show you.
Oh, kick me in the shins, will you? I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget, you little imp. I'll take this rope thing
Watch
and
out,
I'll wrap
Johnny.
it around...
Oh, Captain Dalton.
You'll bully the young'uns, will you? Take that.
Good. You were just in time,
And
Captain
there's
Dalton.
more in it for you if you try that again, you wharf rat. Come along, mates. He'll not bother you again.
You'll pay for that, you yellowback swab. They'll be looking for a new captain before the end of a fortnight. You can lay to that.
There's the lumber right.
Here's more trouble ahead. Captain Dalton has made a dangerous enemy by striking Red. Will this seaman carry out his threat to have revenge on the captain? And we still haven't solved the riddle of the map with Johnny's father's signature on it or the noise in the hold. We'll find out more about these things as we follow the adventures of Johnny and Sue with Captain Dalton and Dickon and all the rest of the crew on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling, exciting story of the sea. The mystery of Mr. Grange's map and the strange chopping sound in the hold have still not been solved. And now there's new trouble ahead, because in our last adventure, while old Dickon was spinning one of his whaling yarns to Johnny and Sue, a rough, red-headed seaman named Red Mahooley started bullying Johnny. Captain Dalton came up just in time to prevent the seaman from striking the lad. With a mighty blow, the captain dropped him to the deck. Red, however, has vowed vengeance, and there is no doubt he will cause plenty of trouble. Now, as our story opens, it is night. Johnny, who is still bunking in the captain's cabin, has been awakened by that chopping sound. He gets up quietly and, without awakening Captain Dalton, steals outside.
That noise certainly sounded as though it were coming from out here somewhere. That's funny. I'm sure that scraping noise came from above. Now I can't hear it at all. I can't understand it. When you're below deck, it sounds like it's coming from above. And now from up here, it sounds as if it came from below. There, it stopped again. I wonder what it can be. Oh, who's that, I wonder? Guess I shouldn't have come up here this late. I hope no one sees me on deck. Captain wouldn't like it, I know, if he knew I was here this late. I'll hide behind this cask in case it is someone. Now he won't see me, whoever it is. Say, that looks like Sue coming this way. What can she be doing up here? Sue.
Oh, who's that?
It's me, Johnny.
Oh, Johnny, how you frightened me. I thought it was that frightful Red Mahooley. What are you doing here this late?
I was just going to ask you the same thing. Your brother'd be awful mad, I'll bet, if he knew we were up here.
Oh, Ezra was sound asleep when I left the cabin and snoring like a buzzsaw.
You want someone to hear us?
I forgot.
I came up here because I heard that scraping sound again. The sound that your brother, Mr. Grange, was talking about.
Where was it coming from?
Well, I don't know exactly. When I was in the cabin, it sounded as though it was coming from up here. But after I got up here, I heard it again, but it sounded like it was down below. I don't know what to think about it.
Oh, perhaps it's nothing. The sailors were looking for it, but they couldn't find anything either. So they decided it must be some kind of a worm that eats through wood on ships.
Well, this was no worm, I'll bet. It was too even-like. Just like someone was trying to dig through something.
Well, what do you think it could be, Johnny?
I sure wish I knew. Whatever it is, I'll bet that Old Testi has something to do with it.
Old Testi?
Yes, that mean Spaniard who tied me and shoved me down that whale oil cask.
But I heard Captain Dalton say that Old Testi must have gotten away in a boat. Why, they have searched from stem to stern and can find no trace of him anywhere.
Well, I'm not so sure. Still, you'd think if he was on board, the sailors would be able to find him.
Well, if I ever find him, I'd teach that bad man that he couldn't treat you like he did ashore the other day. And then stuffing you in that cask. Why, it's a wonder you weren't hurt.
Oh, that was nothing. He was just mad because I wouldn't tell him where the captain's cabin was. And your brother's cabin.
You were sure brave not to tell.
Oh, I wasn't brave. I just didn't know where the cabins were.
Oh, just the same. If I ever lay my hands on that... What is it Dickon calls him? That swab. I'll show him he can't treat a friend of mine like he did you.
Gee, Sue, you're wonderful. And thanks for getting Mr. Grange to let me stay on the ship. I'll never forget it. I like you better than any boy I ever knew. Well, I mean any boy or girl. Except that I never knew any girls before. Gee, all the girls I ever saw where I lived, well, they were all such fraidy cats, but gosh, you're as brave as Captain Dalton.
I like you too, Johnny. We should have lots of fun together. I'll bet we could get old Dickon to tell us a lot of yarns about whales and such, like the story he told us yesterday. He always tells me yarns when he's ashore. Once he told me how he lost his leg in a fight with a whale.
Gee, I'll bet that was exciting.
Oh, it was. And he said that one of these days he was going to meet that same old whale. And when he does...
Do you think he ever will? But say, we forgot what we came on deck for. I think we ought to... Wait a minute. Who's that coming this way? Quick, hide behind this oil cask.
Yes, hurry.
Shh. If he sees us, he'll take us to Captain Dalton for being up this time of night. Then he's likely to be mad about it.
Who is he? Can you see?
Yes. It's Red Mahooley. It's that sailor who tried to bully me, and Captain Dalton knocked him down.
And here comes another one down the deck. They must be on watch. Listen. Maybe we can hear what they're talking about.
Heave to, matey. I've something I'd like to talk to you about.
Aye, but I must get to my watch in a hurry.
Never mind the watch. This is much importanter.
That may be, but you're none too strong with Captain Dalton as it is.
Who cares about Captain Dalton?
He's a mighty man, and won't fear if he's crossed. He hove down your hulk without much difficulty today, and he'll do it again, you may lay to that.
Hold your tongue, sailor. Besides, he hit me when I wasn't looking.
You wasn't looking, eh? How come he hit you in the middle of the chin, spang him amidships? Did you have your eyes shut?
Now, listen, this is no time for a squall between us. Now, listen to me, sailor. I'm going to get even with the skipper. even if it's me last voyage, and you're going to help me.
Not me. You can boil me in blubber if I have any part of your dirty work.
You won't, eh? Well, suppose I told the captain that your name wasn't Jameson, huh? Suppose I told him you escaped from the New Bedford brig and that they're looking for you.
Yeah, maybe it is true. Maybe it is, but I never killed a man like you did.
Say, how did you know that?
Never mind how I know, but one false move and I'll open my hatch and your rigger will be in for a greasy voyage.
Why, you...
Go on, there'll be no more bullying me. You'd better steer a clear course or you'll be in irons. Else I don't know Captain Dalton.
The bill scum. How did he know I killed a man? Well, what of it? That wasn't the first. It won't be the last. Nobody can knock me down and get away with it. I'm going to get even if I have to pin him under a stanchion. And I'll do it right now.
Gosh, Sue, what are we going to do? That man is going to try to kill the captain.
Well, Johnny, there's only one thing we can do. We've got to get to the captain's cabin.
We sure do. Shh, quiet now. And hurry before we're too late.
Hurry, John.
Who's that? Suzanne. Sue. Where is that girl? I'd swear I heard that scraping sound again. But now it's stopped. Found that chair. Now, where's that lamp? If I could only... Ah, there it is again. I'm going to get at the bottom of this thing right now. That lamp, where is it? Oh, well, perhaps I can grope my way to Captain Dalton's. These cabins are as black as pitch. Captain Dalton.
Who's there?
It's I, Ezra Grange.
Oh, come in. The door's open.
Captain Dalton, something must be done at once.
Avast, man. What's the commotion?
Captain Dalton, I'm not a coward, but that chopping sound is beginning to get on my nerves.
What? That same sound again?
Yes, I could hear it right below my cabin.
Perhaps your nerves are jumpy, sir. Your imagination is getting the best of you,
It's
sir.
not my imagination. I heard it distinctly.
But we've traced every foot of the ship. There's not a sign of anything out of the ordinary aboard the Poll Parrot.
Yeah, but listen to me. There is something that is causing that odd chopping noise, and I intend to find out once and for all just what it is.
Aye, sir, but what,
Besides, Sue is not in the cabin.
What?
She's disappeared.
Oh, that does call for looking into. Wait, I light the lamp. There.
And look, Johnny the boy. His bunk is empty also. Where is
Batten
he?
down my hatch. The lad's gone, too.
Yeah, somebody's taken the boy and my sister while we were asleep.
Now, perhaps not. We'll soon see.
And if anything happens to
Now,
Suzanne,
easy. If anything has happened, we've got to keep our wits about us.
Yes, I suppose you're right, Captain. But hurry, something must be done.
Aye, sir, that there does. And there will be something done, else my name isn't Roy Dalton.
I wouldn't have anything happen to my sister for all the treasures in the world.
Treasures? Did you say, sir?
Hurry, Captain Dalton. There may be no time to lose.
Right you are, sir. Little Miss Sue and the lad Johnny may be both in danger this very moment. But hold. I'll blow out this lamp so no one can see us leave the cabin. Some swab may be laying for us, and I'll walk into no trap. You can lay to that. Come along. But take it easy, sir, and we'll... Wait. Shh. Someone's coming down the hatchway. The hatch is open, and I can see a shadow against the moonlight.
Quickly, hide behind this door. Can you make out who it is?
I think so. It looks like the red-headed swab who was bullying the lad today.
Red Mahooley?
Aye, so he is. And if he's up to some deviltry, he'll be put in chains.
Look, he's heading for your cabin.
Aye, then he is up to mischief, the bill scum.
Look, Dalton. Someone's following him. I can see his shadow up by the hatch there.
Either that, or someone is helping the swab to do his deviltry.
Good Lord, it's Sue and the boy. What in the world are they doing?
They're trailing the bloomin' redhead, or I'm a weak-kneed lubber.
Well, evidently Red doesn't see them, for he's heading right into your cabin.
We've got to get in and grab him before those young'uns get down here, else one of them might get hurt. Come on. Quiet now. When I say the word, we'll rush the mutinous swab.
Ah! Ah! Man the boats, men, there's a bow at the starboard. Ah!
Drat that bird. I shouldn't have let Dickon leave him in my cabin. That will put the red-headed one on his guard.
Ah! Ah! We're on the reef. Ah!
Captain Dalton! Captain Dalton! Look out, there's a man in your cabin.
And he has a knife.
Rush him, Captain Dalton. Now's the time.
Take it easy now. He has a knife. And in the dark, someone's likely to be hurt. Let me handle the swab. Red? We know you're in that cabin. Drop that knife.
Who's gonna make me?
Mahooley, you're a bad one, and I'm giving you fair warning. Drop that knife, because I'm coming in there after you.
And it'll give me a great pleasure to rip you from stem to stern.
All right, you asked for it. Stay here, Grange.
I'm going to take the blasted worm.
Come on, I'll give it to you.
There! Now! There! That's real. Come!
Capsize the hope, lads. Capsize them.
So, Red Mahooley did try to make good his threat. Will Captain Dalton and Grange overpower him? And will Sue and Johnny escape unharmed? And the chopping sound from the hold or from wherever it's coming still remains a mystery. These and many other exciting events are soon to be unfolded in the further adventures aboard the Poll Parrot. Be sure not to miss even one of these thrilling adventures on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. For the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling story of the sea and the adventurous days of whaling. If you'll remember, Johnny Robbins, asleep in Captain Dalton's cabin, was awakened by the strange chopping sound in the hold that we've heard of so much before. Deciding to investigate, Johnny steals from the cabin to the deck, where he meets Sue Grange, who is also unable to sleep. They overhear Red Mahooley, the brutal sailor whom Captain Dalton struck when he was bullying Johnny, talking to another seaman and planning to revenge himself on the captain right away. They silently follow him down to the deck, back to the captain's cabin, intending to warn Captain Dalton before Red strikes. Meanwhile, Ezra Grange has also been awakened by the chopping sound, and he too has gone to the captain's cabin when he finds Sue missing from his cabin. There they all meet, and a terrific struggle ensues between Captain Dalton and Red Mahooley. As today's adventure begins, we shall hear the outcome of the fight. It is now the next day, and Johnny and Sue are talking to the captain on the deck of the Poll Parrot.
Oh, Captain Dalton, I'm so glad that awful seaman didn't harm you last night.
I was very lucky, Miss Sue. I'm more obliged than I can ever tell that you and Johnny tracked him down and tried to warn me.
It's a good thing Mr. Grange was in your cabin and you were awake.
Aye, lad, it is that. If the two of us hadn't been there, I'd have had a stiff squall battling that hulk of a man. I could match him in a fair fight any time. But it's different when you're caught unawares at night.
And he had a knife. That made him all the more dangerous.
Aye, lad, that he had. But he wasn't so dangerous after we sunk a few blows below his chin. But enough of this. It's over and we're all safe, and we all may be thankful for our good fortune. And the red-headed seaman is getting his just deserts, too. You may lay to that.
What became of him, Captain Dalton?
He's been thrown in irons and sent below to the hold. He'll stay in the brig until our first port call, where we'll send him ashore to stay. That kind of a swab is not wanted on board the Poll Parrot.
Gee, Captain Dalton, you know just about what to do in every case, don't you?
Get along, lad. That's every skipper's duty, to know what to do at the proper time.
Oh, Johnny, where did Dick and his Poll Parrot go?
Gee, Sue, I don't know. I wanted to tell him all about last night.
I'll tell you where he is. He's below deck, tending to that swab, Red Mahooley. Somebody has to take his grub to him, and Old Dickson was ordered.
I wonder what he says when Dickon goes down there in that dark hole.
I never would have picked this job of me own choosing, you can lay to that. But somebody's got to carry a grub.
Ah, stow that, Dickon. I ain't asking for sympathy. But if I'd done in the captain, the whole story might have been different. But I didn't, so I gotta take me punishment. But strike my mizzen, I almost go mad sitting in this black, smelly hole all by myself. That's why I asked you to leave your parrot down here this morning. I thought he'd be better company than nothing.
40 lashes for the lubber before the mast.
Ah, stow that gap.
Blow me down. I thought you wanted to hear him talk. That's why I left the bird down here this morning. What with you pleading and begging me to. Though it was against me better judgment, and now you tell me to stow it.
I wanted him here to talk to me and keep me company. But all these squawks is rubbish like hang him from the foremast, lash him to a yard arm. 40 lashes for the lubber. You think I want to hear that? Sounds like he's promising them to me.
Boil him in blubber. In the try-works with him.
And hear that? Hear that? That's why he goes on at me. I'd rather have the dead silence around me and the stirring of the rats in the hold. Take him above.
Aye, and gladly. I was a fool to leave the bird down here all morning anyway. I can learn nothing good from you. Well, we won't be troubled with you much longer. You'll be dropped off at Rio. You'll be lucky you don't pay with your life a mutiny. May those irons you're wearing teach you a lesson. Come on, Poll Parrot. Come on, we're heading above. I must see the young'uns and have them tell me all about the fight last night. I ain't heard it all firsthand yet.
Gee, then, Captain Dalton, you could have that man Red maybe hanged for mutiny, couldn't you?
I could. But I want no man's blood on my head, even of a low shipworm like that. I'm putting him ashore at Rio. Well, Miss Sue and Johnny, lad, I must get aft. Get along with you.
Gee, I like Captain Dalton.
Me, too. I never knew a man so strong as him before. Say, Sue, did you find out any more about that map Mr. Grange has got? with my father's name on it?
No, I haven't. My brother never takes it out of his pocket anymore. Oh, look. Here comes Dickon.
And Poll Parrot's on his shoulder.
There she blows to starboard.
Ahoy there, mates. Hey, you ran into heavy squalls last night down in the captain's cabin.
Well, yes, we did, but we didn't really see much. It all happened in the dark, and since Mr. Grange had already awakened Captain Dalton, it only took a few seconds for the captain to knock Red Mahooley down, even if Red did have a knife.
Ah, he's a brave and mighty man, the skipper, and you may lay to that.
Dickon, where had Poll Parrot been? I haven't seen him on deck all morning.
Well, mates, they threw Red and irons in the hold, you know. And when I went down there early this morning to fetch him his grub, he begged me to leave Poll Parrot with him to keep him company or he'd go mad.
And you let him?
Well, much as I hate the lubber, I just couldn't refuse him that. But a few moments ago, when I went below, he changed his mind. He said the bloomin' critter kept remarking unpleasant and disturbing things at him. So he wanted me to take him back on deck.
He's a bloomin' hammerhead shark, and you can lay to that.
Well, blow me down. Old Poll Parrot sure can tell a man by his rigging. He's a smart old bird. Picks up words just hearing them said once. And then he says it when you at least expect it.
You can lay to that, Mr. Testi. I'm with you.
There he goes again.
Wait. Did you hear what that bird said?
What?
He said, "You can lay to that, Mr. Testi." Where did he get that name?
Are you sure he said that?
He said it just as plain as...
I'm with you, Mr. Testi. You can lay to that.
There. Hear him? Hear him?
Why, shiver me timbers. Where did he pick that up?
Why, Testi is the Spaniard that Captain Dalton had so much trouble with before the cruise, isn't he?
Yes. He's the man that brought me on board the Poll Parrot and put me in that cask.
Blow me down. That's the swab the captain suspected of causing that chopper noise down in the hold, ain't it?
That's the one.
But, Johnny, if the parrot heard his name...
Then he must be aboard someplace.
That's what I think, too.
You're right, mates. The bird must have picked it up this morning when I left him down in the hold.
And that means Testi was down there talking to Red.
Shiver me timbers. Let's find the skipper.
No, Dickon. There's no time to lose. The captain is aft with the officers, drilling the men to use the whaleboats. We'd better go down in the hold as quietly as we can. And maybe we can find out where Testi is hiding.
Well, let's hurry.
I'll go with you. No, hold. I'd better not. You'll hear me old Pegleg clumping down the stairs, and that'll warn him.
That's right, Dickon. We better go alone.
But it's dangerous, Miss Sue. You should have one of the men go below with you.
Well, we'll be real quiet, Dickon. The fewer of us there are, the less chance there is of Testi hearing us if he's down there. We'll go below and hide behind the empty casks in the hold.
Well, mates, if you're set on it. But I'll stay right here at the head of the companionway. And if anything dangerous happens, just hail me. And I'll be done with half the crew in the time it takes a whale to hoist his flukes.
All right, Dickon. Come on, Sue. Real quietly.
All right. What part of the hold did Dickon say Red was in?
Dickon didn't say. But the captain says he was right fore of the casks. That means just about amidships. Careful. These stairs creak.
I'll be careful.
Now we're on the main deck. Now, down to the hold.
Why, look, Johnny. If Red is in irons amidship in the hold, that would put him just about under our cabin.
That's right. And that would be just where you'd expect Testi to be hiding. Because if Testi made that chopping noise, that came right from under Mr. Grange's cabin. Remember?
Yes. Look, Johnny, we're almost there.
Yes. We can slip around behind that first stack of casks.
But where's Red?
He's around on the other side of those casks. Come on, real quick.
He made it.
And no sound. Come on, we'll creep through this little space here.
Oh, it's awfully small. We'll have to squeeze through.
It's the only way we can get through all these casks. Watch out, Sue. Don't push any of them. If one falls over, it'll make an awful racket.
Well, I'll try not to.
We're almost there. Listen.
Oh, it's voices.
Somebody's talking. And one of them must be that sailor Red.
And the other must be the...
Shh! We've got to get closer. Real quiet now.
I'll try to. Oh, look out, Johnny.
What?
That cask ahead. It's shaking. It's going to fall.
Oh, gee. It'll tell them we're here. Oh, it's stopping.
Oh, didn't fall after all.
That was awful close. We've got to be even more careful.
Oh, I thought sure that barrel would fall.
Come on. We're almost there.
Oh, they must be right past that next row of casks.
Yes. You can see right through here.
Who is it?
Sue. Look.
Well, my good friend Red, if I loosen the chains, can you be sure you can start a mutiny?
Of course I can, Mr. Testi. I told you this morning I was with you every knot of the way.
But if this is not true, if I lose you and then you tell the captain...
Blow me down, Mr. Testi. I'd never do that. So help me, I wouldn't cross you.
If you did, you might find the dirt between your ribs. But if you cannot start a mutiny among the men, you will be of no use to me.
That's the man. That's Testi, all right.
But where did he come from? Where has he been hiding?
Look. See that opening in the planking over there?
Yes. It's like a door.
That's where he's been hiding. There's a secret compartment in the side of the hull.
We better run back and tell the captain.
Right away, Sue. But wait. Listen a minute.
But this I tell you, my friend Red.
Yeah?
Whether it is through you or by some other way, before 8 bells this evening, I shall have that map of Senor Grange's, and it shall be I who am in command of the ship, and not that swine, Captain Dalton. Madre de Dios, I swear it. By 8 bells, I shall be in command.
So, Testi has been on board the Poll Parrot all this time, hiding in a secret compartment. And what is his plot to free Red and start a mutiny? Will Johnny and Sue be able to tell the captain in time to stop this man's evil plans? And about that map, that's what Testi wants, the map that Mr. Grange holds with Johnny's father's name on it. Will he get it? Only time will tell. Perhaps we'll find out real soon, so don't miss even one of these exciting adventures on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling story of whaling days at sea. When we last heard from our friends Johnny and Sue aboard the Poll Parrot, they had just discovered Testi, the mysterious Spaniard who had been so elusive in the hold of the ship. And of all things, talking to Red Mahooley, the mutinous sailor, who was put in chains for attacking Captain Dalton in his cabin. Johnny and Sue are still in the hold, hidden from Testi's and Red's view by whale oil casks. They are trying to hear the conversation between the Spaniard and Mahooley without being detected. Meanwhile, on deck, Old Dickson, with Poll Parrot perched on his shoulder, is waiting at the hatch for the return of Johnny and Sue with whatever information they are able to discover. While just up the deck a bit, Captain Dalton is talking to his first mate, Wainwright.
Well, matey, I believe that with putting that red-headed Mahooley in chains below, a lot of our trouble is over.
Right you are, Roy. And I'll lay to that.
He's a bad un, that Red.
That is no name for the lubber. And landlubber he'll be as soon as we reach Rio. And if I've got anything to do about it, he'll remain a landlubber. For I'm going to warn every skipper and every officer I know agin him.
You know, matey, the more I ponder over it, the more I think that perhaps Red is the one who threw that belaying pin that capsized old man Breckenridge before we set sail.
But why? What reason could he have had for a thing like that?
Well, for one thing, I'm firmly convinced that in everything that has happened so far, Testi has been the instigator.
But what is that
Now,
to
wait
do
till I finish. You see, if Testi was so intent upon getting something, and not knowing whether it was on my person or perhaps on board ship, what would keep him from getting this Red to sign up for the cruise so he could have some help on board if he needed it?
Sounds likely enough. But why did Red wait to start trouble until after you knocked him down in defense of the lad Johnny?
Did it ever occur to you that maybe he started to abuse the boy, knowing full well that I'd do something about it? Then he would have some reason, well, even to start mutiny aboard. That, then, would be the ideal time for Testi to get in his dirty work.
If that's the case, then I'm in favor of having the swab tried for mutiny and let him swing for it.
No, George. As I've said before, I'll have none of the man's blood on my head. And he's harmless enough where he is.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, Roy Dalton. A tiger is never safe, even though he may be in a cage, until he's stuffed.
Perhaps. But I don't intend to be the one who stuffs him. Well, how does the crew strike you as whalemen, since we put them through the drills?
A set of men I'm proud to be first mate over, and you may lay to that.
And to think you almost didn't sign up to come with us.
Aye. But I'm still of the mind that this cruise is for something else besides whaling.
And I agree with you, Wainwright. I know there is more that Mr. Grange could tell us if he wanted to. Oh, by the way, where's the lad Johnny? If you see him, send him to my cabin. I've some things for him to do.
Aye, aye, Captain Dalton. Oh, there's Dickon down the deck a bit. I'll ask him if he's seen the boy.
Shh. Sue, We can't leave now. Testi might hear us. Just keep quiet, and maybe we'll hear him and Red talk again.
Yes, be still. I think they're talking now.
Shh. But blow me down, Mr. Testi. I can guarantee to start a mutiny on this ship if you'll get these chains off me.
Of that I am not sure, my friend. At first I think perhaps the red-haired man can help me. Then again, perhaps he may be in the way. You had a good chance to get this dog Dalton, as you say, the other night. But no, he catch you instead. However, I will think it over. If I need you, I know where you are.
But listen to me. If you don't loosen these chains, maybe when old man Dickon comes down with my grub, I'll tell him where you're hiding. Then the jig would be up with you, too.
My friend, I think that was unwise for you to say. Perhaps when Dickon arrives with food for you, he finds you are not capable to eat it. Why? Because I carry very sharp blade in my knife.
No, Mr. Testi. I didn't mean I'd snitch on you. Honest, I didn't. I was just trying to... Well,
You see, my friend, it would be unwise for me to rely upon you for help. Your hair, it is red, my friend. But the rest of you, I'm afraid, is another color. Yellow, maybe.
Well, don't worry. I won't tell where you're hiding.
I am not afraid of that, my friend. However, if I did not believe you, there would not be time for you to give me away. For I think I know how I will gain my end. And very soon, I think I know.
John, did you hear what he was talking about?
Yes, but I don't know exactly what he means. Look, Sue. Testi is leaving Red.
Yes, and he's going toward that secret panel in the ship's side.
As soon as he goes through it, we'll run up and tell Captain Dalton.
Now he's inside the panel.
Yes. And now the panel is closing behind him. Look, it's completely closed. And it's almost impossible to tell where it is after it's shut.
But how will we find it again after we get Captain Dalton?
Come on with me and I'll show you.
But wait, Johnny. You're not going out there where Red is. Why, he'll see you.
What if he does? He can't harm us. He's all chained up. I'm going over and fix that spot where the secret door is. And then we'll go above where Dickon is waiting.
Boss there, Mr. Wainwright. Be you looking for old Dickon?
No, Dickon. But I'm looking for Johnny. The captain wants him. Have you been seeing the lad?
Aye, I have that, sir. The boy and Miss Sue are below trying to find out what they can find out.
Trying to find out what?
Trying to find out where old Testi is hiding himself.
So you think old Testi is still aboard, huh? Why, man, we've searched from stem to stern, and there's no trace of the worm.
Aye, maybe so. But as I've said before, old Poll Parrot here is a sight older than any of us. And when he says old Testi is aboard, you can bet your sea chest he is aboard.
Dickon, you've become a bit touched, I do believe. What kind of talk is that? Poll Parrot told you so?
Well, laugh if you must, Mr. Wainwright. Behold, here comes Miss Sue and the lad coming up the companionway now.
Quick, Dickon, hurry. We've seen Testi.
What?
Yes, Mr. Wainwright. We just saw him talking to the sailor you put in chains.
Are you sure?
Aye, aye, sir. Hurry, and we'll show you where he went to.
Aye, what did I tell you, sir?
Down the hatch, down the hatch.
Down the hatch it is, then. Come on, Dickon. Johnny, you and Miss Grange stay here. There may be danger below.
But, Mr. Wainwright, if I stayed here, how would you know where to find Testi? Where's Captain Dalton? We should tell him.
There's no time to tell Captain Dalton now. Come along, then, Johnny. Perhaps you'd better go with us to show us where the lubber went to.
Hurry up. Down this way.
But how in the world did you ever come to find him?
Well, we knew he must be on board somewhere, for Dickon had left the parrot down below with Red Mahooley. Then when he brought him back on deck, the parrot kept yelling, "You can lay to that, Mr. Testi. I'm with you."
That he did, Mr. Wainwright. It's the truth.
He's a moving hammerhead shark, and you can lay to that.
You see, Mr. Wainwright? So Johnny and I came below and hid behind those casks over there.
And while we were hiding behind them, we saw Testi talking to Red Mahooley.
What were they talking about?
Well, we couldn't hear very well at first. They were talking so low.
Then we looked up, and right behind Testi, we saw an opening in the ship's side.
Yes, sir. A kind of a door. It's closed now, but we were afraid we couldn't find it again. For when it's closed, you can't see it. So I went over and smeared some tar on the spot where it was.
Yeah, I see the smear you made. Come on, I'll talk with Red. Maybe he'll tell us what old Testi was talking to him about. Hey, Red, you weak-spined jellyfish. What's all this about old Testi talking to you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He won't tell, Mr. Wainwright, because Testi threatened to kill him if he said anything.
Well, we'll take care of Red later. First, we've got to get through this secret door somehow. I can see where this might be a door, but how does it open? I'd hate to have to break it down. That'd warn old Testi, and if he knew about this secret panel, he no doubt knows of others on board. We'll have to surprise him. But how? There must be a spring that opens this door.
North and northeast, matey. North and northeast.
North, northeast, huh? That'd be the right side up. I can't feel anything. I wonder.
Avast there, matey. Heave to, heave to.
Maybe the parrot's right again, Mr. Wainwright. Heave to.
He may be at that. Here, I'll put all my weight on this end and push. Wait a minute. Look.
It's opening.
All you have to do is give it a start.
Aye, and she opens by herself. Come on, Dickon. We'll go in first. Johnny, you and Miss Grange can follow. But easy now. It's kind of dark. I'll have to feel my way.
Careful, Mr. Wainwright. The lover may be waiting for you with a knife.
Hardly think so. There's just room in this secret way for one person at a time. And there's no one here now.
Perhaps he heard us.
Maybe, but we'll find him. Come on. Take it easy. Here are some steps. Say, Dickon, what would be just above these steps and just below the deck? You know this ship better than I do.
Aye, that I do. Well, I'd say the cabins are just above Mr. Grange's and Captain Dalton's.
Well, come on. Follow me up these stairs.
Look up ahead, Mr. Wainwright. Is that a light?
Light it is, lad. And what's this? Boards. Why, this passageway was boarded up. And look, these boards have just recently been broken away.
Aye, and stout boards they are, sir. It would take a long while to lock them away from this passageway, sir.
That accounts for it, Dickon.
Accounts for what, sir?
For the scraping sounds we've all been hearing the past few nights. The Spaniard had to be quiet as possible, and it took him a long while to break the boards away on that account.
But where does this passage lead to?
Yes, if it leads to one of the
Come
cabins.
on, we'll soon find out. If what you say is true, Dickon, then that light we see through that crack ahead is either coming from Captain Dalton's cabin or Mr. Grange's. Why, look, it must be another secret panel leading into one of the cabins.
Let me peek through, Mr. Wainwright. Oh, it's our cabin. Shh, it's not very light in there, but I can see two people. They're talking. Wait, they're going to light the lamp on the table.
Can you see who it is, Sue?
Shh, wait a minute. Now the lamp's lit. Oh.
What's the matter? Who is it?
Oh, it's Testi, all right, and...
Who's he talking to?
Testi is talking to my brother.
Well, now we have solved one mystery and run right into another. Testi is definitely aboard, and we have found that it is he who caused the chopping noise, and we know, too, how he did it. But why is he talking to Mr. Grange? What have these two men in common? What does this meeting have to do with the many strange things that Ezra Grange has done during this voyage? To find out, be sure not to miss even one of these exciting adventures on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling, exciting story of the sea and the adventurous days of whaling. Well, now we find Johnny Robbins and Sue Grange almost at the heart of the mystery that surrounds the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Johnny and Sue hid in the hold of the Poll Parrot and saw the Spaniard Testi come out of the secret compartment in the hull and lay a plot with Red Mahooley. And this plot is for mutiny. Johnny and Sue immediately rushed back on deck and told their discovery to Old Dickson and to First Mate George Wainwright. All four of them went down to the hold, found the secret panel, and entered the hidden room. They came to a passage leading to a door which was slightly open. Looking in, they saw it led to Grange's cabin. And in the cabin, talking to Mr. Grange, was none other than Testi himself. We take up our story just now where we left off in our last adventure, as Johnny and Sue, Dickon and Wainwright, hidden in the wall, listened to the conversation in the cabin.
But, Sue, how can your brother be talking to Testi?
I don't know.
Blow me down. I don't like to say it, Miss Sue, but I've been suspecting that your brother has had something up his sleeve since before the Poll Parrot weighed anchor. But I never guessed he could be in anything with Testi.
Oh, I can't believe he's working with that wicked Spaniard. There must be some other reason.
Strike me canvas. If Captain Dalton was only here, he'd know what to do.
To my way of thinking, the best thing to do is listen and find out what we may.
Shiver me timbers, still that noise, you lubber. You want us to be found here? I should never have brought the bloomin' bird up this passageway.
They're talking louder. Listen.
My dear Mr. Grange, be sensible. I know as much about this treasure as you do. Why not let us be partners instead of enemies?
Listen to me, you blackguard. I won't be a partner with you in any kind of venture. One of us is suddenly going to disappear from this ship, and it isn't going to be me.
Very strong words, Senor Grange. Take care that you are not too sure of yourself.
Of all the colossal insolence. I never heard of a man playing a lone hand who tries to bargain with someone who has an entire crew on his side. Do you realize that all I have to do is summon the crew and have you thrown in irons? Or perhaps overboard?
I always play a lone hand, Senor Grange. But it is a very heavy hand.
Now, look here. Before I turn you over to the captain...
If you do, which I doubt...
Well, never mind that. But first, tell me, how did you come to find out so much about my plans, and how did you get aboard this ship?
I have plenty of time, Senor Grange. I shall be glad to explain at length. 6 years ago, I sailed as a seaman aboard this very ship, the Poll Parrot. That is why I know so much about her. It was then, 6 years ago, that I discovered that secret compartment down in the hold.
Avast! That's where shipkeeper Breckenridge remembers seeing the swab I'll wager when he was aboard this ship 6 years ago.
And that's the reason Mr. Breckenridge was hit in the head with that belaying pin, when he remembered and started to tell Captain Dalton about it.
Aye, lad, you're right. Red Mahooley overheard him and threw that pin when he thought his boss was going to be revealed.
Shh! Listen.
But that doesn't explain how you found out my plan.
You are correct again, Senor Grange. Let us start at the beginning. 20 years ago, 2 sailors on a merchantman were let off on a small island in the South Seas to get water for their ship. While there, they found outcroppings of a very valuable mineral, and they decided to keep the secret to themselves until they had enough of the money to fit out a ship of their own to go back to the island and mine the mineral.
What do you know about these 2 men?
Those 2 men were Ezekiel Kipp and Jonathan Robbins.
That was my father.
Blow me down. So that's why he didn't want you to sail with us on this cruise, lad. Listen.
Those 2 men drew up a map of the island, and that map is now in your possession.
And there it will remain, blast you.
Johnny, that's the map I saw Brother Ezra reading.
Avast, lad. That half of that rich mineral discovery belongs to you, Johnny.
It's all clearing up. I see what's behind this mysterious cruise now.
Well, these 2 men, Kipp and Robbins, sailed together for 2 more years. And then Kipp ran off with the map, leaving Robbins, out in the cold. But Robbins is still living, and rightfully he owns half of that map.
I know nothing of that. I bought the map for $500 from Ezekiel Kipp 2 years ago. And now it's mine. All mine, you hear?
If you know nothing about Jonathan Robbins, how is it you have his son on board this ship as cabin boy?
Oh, you know that too, do you? Confound you. That was none of my doing. You were the one who brought him aboard. I wanted to send him back when I found out who he was, but I changed my mind when I realized he obviously knew nothing about it. Besides, it might have attracted attention to the real purpose of this cruise.
Aha, you admit it. You do know about Robbins' right to share the treasure, and you wanted to cut his son out of it. I knew that. And that is why, if you wish to play safe, you will let me in on this, or else I will tell the navigation authorities about your foul play. And, Senor Grange, you may have some difficulty when you return to port.
You'll never get to tell that information, Testi.
I'm afraid I shall. But if you share in this with me, and I do not even ask half, the world will never know how badly the poor little lad has been cheated.
You can't bluff me, Testi. But look here. How did you find out about these 2 men and their map? Ezekiel Kipp and Jonathan Robbins.
2 years ago, you bought from Ezekiel Kipp the map which he had stolen from his partner, Robbins. Last year, Kipp died in a sailor's home in Gloucester. I was at his deathbed. I had known him for a long time. Before he died, he told me the whole story.
And you blackguard, decided you'd get the map for yourself,
Why not, senor? Why not? In this life, it is to get the biggest fish you can catch. And it matters not how you catch it. Then, you see, I procured 2 men to help me out. A Mexican with 1 leg named Pancho and a seaman named Red Mahooley.
Blow me down. See, I told you they were working together from the beginning. I'll test you in this Red Mahooley.
Listen.
So that red-headed seaman was your man, and you managed to get him aboard here.
Si, senor. The Mexican, Pancho, came aboard with me the night I brought the boy to find out where your cabin was. I was then looking for the map, for I guessed that Captain Dalton knew nothing about this treasure business. You see, I picked his pocket on the dock. I found nothing. But before we could go below that night, the second mate heard us, and Pancho was forced to jump overboard. Whatever became of him, I do not know.
But you escaped to the hold and hid there.
Si, senor. And I hid in the secret passage I had found out about 6 years ago when I sailed on this Poll Parrot. I knew it led to one of the cabins, and I hoped it was yours.
It was. And I, part owner of this ship, didn't even know anything about that passage.
See, but I ran into an obstacle. Sometime in those 6 years, someone had boarded up that passage. So I was forced to remain in the hold and chop through the partition with my knife, chip by chip. It was slow work, and only today have I completed it.
So that was the chopping sound we heard.
So this morning, when Red Mahooley was thrown into irons in the hold, I promised to free him if he led the men to mutiny. But later I changed my mind. He's not to be depended upon. Already he's made too many mistakes. So I came up to see you myself. Put my cards on the table. To beard the lion in his den, as you say.
Well, I've seen your cards, and there's not a high one among them. You've overplayed your hand, Testi, and now you'll pay. I'm glad you told me how you found out all these things, but now your time has come to settle.
You will not change your mind, senor, and take me in as partner?
Of course not. Compromise with you when I have all the crew on my side? Do you think I'm a fool?
You are a fool, senor, if you will not listen to this argument. See?
What? Well, you scoundrel, put that gun away.
You let me in as your partner right now, or you never live to tell one word I told you today.
Now, hold on, Testi. Hold on there. Wait.
Who is that? Who is that?
Open this door. This is Captain Dalton.
Now, you scoundrel, you're trapped.
No more trapped than you, Mr. Grange. You forget these walls are thin, and I heard the whole dirty plot in my cabin. If you don't open, I'll stave it in.
Grange. Now you are in this too, Grange. Open that door. At the moment he steps in, I shoot.
Oh, Johnny, what can we do? We've got to save the captain.
Yes, look. Your brother's going to open the door.
Blow me down. I can't stand here and see me matey shot down in cold blood. But what can I do? I have no weapon.
Boss, I have it. Wait.
What are you doing, Dickon? Why, you're unbuckling your wooden leg.
Here. Here's the old peg leg, Mr. Wainwright. Heave it at the lubber's gun arm.
Bless you, Dickon, you're a lifesaver. Open the panel in the wall slowly, Johnny, so he doesn't see us.
Oh, hurry, Mr. Wainwright. Brother Ezra's opening the cabin door to let in the captain.
And now, my dear Capitan, I have the pleasure to kill you. I shall... Oh, caramba!
Got him!
Gee, you hit him.
You knocked the gun right out of his hand.
It's all over with you, old Testi, you swab.
No, blow me down. George Wainwright, and Johnny, and Sue, and Dickon. How did you get in here?
Scuttle his decks, rake him from stem to stern.
I'll tell you later, Captain. Get him. Don't let the bilge scum get away.
Come here, you dirty...
Caramba, you have got me, you think, eh? Not yet.
Look out. He's got a knife.
Boss, Captain, to port. Mr. Grange is coming upon you.
So, Grange, you're scared for your skin, eh? Now we found you out. I've been waiting for this chance. Begging your pardon, Miss Sue. Here's your brother. But I have to do it.
Don't strike me, Captain. It'll mean you're...
Gee, he hit your brother right on the jaw.
He's my brother, but honest, Johnny, it serves him right.
Look out, Roy. Testi's got a knife.
Not yet. I am not caught.
He's coming for me. Ow!
He's got Sue.
After him together, men.
You follow 1 inch, and I stab the
Oh,
girl.
he means it. He's fighting for his life.
He's making for the secret panel in the wall.
Don't worry. I'll be safe. Don't follow. He'll hurt you.
The brave little lady. Game even in this danger.
If you follow me into the hold, I use the knife. Remember, I hold her till you let me off this ship.
Lash me to a yardarm. He's gone into the wall.
That's the second time he's gotten away by using a child for a screen. What do we do now, Captain? We'll have to talk terms with him to save Sue.
I don't know what you're going to do, but I know what I will. I'm going to get Sue free, and I'll do it in 10 minutes.
Squalls off the starboard bow. Man the canvas.
This is worse than ever. We know what all the mystery on this cruise was about, and Testi has been discovered. But Sue is in terrible danger. Captain Dalton and Wainwright are at a standstill. They have Testi at bay, but they can do nothing without endangering Sue. And brave little Sue didn't want them to follow, lest they get hurt. And what about Johnny? What can he do to save his little friend? Can he really free Sue Grange in 10 minutes, as he says? Be sure not to miss even one of these thrilling adventures on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, that thrilling, exciting story of the sea. In our last adventure, Johnny and Sue, with First Mate George Wainwright and old Pegleg Dickon, hid in the secret compartment Testi had used. and listen to a very startling conversation between Testi and the owner of the ship Poll Parrot, Ezra Grange, in Grange's cabin. In that conversation, every bit of the mystery was cleared up. The map Ezra Grange has and the true purpose of the cruise of the Poll Parrot is the key to a very valuable mineral vein on a small South Sea island, and half of this map really belongs to Johnny's father. Testi has wanted this map. That's why he has caused so much trouble. And now he threatens to reveal Grange's plot to cheat young Johnny if Grange will not let him in as a partner. When Grange refuses, Testi produces a gun, and at that moment, Captain Dalton, who has heard everything, demands entrance to the cabin. Grange realizes his plot has been discovered and opens the door while Testi plans to shoot Captain Dalton as he enters. However, Wainwright hurls Dickens' wooden leg at Testi and knocks the gun out of his hand. A great struggle ensues in which Dalton knocks out Grange, but Testi suddenly grabs a knife, seizes Sue, and threatens to stab her if he is followed. The men all stand back at wit's end while Testi is retreating into the secret passage back to the hold and carrying Sue with him.
Blow me down. Our hands are tied. We can't follow the lover into the hold. He might harm little Sue.
Well, I'm going to save Sue, and I'll have her free in 10 minutes.
Wait a minute, lad. You'll only be hurt trying to outwit Testi, and you'll put Sue in greater danger.
Don't worry. I won't let Testi see me. I'll be careful.
Avast, Roy. What do you suppose the lad means to do?
He can't do anything, George. He's just excited. He likes little Sue. You can lay to that. He's probably just gone on deck to think up some boyish plan.
Captain Dalton. Captain Dalton. Mr. Grange is coming, too.
Well, after that blow you gave him on the chin, Roy, I'm surprised he didn't stay asleep a lot longer.
Oh, where? Oh, so I'm here. Yeah, I remember.
You've gotten us into a pretty reef, Grange.
Oh.
If you hadn't tried to help that swab Testi, your sister wouldn't be in danger now.
My sister? What's happened to her? Where is she? And where's Testi?
Testi grabbed her and rushed down the passageway. We couldn't follow her. He'd have used his knife.
You mean that scoundrel has Sue in his hands? Good Lord, we've got to get her free.
You should have thought of that before you hooked into Testi's dirty game, Grange.
Oh, what have I done? If anything happens to Sue, it'll be... Oh, what can we do? What do you suppose he's going to do to her?
Well, my guess is that he'll camp in the hold and keep Sue as a protection. He'll probably be wanting us to set him a sea in a boat with some provisions. And not until then will he free the girl.
That's my guess, too, George. We'll have to go down in the hold with a white flag and offer him protection until he hands Sue over to us.
Pardon me, sirs, but he can't stay there below forever, or he'd starve.
Not much chance of that, Dickon. Since we know that Red Mahooley was in this plan with him, Red must have kept him well supplied with provisions when he hid below in that secret passage. He'll still have enough to last him for some time.
But for heaven's sakes, give him anything he wants, anything to save Sue.
It seems to me, Grange, you're bloomin' soft-hearted all of a sudden. Up to now, nobody's life has meant much to you, and your scheming, cheating plans of getting money.
Oh, I know. I deserve all you can say about me. I guess I deserve that blow, Captain. I realize now what a fool I've been. But nothing matters now that Sue's in trouble. She's very dear to me, and we've got to speak to Testi and talk terms.
I'm glad to hear you talk like that. It brings back some of my faith in men. But you're right. We're wasting words up here. We've got to get below and talk to that Spaniard. We've got to do what he says to get Sue back. And batten down my hatch, it's a sorry thing to me to have to do what that swab says. Avast, then.
Come along with us, Dickon. You've been a great help to us up to now.
Hold on just a second till I lash on me peg legs, sir. It's still lying where it fell when you heaved it at Testi.
Go ahead, Dickon. We'll go in advance.
We'll head right for the hold. Down here along the companionway.
Nothing can happen to Sue. We can't let it happen.
I know, Mr. Grange, that you're at your wit's end about your sister. But there's one thing I want to make clear. We know all about this cruise now, and we know all you had planned. We know the reason for every list of port, you might say. Well, you're still the owner of the ship Poll Parrot, and you've the right to say about her. You're to say what's the purpose of the cruise and where she goes. But from now on, as captain, I'm true master of this ship. What we do aboard, how everything's run above or below deck, I'm to say that. I'm to be true master of this ship from now on. Is that understood, Mr. Grange?
Yes, Captain, you're right. As skipper, that's your duty. I know my place from now on.
Well, sirs, I wish to be alone.
Come ahead, Dickon. Here's the hatch to the hold. Down we go.
I'd say, Captain, that you'd better let the swab know that you're here and that you've come peaceable. Or he's apt to think that you're sneaking up on him, and he might even harm Miss Sue.
You're right, Dickon. Avast there, Testi. This is Captain Dalton speaking peaceable. We're here to talk terms with you.
There's no answer. Do you think he's in the hold? Maybe he stayed back in the secret passageway.
Oh, good Lord, I hope nothing's happened to Sue.
It isn't likely he's in the passage. My guess is that he's hemmed himself in someplace among these empty whale oil casks.
Blow me down, I believe you're right, Captain. Look over to the starboard ceiling. Do you see how those casks are stacked around in a circle and very high? They were never stowed down here like that.
Ah, scuttle the lubber ship. Ram him amidships.
Stow that, you slab-sided animal. You're in a bad enough squall as it is.
Ahoy there, Al Testi. We're here on a peaceful mission. Will you talk terms with us?
Come forward to this group of casks. We have built a fortress here, so do not try any tricks.
He said we built a fortress, Captain. Who else does he mean by we?
Shiver me timbers, sir. Look, the iron's there, where you had Red Mahooley chained up.
They're empty.
So that's it. He's freed Mahooley, and they're both back of those casks.
Is Mahooley back there with you?
Of course, we work together. Captain, you and Senor Grange approach the casks. The others must stand 10 paces behind you. And don't try any tricks.
Go ahead, Captain. We'll stand back.
All right. But how do we know you won't heave that knife at us?
You are a fool, Captain. If I threw a knife at you, how could I harm the girl I am holding as hostage?
That sounds reasonable. Avast then, we're here. Now, what do you want us to do before you return the girl unharmed?
You must outfit a whaleboat with a month's provisions in case we are sometime at sea. You must pile all weapons aboard the ship in the bow, and you and all the crew must stand in the stern. You yourself must lower the boat with Mahooley and myself and the girl in it.
The girl? What do you mean?
You will also supply us with an empty cask. As soon as we have been set afloat, we lash the little lady to the casks and set her in the sea. Then you can pick her up and take her aboard.
Of all the outrageous plots that I ever...
Careful of your tongue, Senor Grange. You have nothing to gain by it.
Very well. We'll do whatever you say.
But understand this, Al Testi. The girl must be returned unharmed.
I assure you she shall be. If you doubt about her now, you may see her. See?
Look, he's lifting her above the casks. She's waving.
Sue, are you all right?
I'm fine, Ezra. You and Captain Dalton mustn't worry about me. Just do whatever you think best.
All right, Sue. Very well, Al Testi. We'll do as you say.
I hate to do this, you bilge scum, but our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. We'll have the whaleboat ready in 30 minutes.
You are very sensible, Captain. Much more sensible than I thought. One more condition. When we go above, Captain, you must walk ahead of us, right before us. I do not trust your fists. You strike quickly and very well, as my companion here, Senor Mahooley, can attest.
So that. I'll get even with him for that someday.
Aye, Mahooley. I look forward to a pleasant scene when we meet again.
Be sure, Senor Capitan, that the whaleboat you prepare for us is equipped with canvas, properly trimmed. We shall need a sail, for we will wish to leave you in quite a hurry.
Blaster, you think of everything. Very well. Wainwright and Dickon, come here. You heard the conditions this swab Al Testi has set for us.
Aye, sir.
We'll have to comply in every detail. I'll remain here until they come out of their hiding place. Then I shall walk before them, just as they said.
It's bloomin' dangerous. The lubber can stab you in the back.
I'll have to take that chance.
Don't turn around, sir. Something bloomin' funny is happening to one of those casks on the top row, over where Al Testi's voice was coming from.
What do you mean?
It's rocking very slowly to and fro, and it's always moving further in.
Blow me down. What could that be?
Supper and whitefish. I know, Captain. Johnny went away from the cabin ahead of us. I'll lay you that he's stowed away in that cask, and he's losing his balance.
I think so, but if Johnny is in that cask, he knows what he's doing. Boil me and blubber, the cask is ready to topple over.
I've got to look. Avast, there it goes, falling inside their stockade. How did that fall
I
in
got
there,
Al Testi's knife, and if you step forward or turn around to me, I'll jab it into your back.
Come on, rush the casks. It's our one chance.
Why, you little heron frightening me with the dirt. I'll show you count on it. Who hit me with a stake?
Johnny, watch out!
I'll show you.
Heave the casks aside, men. You've reached the end of your rope, Mahooley.
Stow me in the briny. Look, there's Johnny beating him over the head with a piece of that cask, and Sue standing behind him with a knife.
And Al Testi's lying on the floor, out, dead to the world. Stand aside, Mahooley. We've got you.
You win. I give in. It was all his idea. I wouldn't have hauled the girl. What are you going to do with me?
What usually becomes of mutineers and murderers, Red?
I knew it. I knew if I cast in with that snake, I'd swing in the end. I knew it.
Wainwright, take him away and put him back in irons. Then lash Al Testi here.
I think it'll be quite a few minutes before he wakes up, though.
Sue, thank heaven you're safe.
Oh, Brother Ezra, I'm so glad it's all over.
And a braver pair of young ones than her and the lad I've never heard of on land or sea. Johnny, you've got the courage of the best of men, and you can lay to that.
I had to do it, Captain.
It's a miracle you weren't hurt when you fell with that cask on top of Testi.
Oh, I just got a couple of scratches.
Avast, lad, how did you ever do it?
Well, I just sneaked down here in the hold, behind all these casks. And those two men were so busy piling up casks to make that stockade, they never even heard me. Then, while they were talking to you, I climbed up the casks. I always was good at climbing trees back on the farm, and I knew none of the casks had lids on them. So I crawled in that one right over Testi and watched my chance to rock it and make it fall on him.
You've saved my sister, lad, and helped get these blackguards.
Yes, Mr. Grange, and just what do you propose to do about it?
I've been a money-grabbing fool, Captain. I suppose it always works out this way when you try to cheat. Well, I know when I'm wrong. I bought Ezekiel Kip's interest in that treasure map, and as outfitter of the cruise, I suppose I'm rightfully entitled to half the minerals we find. But so help me, the other half goes to Johnny Robbins.
Mr. Grange, thank you.
Oh, Brother Ezra, you're a darling.
Now, Sue, watch out for my cravat. You're mussing me all up.
Mr. Grange, you've come through like a real man. We all make mistakes, and I'm proud to shake the hand of a man who admits his mistakes and makes them good.
Thank you, Captain.
And from now on, it's bend on all canvas for the island in the South Sea, which is to be our goal.
Blow me down. This is a happy time for all of us. I've not felt so good since I caught me first whale.
Ah, smooth sailing ahead. Smooth sailing from here on out. Ah!
And so, thus ends our story of the cruise of the Poll Parrot. With Testi and Mahooley caught at last, with Johnny Robbins in for a large share of a great treasure, with Mr. Grange coming through like a true honest New Englander, and with Captain Dalton in full command of his ship, all's well. For from this moment on, we know that no ship ever sailed the sea on a happier journey than this, the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. The purpose of hunting whales and collecting a cargo of whale oil, the true reason for the cruise of the Poll Parrot is to seek a valuable mineral treasure on an unknown island. Captain Dalton, his best friend and first mate George Wainwright, the one-legged sailor Dickon, the cabin boy Johnny Robbins, and little Sue Grange, sister of the ship's owner, have succeeded in uncovering the secret, which was known only to the owner of the ship, Ezra Grange. He is also on the voyage, supposedly as a passenger, but really to find the treasure he seeks. After a bold attempt by a Spaniard named Testi and his partner in crime, Red Mahooley, to get control of the ship and secure the treasure for themselves has been foiled by the bravery and quick thinking of our friends, the troublemakers have been thrown in irons down in the hold. Since Johnny Robbins' father was one of the original discoverers of the rich mineral deposit on the secret island, Ezra Grange has promised him half the treasure when it's found. Just at this point, with the villain safely disposed of and the ship well on its way to the island, a cry comes from the masthead.
Far she blows.
Blow me down, Mr. Grange. A whale sighted and so soon out. But with a new purpose in mind, of seeking for treasure, perhaps we might as well not waste time, Whalen.
Oh, no, Captain Dalton. Even though we are first on the mission of this map, Grange and Sons are still in the whale oil business, you know. We'll not pass up such a chance when it's right before us.
Aye, sir, right you are. We'll make short work of this lubber in no time at all. Wainwright, you and Dickon go on deck. Give orders to make ready for the catch.
Aye, sir.
Oh, Johnny, we'll see our first whale caught.
Yeah, I wish I could go along.
Stand by. All hands on deck. Man the whaleboats. Mr. Mascara, make ready for the catch. Mr. George, make ready to lower away. There she blows off the starboard bow.
Avast, it's a mammoth one for fair, a giant blue whale. He'll be hard to take, but worth the effort, I'll lay you to that.
All's ready, sir. Mr. George's boat will make the catch with Mr. Mascara's boat standing by if assistance is needed.
He'll likely need it from that whale's size. Drop anchor! Heave her to!
She's up too, Captain.
Ah, there she blows. She's the biggest lubber I've laid my peepers on.
Look, here comes old Dickon with our mascot Polly on his shoulder.
He looks terribly excited, Johnny.
Captain Dalton. Shiver me timbers, Captain, it's him.
He's too, Dickon. What are you bawling about?
Oh, Captain, to me die of day, I'd know him. It's the very one, Captain.
Avast, Dickon. What's all this blabbing about? Speak up, man.
Well, that whale Rodel out there is the same blue whale that cost me legs some 15 years ago. I've seen him since many a day, and he's a monster to make fast to. But it's the same one, Captain, you may lay to that, sir.
But, Dickon, how could you be sure that that's the same whale when he's so far from the ship?
Oh, lass, I could never mistake that whale. Never till me dying day. Captain, I want to go out after that whale. I always swore we met again. It would be him or me, sir.
Blow me down, Dickon. You want to go in one of the boats?
I do, sir. I'm still as good a harpoon arm as ever. Lash me to a yard arm if I don't sink the iron deep into his carcass.
Dickon, mate, I know how close this is to your heart. I'm willing to give you a chance, but if harm befell you, I'd never forgive myself.
Oh, Captain, I'll take the risk. Please let me go, sir.
I'll do it. Mr. Jowett, Dickon will go with you as boat steerer.
Aye, sir.
Good luck, Dickon. Oh, but do be careful.
Oh, heaven bless you. I'll not fail. Avast, mates! Avast there! I'm coming!
We'll reach and blow and mill about, but we'll get 'em.
Swing the mainyard! Blow it away! Good luck, men! And follow close astern, Buscala. Aye, aye, Captain. Jowett's boat may have to weather heavy swells near that monster.
There they go. I hope Dickon catches his whale.
Aye, lad, there they go. Poor old Dickon has waited many a year for this moment. He can't fail. Batten down my hatch, but my heart is pumping as if I were out there with him.
Look at that boat skim over the water. You know, it seems funny, Captain Dalton. You said Dickon would take the place of the boat steerer, and yet he's not steering. He's standing up in the bow of the boat with the harpoon.
That's right. The second mate, Mr. Jowett, is steering. But after Dickon makes his strike and makes fast to the whale, then he and Jowett will change places, and he'll truly be the boat steerer.
Oh.
It seems to be a strange custom, I know, but it's always been so in whaling as far back as any man can remember.
They're creeping up on the whale. Gee, he's really a big one, all right.
He surely is. I never dreamed anything could be so big.
They can make no more noise than they must, young'uns. Because, you see, a whale's eyes are poor, but his ears are keen. And if he hears the slightest noise that's irregular, he'll sound.
Sound?
Yes, sound, dive under. And once he's under, there's no telling where he'll go. He may breach miles away.
Breach? What's that, Captain Dalton?
By breach, I mean he comes up to the surface again.
Oh, look, they're almost to him. Dickon is standing up with a harpoon in his hand.
Yes, he's about to cast the iron. May the gods of the sea smile on him and bring him luck.
Look, the whale's turning about.
Blow me down, he sees him.
Oh, my, he's going for the boat.
There goes Dickon's arm. He's cast.
Oh.
He's struck.
Dickon got him all right, but now there'll be the Dickens to pay, and he may lay to that.
But the whale's turning around. He can't bite anything with his back turned.
Aye, but there's the danger. A blue whale, though he's the biggest of all, has no teeth. His mouth is full of baleen.
Huh?
Baleen? What in the world is that?
Baleen is really the name for whalebone. It grows in plates in the whale's mouth from 2 to 12 feet in length.
Well, if they're not teeth, why are they in the whale's mouth?
To collect food and keep it in his mouth.
Oh.
But it's not his mouth I'm worrying about. It's the flukes of his tail, the most dangerous things in all the 7 seas.
Flukes are the points of the tail, aren't they, Captain Dalton?
That's right, Johnny. Those enormous points. Those are the flukes.
The whale is raising his tail out of the water. He's bringing it down on the boat.
Suffering whitefish. Both the boats are matchwood, and the men are all out in the sea. Wainwright, make my boat ready and lower away.
Aye, aye, Captain. But by Jehoshaphat, I'm going along.
Well, very well, George. In my boat. That's it, mate. Swing the mainyard. Lower away.
Oh, do be careful, Captain. Please, Mr. Wainwright, don't let anything happen to you.
We'll be careful, Sue. Johnny, what are you doing in this boat?
I had to go along, Captain. I'm small and quick. I can help.
Well, blow me down, Roy. We're lowered now. There's no time to put the lad aboard.
Oh, Johnny, you shouldn't have done this. But it's too late to do anything now. Keep low and out of the way. Ready, men. Here, man, I'll take the iron. You take a place at the stroke oar. I've got to make this strike myself. On, men, on.
Gee, look. The men out there in the sea are almost drowning. That whale's turning up the water so.
There's Dickon. He's swimming for dear life.
Easy, men, easy. We're almost on it. Wainwright, I'm going to cast the iron. Get ready to change places with me.
Aye, aye, sir. Avast! There he preaches right ahead. Boil me and blubber. He looks like a man of war.
And still see Dickon's iron in him. Yeah, it was a good strike. But this must be a better or we're all lost.
We're on him, Roy. Give it to us.
Here it is, you monster. Right. Change, George. Change. Keep the line. Get him steering oar. Then rope your lines, but keep fast to him. Stay out of the way of his fluke.
He's raising his tail again.
Oh! The port, men, the port. Here it comes. The line.
The boat's half full of water.
Hold on, men. Stay afloat. He missed us. Don't let her capsize. He's swelling. He's going to ram us. Turn, men, for your lives! Blow me down. He's turning again. Give him another iron, Wainwright.
Aye, aye, sir.
There. That's it. He's on the run. He's on the run. Haul line, men. Haul line. Keep it taut. Oh, we're closing in on him. Make ready to give him the lance, George.
Look, there's Dickon. He's alongside the whale. He's hanging onto his fluke.
Dickon, don't be a fool. You'll be killed by those flukes.
He's climbing up on the whale's back. What has he got in his hand?
Strap him down by a hatch. He's got a lance. He's crawling over to one side of the whale. That monster sounds now Old Dickon is lost.
There goes Dickon's arm. He's sinking the lance. Watch out, men. The whale's sounding. It's all over, men.
He's done it. Old Dickon's done it. That blow of the lance finished him.
Good old Dickon. He got his whale.
Fin out! Fin out! It's all over!
There the monster rolls over on his back.
Gee, I was never so excited in all my life.
Come on, men. We've got to pick up the men. Bail up out of the water out of the boat, me hearty. We've almost been swamped.
Captain, avast. There's Dickon.
Dickon, are you safe? Lend a hand, mate. Look lively there. Help those hands to starboard.
I got him, Captain. Fin out, I got him.
Help him aboard, men. Easy there, easy. Are you sound, Dickon? Are you all right?
I'm sore as a boiled clam, Captain. But I done it. Nobody can say I ain't even up to score.
Here, Dickon, sit over here. We've got to get all those other men aboard.
Look, Captain. Mr. Nicholson on board is sending us signals with the colors and togallants. He's sending out another boat to wait us and picking up the men.
Good. Look lively, Mr. Wainwright. There's Buscara and his boat steerer to port. And there's Jowett. Pick him up.
Here comes Nicholson's extra boat. I think all the hands are accounted for, sir.
Avast, let's see. Jowett and Buscara. 3 hands here. 2 making for Nicholson's boat. 5 still overboard there. Aye, Mr. Wainwright. All present, all accounted for. Our boat will still hold a few more hands. Help those men astern over the gunwale. Easy there, easy. Well, Dickon, it was a hard battle, but you've a stout heart. Man and boy, I've sailed the sea many years, and I've never met with a braver seaman, and you may lay to that.
Thank you, Captain. You don't know what this day has meant to me. I've evened up the bloomin' score. That great blue whale's flukes broke me leg some 15 years back, and that's how I come to lose it, you know. And now there the beast rolls, dead as a scuttlebutt.
And it was your thrust with the lance when you were on the whale's back that did it, Dickon.
Aye, lad. It's more than a fair exchange as I see it. I'm content now.
Look, Captain. There's 7 more signals up at the mainmast.
So they are. It blew me down. They've sighted land.
Land, sir, in these seas?
I know of no land hereabout.
Avast! The signals say land 3 points off the weather bow.
I can't understand raising land in this. Look, can you sight something there?
Why, it looks like smoke.
Smoke? Why, lad, you're right. But it's a lot of smoke for a fire.
Well, shiver me timber, sir, if I may speak me mind. It looks like smoke from a volcano to me.
A volcano? Why, the secret island we're sailing to has a volcano on it.
Ahoy, lad, that's the ticket. That's it. You may lay to that. They've sighted our treasure island. Our cruise has reached its mark.
Land, the secret island that bears the wealth of minerals that Grange has been heading for. Dickon has realized his life's ambition by killing the giant whale that once cost him his leg. But what lies ahead on this mysterious island? Will our friends have trouble ashore? Are the 2 troublemakers imprisoned in the hold of the Poll Parrot likely to start any more villainy? Only the further transcribed adventures of the crews of the Poll Parrot will tell. Be sure to follow Captain Dalton, Sue, Johnny, and their friends on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. We do know that just recently, good old Dickon, the one-legged sailor, evened the score with the giant blue whale, which many years ago was responsible for Dickon's losing his leg. The crew had no sooner made the dead whale fast alongside ship and off to further adventures when Captain Dalton ordered full sail to the volcanic island of Galto. Anchoring just off the island, a party including Captain Dalton, Ezra Grange, Johnny, and Sue is nearing land in one of the whaleboats. Dickon, the one-legged sailor, and most of the crew are already ashore. First Mate Wainwright and one of the crew have remained on board the Poll Parrot. Somewhere on this island of Galto, Ezra Grange hopes to find the vast treasure which rightfully belongs to him and Johnny Robbins. Oh, yes, Poll Parrot himself, the ship's mascot, seems to be the most excited of all as the boat nears land.
I'm hitting, Hardy.
Land it is, Polly. Dalto Island and perhaps the lost treasure.
Make her fast, me hearty.
Right you are, Polly. Make her fast, men. Ready for a landing.
And who knows, if this map we have is correct, the riches there may be in store for us.
Oh, Mr. Grange, I hope the map is correct and we find what we came for.
I'm sure we'll find it, Johnny.
All right, all of you, jump out. The boat's beached safely. You first, Sue.
Here I come. Oh, there.
Now, Mr. Grange.
All right, then.
Now, Johnny, come along, lad. Men, you'd better haul the boat farther up the beach. No use taking any chance of the tide coming in.
Aye, aye, sir.
Ahoy, Captain Dalton. Ahoy. Shiver me rigging. There's skullduggery afoot, Captain.
Harpooning, mateys.
Now, what's wrong, Dickon? Who's causing trouble now?
It's no who, Captain. It's a net.
What are you talking about, man? Calm yourself.
It's old Smoky Mouth, Mr. Grange. The worst volcano in these here parts. And I've seen her on many a cruise.
Do you think it's dangerous on this island, Dickon?
Strike me pink, I do, miss.
Don't get excited, Dickon. Old Smoky Mouth's much the same as other volcanoes in these islands. That smoke you see coming out of its mouth is almost constant. Been simmering like that for years, I suppose.
But aren't volcanoes dangerous when they smoke?
Not always. The ones that smoke all the time are not necessarily the most active or dangerous.
But Smoky Mouth is such a large volcano. I'll bet it's the largest in the world.
Oh, no, far from it. This one isn't half the size of the volcano of Fujiyama. Over 12,000 feet high she is, with a crater 500 feet deep. And if you walked around her mouth, you'd be walking 2.5 miles.
Aye, you're right there, Captain Dalton. I saw her with my own eyes, I did. When I was a lad, I shipped around the Horn, bound for the Orient. And when you get there, you can see old Fujiyama for miles, you can, sir.
Oh, I like this. It's the first time I've ever seen a real volcano.
Well, they're nice to look at from a distance. But I only hope we won't have to get too close to it, searching for the minerals.
Aye, sir. But it ain't the smoke that I'm worried about.
What then, Dickon?
A short while ago, before you landed, some of the men and myself went closer to old Smoky Mouth to see what we could see.
Did you see anything, Dickon?
He'd worried what we saw that struck us queer, lad. Blow me down, Captain. It's what we heard.
Well, out with it, man. What did you hear?
As I was saying, sir, we got close to old Smoky Mouth. It looked peaceful enough, all right. But as we neared it, blow me down, as if it were a warning to us we wasn't wanted on the island, she started a rumbling that would have capsized a hulk twice the size of the Poll Parrot.
That must have been the funny sound we heard when we were leaving the ship.
Yes, Sue. I heard it, too.
We were so busy making ready to heave to, I suppose I heard it, but paid no attention.
Captain, there it goes again, sir. I don't like the looks of it.
Nor do I, Dickon.
But you can't turn back now, Mr. Grange. That old Smoky Mouth doesn't frighten me.
Nor me, Ezra. I feel a lot safer with that volcano there than I did when that mean old Testi was running loose.
Aye, but he was a man, lass, and against any man there's chance for protection. Not so against an angry volcano once it starts on a rampage.
Right you are there, Captain Dalton. Well, I'll go again, any man before the mast. For Smoky Mouth here, once she went on a spree, it'd be too much for even old Dickon to manage.
What do you think, Captain Dalton?
Well, so there's no telling. We may be lucky and find out what we're after, and all of us back on shipboard with the bow pointed for home, long before Smoky Mouth starts any trouble. If we're careful, it's worth a chance. It'll be a shame to come all this way only to turn back. But the treasure's yours and Johnny's here, and it's up to you. Say the word and we turn back. Say ahead, and ahead it'll be.
I say ahead, Ezra.
And you, Johnny, what do you say?
Ahead it is, sir.
You're a brave pair, Sue and Johnny. Mr. Grange?
Ahead it'll be then, Captain Dalton.
Shiver me timbers, ahead it is.
Well, Mr. Grange and the men here will come with me. We'll join the other men up ahead. You, Dickon, stay behind with Sue and Johnny.
But, sir, I'd like to come along if I may.
And so would I. We're not going to stay behind.
Now, listen, you two hearties. It's better this way. We may want to signal to you. You can make the second trip with us.
Yes, now do as Captain Dalton says. He's in complete charge from now on, as I told him on the boat.
Thank you, Mr. Grange. We won't be long.
Blast me topsails. In all the excitement, I almost forgot about those two lubbers, old Testi and Red Mahooley.
Well, they're still chained up in the hold. I don't think they'll be able to get away real soon.
Mr. Wainwright and one of the men stayed on board to make sure of that.
Aye, but just the same, I'd feel a lot better when we drop 'em off at port where they'll get their just dues. If it was left to me, I'd like to do like the pirates do. I'd make the lubbers walk the plank.
Yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum. Walk the plank, you lubbers.
You see me, Oddies? Old Polly knows what to do with him.
I'll bet old Testi and Red Mahooley are sorry they ever tried to steal Mr. Grange's map of the treasure.
Yes. I wonder what they're thinking about now that they know they can't get away.
Yeah, and I can thank you, old Testi, for the fix we're in.
All your talk, Senor Mahooley. For someday we may not be in chains such as these, and I do not soon forget such insults.
Ah, you can't scare me, old Testi. I wish I'd never seen your dirty face. If I was locked up in a land brig, I'd know how to get out. But here, halfway in the middle of the ocean, well, it's the first time I've ever been in a seagoing jail. I ain't just figured out how to break 'em.
All of which reminds me, amigo mio, we should forget our quarrel. Perhaps we could devise some plan to make our escape.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Testi.
Then, senor, we are friends once more.
I guess so, only...
Only that there is still one chance that we may gain what we are after.
What do you mean, Testi?
Just this, amigo. This morning, when the stupid sailor they call Dickon brought us our food, he began his boasting again.
Yeah, blast his ornery hide. If I could get my hands on that salt...
One moment, my friend. You may yet have the opportunity.
What do you mean?
Just this. From what he said this morning, I would say that we are anchored just off the island which holds the treasure according to the map I tried to get from Senor Grange. So that means that the ship will be here for some time. Dickon made the mistake of telling me that it would be useless to try to escape, for they have left first mate Wainwright and one man to guard us, while the others went ashore.
And that means if we can get away from these chains we're in, we'd have a good chance to overpower Wainwright and the other sailor on deck and make our getaway.
But what, senor?
Where'd we go if we did get away?
To the island, of course, stupid one. Where, after all, we may be able to get hold of the treasure that Grange and the rest of them are after.
Say, that's right. Maybe we could. But what then? We can't get back to the mainland in a whaleboat.
My friend, once we are in control of the treasure, it will be an easy matter to bring the crew to our side. We could leave Grange and his friends to rot on the island.
Say, maybe we could do that, Testi. Maybe we could do that.
Now, here is what we do. These chains that hold us are old and rusty. A few blows with something heavy would break them loose.
Yeah, if I could only find... Wait a minute, Testi. Look over there with that whale log cask. A loose iron brace.
Ah, I see it, my friend. If you can only reach it.
I'll see. Maybe I can stretch out with my feet and move it over this way.
That is it, senor. One more inch and you have it.
I got it. Now I can move it over near us.
Nice work, amigo mio. Now, first, before we try to free ourselves, we must plan our attack upon the two sailors so that we will not fail.
Yeah, that's right. We can't fail now, Testi.
Now, here is what we do, Senor Red. The two men who are above, watching that we do not escape.
Jameson! Jameson!
Aye, Mr. Wainwright. Be right there.
Jameson, you thinking about time to take a look at the two rats we have in chains below?
Rats they are, sir. I'll go and have a look, but I don't think they'll be able to cause any more trouble. That last run-in they had with the captain took all the fight out of them.
So we are rats, Perhaps we are, but smart ones,
Testi, how did you two lovers get loose?
Perhaps in due time we will find out. In the meantime, Senor Wainwright and you two, sailor, I would advise you not to try anything you'll be sorry for. You see, I have this gun, which Senor Grange was good enough to leave in his cabin, pointed straight at your arm.
Finish the buzzards off now, Testi. That'll be two less we have to worry about.
In due time, friend Red, all in due time. You must control your bloodthirsty impulses.
I must do what?
Oh, never mind, senor. Those ropes lying on the deck, you see them?
Yeah, I see them.
Get them, then tie these two gentlemen very securely.
You'll never get away with this, you scum. Captain Dalton will swing you both from the yardarm of the Poll Parrot and let the sharks nibble your black hearts out.
I think not, my friend. Red, tie them tightly.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. The sailor's tied up, so he'll not get away. Now I'll take care of Wainwright here. But I'd much rather cut his heart out.
Senor Red, remember what I said. Hurry, we have much to do before we finish.
They're both tied up. Take that, you swab, Wainwright.
My holy, what did I tell you?
No, I couldn't resist laying the swab low. He made a bad mistake when he called us rats.
It seems he made a mistake when he called me rats, Senor Red. But I believe he was correct about you.
What do you mean by that, Testi?
I mean this, my friend Red. Remember when we were below in chains, you referred to me as dirty face. And if you remember further, my friend, I said I would not soon forget your insult.
But, Testi, we said we'd forget our quarrel.
I said we would forget our quarrel. But I did not say I would forget your insult.
What you gonna do?
A few moments ago, you mentioned cutting someone's heart out. That gives our Testi fine idea. But it will be your heart that is cut out, if any.
You can't do this, Testi. You need me to help you get the treasure from Grange and Captain Dalton.
No, Senor Red, I think not. Your clumsiness would be put in the way. You have blundered enough already. I do not intend taking any more chances with your arm.
Keep away from me, Testi. With that gun, keep away, I say.
The gun I do not intend to use on you, senor, but this knife. That is different. So, dirty face,
Just keep your distance, you swab. I should have known you'd try something like this. Get back now, or I'll throw this belaying pin. Will you ask for it?
You missed me, senor. Now it is my turn to throw, and I will not miss. In one moment, dog, this knife will pierce your arm.
I thought you had me that time, but But seen your dirty face, you missed too. Now I'm going to break you with my bare hands.
Let go of me,
Yeah, I'll let go of you. Over the rail of this boat, Mr. Dirty Face. I got you now. But look first. Look over the side of the boat. Do you see those fins upon the surface of the water?
Fins?
Sharks. Yeah, sharks. And here goes some food for them. They look kind of hungry to me.
Senor, my friend, you can't do that to me.
I can't, eh? Watch me.
So, that's the end of the troublemaker Testi. But what about Red Mahooley? What will his next step be? And that volcano, Smoky Mouth. Will Ezra Grange, Captain Dalton, Sue, and Johnny find the mineral treasure before Smoky Mouth erupts? Or before they have more trouble with Red Mahooley? We hope so. But we'll have to follow the transcribed adventures of the crews of the Poll Parrot very closely to find out all these things. Be sure to listen to the further adventures in the search for the vast mineral treasure on the island of Galto with Captain Dalton, Ezra Grange, Sue, Johnny, Dickon, and all the rest as we unfold the tale of the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. Find the valuable mineral deposit indicated on the map originally drawn by Johnny's father and the late Ezekiel Kip. While the party is ashore endeavoring to locate the mineral deposit, the two troublemakers, Testi and Red Mahooley, who have been imprisoned in the hold of the ship, manage to escape and overpower First Mate George Wainwright, who remained aboard to guard them. Then, in a raging argument which develops between the two plotters, Testi is thrown overboard in a sea of man-eating sharks, and Red is left alone. Red takes one of the whaleboats and rows some distance out to sea, around to the far side of the island, so as not to be seen by the shore party. He finally beaches his boat in a little inlet, and then...
Well, I ain't got Testi to worry about no more. Now I'm on my own. I'll be a millionaire, so help me. And now that I've got this boat beached, better haul her ashore and hide her someplace. This clump of bushes should do. There she be. Now let's take a peep at our bloomin' island here. There ain't much more than that big ugly volcano and a bit of woods about the base of it. That and a hole. A vast. That looks like a cabin at the edge of the woods. Who could be there? I better go over and have a look. I better keep this gun handy. Here we are. I'll just throw the door open quiet like. Don't move where we are. Empty. I'll have a chance to look around. Oh, that's somebody coming.
Good fishing. Grub for a couple of days now. Good fishing.
Stand aside, you walking skeleton, and don't make no noise.
Hey, who are you? You walrus? What are you doing on my island? This is mine. Mine, I tell you. Get off. Years ago, I set foot ashore here and claimed it, and it's mine. And nobody's getting that mineral deposit but me.
Stow that. There's plenty what knows of this island. Galto, that's what it's called, and I know that much. So how can you stand there and say nobody knows about it?
Galto? How come you know that name? That's what me and Jonathan Robbins named the place when we landed here for water years ago.
Hold on there, you swab. You and Jonathan Robbins, did you say?
Aye, blanket walrus, that's what I said. And however ye come to know it...
Stow that a minute, you lubber. I gotta think. I has to have it quiet when I thinks. Jonathan Robbins was the father of that bloomin' little sprout that's our cabin boy. Hold. What's your name, you mildewed old fossil?
No man can call Ezekiel Kip a fossil without being swamped
out. Stow it, I say. So you're Ezekiel Kip, are you? Blister and barnacles. You're no ghost, are you? You're supposed to be dead.
Dead? How do you know all this about me? It seems there's foul work afoot that nothing's a secret anymore.
Old man, there's a chance we may be friends. We could do a lot for each other.
How do you mean? Speak up.
Well, listen to this, mate. Years ago, you and Jonathan Robbins discovered this island had rich minerals on it when you were sent ashore here from your ship for water. You both held your peace and made a map of the place, intending to return when you were able to outfit your own brig, to mine the minerals and get rich from the Salem.
How ye know this, I don't know, but it's the gospel truth. Speak on, man.
In time, you ran off with the map, leaving Robbins with nothing for his pains but anger for you and hate for the sea. He quit the life of a seafaring man and moved inland to farm.
Be that as it might, there's no profit in going into matters what's past.
Oh, I know what a bloomin' clever dog you are, Kip. Well, though the map was all yours, you had no chance to ever get back to the island, So you sold it to Ezra Grange. And then the rest of the story don't fit. But here's is how I knows it. A year or so ago, you were supposed to have died, and you told the story of this island to a Spaniard named Testi on your deathbed. Well, Testi and me was mates until today, when the sharks got hungry.
So, that's how it is you know so much. I was down, sore sick I was, and sure I was dying. So I told Testi, who was me matey then. But I didn't die after all, see? I'm hale and hearty as a pine spar. And last year I managed to ship back to this island, where I jumped ship with one of the dories in the middle of the night. And I've been working my claim since. But now I see foul weather ahead.
Hold on, Chip. You've nothing to worry from me. I'm willing to work with you. But what you have got to worry about is on the other side of this bloody island.
How do you mean?
That bloomin' landlubber Ezra Grange has a full-rigged ship in the harbor there, and his whole blasted crew is out hunting for your treasures.
Shiver me timbers. This is the one thing I've been fearing ever since I sold him that map. I didn't need the map myself. I know the place like a book. But I might have known that a shark like him with a head for business wouldn't take long to follow up that map.
You see? That's why we've got to hold together.
Maybe you're right, mate. It's just us against the whole bloomin' crew. But with my brains and your beef, it should be smooth sailing to run their plans aground.
Avast, then. Let's shake on it. Red Mahooley's the name.
Agreed, Red. Shake. But look here. We'd best get to the leeward side of the island under full sail and see what we can see.
Yeah, no telling what they're doing right now. Now, here's what I think.
Now, let's see. We've assigned all the men to their tasks, haven't we, Captain?
Aye, aye, Mr. Grange. Buscara and his party are to explore the north side of the island, and Jowett and his party the south side. Nicholson and a few hands are scaling the volcano to investigate just how dangerous she is.
But, Captain Dalton, how is it possible to tell just how dangerous a volcano can be?
Yes, especially before it really erupts. I've been trying to figure that out myself.
Well, to be truthful, there's nothing we can tell definitely, but we can make a good guess at it.
I'd go further than that, Captain Dalton. As I understand it, Nicholson's an old hand at exploring, and he's come in close contact with just such a thing as this before. You see, volcanoes are found where the Earth's crust is of inferior strength.
Oh.
Areas or islands such as this one we're on actually are ocean basins or areas bordering them. Now, when Nicholson finishes his inspection of this island and discovers just the formation of the Earth's crust, as near as he can, he'll be able to form a pretty close opinion of just how active this smoky mouth can be.
Aye, you're right there, Mr. Grange.
Well, I sure hope Mr. Nicholson's report is good.
Oh, I know it'll be a good one. We've just got to be able to stay on this island.
As I was saying, Mr. Grange, the rest of the hands under the quartermaster are building cabins ashore for us to live in while we dig for the minerals.
Good. Then that means the three of us, yourself and Dickon and I, are free to follow up the map and see if we can find trace of this mineral lode.
But, Ezra, how about us? Aren't we coming with you?
Yes. We'd want to help.
Blow me down, sir. You might know the youngers wouldn't be left in our wake.
The salt of the earth, I say, the salt of the earth.
Well, it looks like Polly's for you, Johnny and Sue. I see no reason why you shouldn't come along.
Suits me, Captain, but stay out of danger. Now, let's look at this map. Look, there's the harbor, the volcano, and here's approximately where we are now, close to the foot of the mountain. Now, the outcropping of the vein should be directly ahead of us on the lower slope. Let's set out here.
Excuse me, sir. Sue and I were just sort of wondering, what is the mineral that we're looking for?
Yes. You know, Ezra, you never have said just exactly what it is.
And although my father was one of the discoverers, he never said anything about it to me, you know. He was so disgusted with the whole business, he never told Mother or me anything about it.
Well, you can't blame anybody for being disgusted when his partner steals his possessions. It was when that swab Ezekiel Kip ran off with the map that your father let the sea, wasn't it, Johnny?
That's right, Captain.
Well, I'm not certain of the exact nature of the mineral. It's one of two things, that I know. But I'd rather not say until I see it. I know it'll be easy to say, because if it could be identified by two seamen who naturally know little of minerals, should be pretty obvious.
Begging your pardon, sirs, but this part of the underbrush don't look as if nobody ain't been here.
What's that, Dickon? You think somebody's been here before us?
Aye, aye, Captain Dalton. Look here, look. Blow me down if that ain't a beaten path.
Dickon's right. That is a path.
Oh, blow me down. This is serious. If anybody else knows about this, we've trouble on our hands.
Breakers ahead. Dirty weather ahead.
Avast! Pally don't like the looks of things either. He feels it. There's danger in the air.
There goes old Smoky Mouth again. Gee, that rumbling is sort of scary.
Now, wait a minute. I think, yes, we should be almost at the beginning of the deposit. The map shows it to be in a place just above a slight rise.
And there's the rise, Mr. Grange. Right ahead. That's sort of a little hill.
Yes, a sort of a little hill.
You're right. You both have keen eyes. Here, let's scale it.
Blow me down. Quiet the bird, Dickon. His croaking isn't very cheerful at a time like this.
Still that, you bloomin' pelican. Bad enough without you, John. Avast. Look, sirs.
What is it now?
Footprints.
Footprints in wet earth. And not very old, you may lay to that. We'll have to proceed cautiously.
Sue, you and Johnny stay behind us. There's no telling who may be here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Ezra, do be careful.
Come ahead. We're at the foot of the rise now. I can't see who'd know about this but us. How Testi and Red are in irons aboard the Poll Parrot. There could be no one else.
You suppose one of the men from our crew who are exploring the island might have gotten here ahead of us and left those footprints?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Grange. They didn't go this way at all.
Well, we're at the top of the rise, and the deposit should be right over... Look!
Blow me down.
Lash me to a yard on. Why, the place is all dug out.
Why, there's a regular mine there.
Sue, look.
There's piles of earth all around.
Mr. Grange, this couldn't be done in a short time. Somebody's been working here for a long while. You can lay to that.
Blow me down. This bear's licking over. I'm going to look around a bit.
Easy there, Dickon. You can't tell what you may be running into.
Aye, Captain. But I don't think there's anyone here now.
Look lively for Reeves. Reeves there.
Avast, Paul. If you wanted to stay on me shoulders, stow that screeching in my ear. Blow me down if I... Avast there!
Dickon, what's happened to you?
Good Lord, he's disappeared.
Lash me to a yard on. He's tumbled into a pitfall.
Look, there's a regular trench dug all along, covered with branches. And when anybody stepped on it, he'd fall into the trench.
Dickon, are you all right?
Aye, miss. Hey, the Morty. Ahoy up there. Don't worry about old Dickon. They're gonna close it to the mine. This bloomin' trench down here runs as far as I can see.
Step lively, me hearties. We gotta get him out. Somebody built this blasted trench as a pitfall to trap anybody who tried to get to the mine. As soon as we get Dickon aloft from that hole, I'll track down the rat who's done this thing.
Look, those bushes up the hill behind the mine are moving, and there's no wind. I think there's somebody up there.
Ahoy there, whoever you are. Show your colors or I'll shoot.
Scuttle the ship! Scuttle the ship!
This does look like trouble. Captain Dalton and his friends may be able to get Dickon out of the pitfall, but even then they don't realize whom they're up against. They don't know that Red Mahooley escaped from the Poll Parrot, nor do they know that Ezekiel Kipp, one of the discoverers of the mineral deposit, is not only alive, but on the island working his claim. How will this affect Grange's claim to half the treasure? And what can this valuable mineral be? To clear up the increasing mystery which surrounds our friends, we'll have to wait for the next adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. And writes to the treasure on Galto Island to Ezra Grange. Red convinces Kipp he'll need help to keep Grange and his party from taking claim to the mineral mine, and Kipp agrees to join forces with Mahooley. In the meantime, Grange, Captain Dalton, Dickon, and our young friends Sue Grange and Johnny Robbins have come upon the mineral deposit only to discover that someone had already been working it for quite some time. Then Dickon, with Poll Parrot atop his shoulder, fell in a brush-covered trench dug to keep any possible trespassers away from the mine. Almost immediately, a shot rang out, but upon close inspection of the thick brush from which direction the shot was fired, no trace of anyone was found. As it was growing dark, the party decided to delay further inspection of the surroundings until next day. It is night, and Grange, Captain Dalton, Sue, and Johnny are resting in their crude cabin that had been erected that day.
Captain Dalton, someone is on this island, and whoever it is, he's working the mineral mine.
You're right there, Mr. Grange. But lash me to a yardarm. For the life of me, I can't understand who the lubber could be.
Nor I. The only ones who possibly could know this outside of ourselves are chained in the hold of the Poll Parrot.
Testi and Red Mahooley.
That's right, Johnny.
But Ezra, how about the man who sold you the map?
Ezekiel Kipp, he's dead.
Aye, I'll Testi admitted that himself.
Well, whoever is working the mine most likely was the one who fired the shot this afternoon.
There's no doubt of that.
I'm afraid we've run into trouble. If there's one man on this island, there may be a dozen for all I know.
Maybe not. If there's more than one or two, they'd have nerve enough to come out in the open and find out what we're doing around the mine.
Blow me down. There's some smart thinking, young lady, and you're most likely right.
If it wasn't for the fact that the mine had been worked for some time, I'd say that perhaps Testi and Red Mahooley had managed to escape from the boat.
But whoever is working at the mine has been there for a long time.
You're on the right course there, too, lad.
I'm beginning to wonder if I didn't make a bad bargain when I bought the map and a share in the minerals.
I don't think you did, sir. If the mine's worth trying to pirate, she's worth trying to protect. After all, half the loot belongs to Johnny here, and I mean to see that he gets his rightful lot. Blow me down if I don't.
Captain Dalton's right, Ezra. And whoever it is, he's not going to keep us from getting our share of it either.
Well, if you two kids can be that brave about it, I'm sure I can. But I don't mind admitting, Captain Dalton, I don't like it one little bit.
Neither do I, sir. So I'm going to change matters just as soon as we can look over Galto Island tomorrow. We'll then soon know just who and how many sneaking lubbers there are to deal with.
Listen, Captain Dalton. There's that noise again.
Smoky Mouth.
Aye, aye, mateys. That's the volcano, all right.
You know, Captain Dalton, I've noticed that it starts its rumbling pretty regular about every hour or so.
Yeah. Does a volcano have certain times when it rumbles?
No, me hearty. Sometimes a volcano such as this one is quiet for months. Then again, it's liable to act up for days at a time. There's really no telling.
Are there many of them in the world, Captain Dalton?
Aye, lad, there are lots of them. As near as I can recollect, there's a place they call Salvador down in the Central American country that has more what you might call active volcanoes than any other part of the world.
I wouldn't like to live there.
But still, a lot of people live there all the time.
I guess they're used to it, Mr. Grange.
Blew me down. I can't see how anyone would ever be able to rightfully get used to them, as ornery as they are at times.
And I suppose in Salvador, you simply have to become accustomed to them. Nowhere is one out of sight of at least one volcano, and usually there's several within range of vision.
Aye, right you are, Mr. Grange.
I don't know which is the hardest to get used to, volcanoes or sneaking rascals shooting at us from ambush.
To be truthful, Mr. Grange, I'm more concerned over Smoky Mouth than I am about whoever's trying to keep us off the island.
You know, Dalton, if we're all made rich from the mineral treasure, no one can say we made our fortunes easily.
Aye, and that's no yarn, sir.
Now what?
Come in.
Captain Dalton. Captain Dalton, sir. The bloomin' rollers have jumped the brig.
Ease down, matey. What's all the blowing about, and why didn't you take to the rigging, as I told you?
I did that, sir. It strike me mainsails when I boarded her. Guess what, sir?
This is no time to be guessing. Out with it. What's in the bloomin' wind, you loony sea salt?
Mate Wainwright, sir. He was barnacled to the mast.
Tied up, Dickon?
Tied up he was. Tighter in a casket.
He wasn't hurt, I hope.
No, sound as a foremaster. But neither he nor Jameson could weigh anchor for the ropes what bound him.
Well, you don't have to tell me. Those two bad ones, Testi and Mahooley, have escaped, and they're on this island, you may rest assured.
You may lay to that.
No, sir. Let me finish, sir, please. After I loosed Wainwright and Jameson, then they told me what happened. Old Testi and Red surprised him, tied him up, and then the two of them had it out between them on deck.
But why, Dickon?
That's beyond my navigating, miss. The two blubbers escaped from the old, but only one got away.
Testi, I'll wager.
You're wrong, sir. Red threw Testi over the rail, so Wainwright told me. Right into a school of sharks. And I feel sorry for the sharks on a night like this. It's indigestion they'll all get, or I miss my guess.
Then that means that Red Mahooley is on this island.
And he's the one who shot at us today, I bet.
Likely as not. But I'll say this. If that pirate-hearted swab is on this island tomorrow, I'll find him. And he'll not soon escape us this time. If he's on this island, he won't be leaving right away. And right now, he's most likely doing a little plotting.
Come on, old man. Chip, hurry along. We gotta strike now while there's yet time.
But, Red, they'll be on guard. There's too many against us.
That's why we gotta strike right now. Tomorrow will be too late.
The mine is my own, and I don't want them taking it away from me.
That's what we're gonna keep them from doing. But we can't do it by fighting them. We gotta outthink them.
Well, what are you going to do?
I've been spying on them ever since you took that shot at them through the bushes. I told you not to shoot.
I had to. I wasn't going to let them get at the mine. Those minerals belong to me. Understand? To me.
Don't forget you promised to split with me if I helped you get rid of Grange and his friends.
That's right.
Well, just don't forget it.
I won't. Go ahead now and tell me what we're going to do.
Wait. Hold up your hulk a minute.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I told you I've been spying on them. And look down there. See?
Cabins.
Yeah, cabins. And that one to the right is where Grange and Dalton and those two young'uns are.
So?
So we're going down there.
What? Why, you're crazy. I'm not going near them. They'll capture us. But I'll shoot at them. I can do that.
Put that gun down. You're the crazy one, not me. Put that gun down or I'll take it away from you and lambaste your cranium.
All right. My, but you have a bloomin' temper on you.
Listen, here's what we're going to do. You see those two cabins down there? The one on the right is where Dalton and Grange and them two, the boy and the girl is. The other one is where the rest of the crew is bunked.
So?
Quit butting in with that so. And wait till I finishes what I'm saying. The crew's been a-working hard putting up those shacks, and they're so tired they'll be snoring like a bunch of sea turtles.
Guess you're right. They just blew out their lamp.
See? What'd I tell you? The lamp's still lit in the other cabin. Now's the time to strike.
But what are we going to do?
Well, I figure this way. We can't fight them. There's too many of them. But if we can capture one of them, they won't dare fight us for fear we'd kill whoever we capture.
But who are we going to capture, and how are we going to do it?
Leave that to me. We'll sneak around in back tonight.
But, Ezra, why must we go back to the boat tonight?
We'd like to stay with you and be of some help, sir.
No, I'm not taking any chances. You two are going back to the boat.
Mr. Grange is right, me hearties. There's going to be a bit of trouble tomorrow. We want neither of you getting hurt. Dickon, go to the other cabin. Get two of the crew. I'll need them to row Sue and Johnny here back aboard the Poll Parrot. Wainwright and Jameson are already aboard ship. Tell them to take good care of Sue and Johnny and stay on board. You and the two men come back.
Aye, sir. That I'll be doing right off, sir.
As soon as you raise the two men, come back and get the boy and girl here and carry out my orders.
But, sir...
We don't want to go back to the ship.
Now, Sue, Captain Dalton is giving orders here, and they must be carried out.
Mr. Grange here is right, Miss Sue. You two bravins will be safer aboard the Poll Parrot. Well, here I go, Captain Dalton. I won't be long.
Look, old man Kip. There's the one-legged sailor Dickon coming out of the cabin. When he passes this way, we'll grab him.
Well, what good will that do?
I'd rather capture one of the young'uns, but we can't be too choosy.
Say, I could get a good beat on them from here. I could drop them in his tracks easy.
If you don't put that gun down, I'll drop you in your tracks, you old buzzard. Quiet now. When he passes here, I'll grab him, and you tie this rag around his mouth to keep him quiet. Then we'll wrap this piece of paper around a rock and throw it at the door of the cabin. When they come out to get the note, they'll find we got Dickon.
How so? There's nothing on the paper.
No, but there will be before I get through. I'll tell them we got Dickon captive, and if they don't leave the island, that we'll kill the swab. Shh. Make ready now. Here he comes.
I wonder what's keeping Dickon. He should be back by now with the other men.
Maybe he had to wait till they got dressed.
Well, you may be right about that.
Huh.
What was that?
Hey.
Sounds as though something hit against the door.
I'll see what it is.
Sue, you stay away from that door.
Yeah, you better. No telling what's up. I'll see. Perhaps it was just a branch. There's a wind a-brewing. There's no one out here.
Perhaps you're right about it being a branch. Our nerves are a trifle jumpy.
Captain Dalton, what's that just outside the door?
Well, lad, I see nothing.
I see it, Captain Dalton. It looks like a piece of paper.
I see it. Oh, blow me down. That is what hit the door. There's a rock wrapped in it.
What's on it, Captain Dalton?
1 minute, I'll find out. It's a bloomin' note.
Ooh, what does it say?
I'll bet it's a warning.
Wait till I get it under this lamp. I'll read it. There's writing on it. It's not very good writing, but it's writing. You may lay to that. Blow me down.
Why, what's wrong?
They've got Dickon. Good Lord, no wonder he didn't get back.
Dickon?
Listen to this. It says, Mr. Grange, you and the rest of your swabs better get off my island. I will hold your peg-legged sailor to make sure you do. If you don't get off right away, I will kill your sailor. And it's signed, Ezekiel Kip.
Kip? Why, I thought he was dead.
Maybe he's dead, maybe he ain't. But whoever wrote it means business, and there's no time to lose.
Captain Dalton, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get the rest of the men, and we're going to find where they've taken Dickon. Tomorrow may be too late.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, what's wrong?
Listen. You hear that?
It's that volcano again.
But that's the loudest it's been since we landed here.
Look, there's fire coming out of it.
Blow me down. Smoky mouth. It's erupting.
Run, man, it's filthy.
Yeah, Polly's right. We've got to get off this island.
Lash me to a mast. I'm stuck for once. We've got to get off this island. And yet we've got to rescue Dickon. Mr. Grange, I'm befuddled. I don't know what to do.
I know what we'll do. We'll stay and rescue Dickon.
There's a mighty tough corner for Captain Dalton, Johnny and Sue to be in all right. With Dickon in the hands of Red Mahooley and Ezekiel Kip and the volcano, old Smoky Mouth, running rampant, what to do? Will our friends be forced to get off the island to save themselves, or will they be able to find and rescue Dickon before any damage is done? Be sure to listen for the next exciting adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. Have seized the old one-legged sailor Dickon, promising to do him harm if Ezra Grange and Captain Dalton and his crew do not leave the island at once. As soon as he received the threatening note, Captain Dalton tells Mr. Grange and little Sue Grange and Johnny Robbins, who are quartered in his cabin ashore,
that he will immediately collect all his men and set out to find Dickon. But at this time, the rumbling of the volcano on the island grows louder and louder, and an eruption seems ready to occur any moment. As fire starts streaming from the crater, it is obviously necessary for everyone to get off the island at once. And yet, Dickon must be found. It is now the middle of the night, and the beach is a scene of much activity as the men make ready to return to the ship. Captain Dalton hurries to and fro, barking orders, and over the whole scene, the scarlet light of the rumbling volcano falls, making a weird picture.
Lively there, men. Loose the painter on that other whaleboat. Mr. Buscara, Mr. Grange, and the two young ones will go back to the ship in your boat. Step lively, me hearties. When we get aboard the Poll Parrot, we'll have to weigh anchor and stand out to sea a bit. There's no telling how far that burning ash may fall when old Smoky Mouth gets started. Heave a to there, mate.
Johnny, isn't that the scariest sight you ever saw? Everything looks like it's on fire with that red light all around.
Oh, it's not so scary.
Don't those awful rumblings even scare you, Johnny? The whole island feels like it's shaking.
Well, it is sort of creepy. But, Sue, I don't want to leave the island.
You don't? Why not?
I'm afraid something may happen to Dickon. Gee, I wish I could find him.
But we'll be back after old Smoky Mouth has quieted, Johnny.
Yes, but, Sue, you can't tell how much lava and fire and ash will come out of the volcano. Dickon might get hurt.
Yes, you're right. Look, there goes the first boatload of men back to the ship. We'll have to go too any minute now.
Sue, do you think maybe, while they're not looking, we might creep away into the trees over there and try to find Dickon? In all the excitement, they may not miss us.
They would too, Mrs. Johnny. You know that. Listen, my brother and Captain Dalton are arguing about something.
Now, look here, Captain Dalton. We can't leave you here on this island.
Mr. Grange, I want to stay ashore until the last possible moment. But I want to make sure every hand is aboard first. If I can find Dickon in those last few seconds before the lava starts coming down the mountainside, it may mean saving his life.
But, Captain, you're risking your own life. We can't lose the most valuable man aboard the ship.
Mr. Grange, I owe my life to Dickon. He once knocked the gun out of that swab Testi's hand just as he was about to shoot me. And by the North Star, until my last breath, I'll try to save him.
Very well. I see there's no use to argue with you, but be careful, Captain. And come back as soon as that ash starts to fall.
Aye, aye, sir. As soon as the going gets heavy, I'll put about and come aboard. This little dory here's all I need. I can handle her by myself back to the ship.
Well, good luck, Captain. And may you find the black-hearted swab that's holding Dickon and pay him off for good and all.
Aye, sir, that I shall. And, Avast! Throw me down. There's the spare whaleboat from the Poll Parrot coming ashore with one man in it.
All right, Captain, it's First Mate Wainwright.
Lash me to a yardarm. He's supposed to be in charge of the ship. Ahoy, Wainwright! What's in the wind?
Ahoy, Captain. When'll I beat you?
To port, mate, to port, to port. Port your helm, make for that smooth stretch. Aye, aye, mate, that does it, that does it.
Captain, I saw all hands on beach here and old Smoky Mouth spitting fire. And I guessed you were planning to stand off from shore till the volcano was quieted down. I lowered the spare boat ready to come ashore if needed. And when Nicholson's boat made the ship and he told me what happened to Dickon, I had to come.
I've asked George, there's no need of two of us staying ashore. Let's not risk more lives than we must. You go back with some of the men in your boat. It'll lighten the load in the other boats.
Roy, mate, are you figuring on staying here?
I've got to hunt for Dickon. I won't leave till the last second, you may lay to that. There's no telling what may happen to old Dickon when Smoky Mouth really breaks loose.
So help me, Roy, if you stay ashore, I will too. It'll need both of us to row your dory back.
Mr. Wainwright, are you forgetting I'm your captain? Blow me down, you'll take orders from me.
Roy, are you forgetting I'm your friend? We've got to weather the blow together, mate.
I've asked you, grizzled old walrus, I guess you're right. We're mates, fair weather and foul.
Good, Roy. Two sets of keen eyes searching for Dickon will be better than one.
Oh, Johnny, Mr. Wainwright's going to stay ashore with Captain Dalton. Let us stay, too.
Let's do, Sue. Nobody's looking right now. Let's run for the trees.
All right, let's go.
All hands put to sea. Make for the ship. Mr. Wainwright, staying with me, Mr. Grange. We'll join you when we find Dickon, or when it gets too hot for us here.
Very well, you're master, Captain. Oh, but wait. Where are Sue and Johnny?
Blew me down, they're gone. I haven't been keeping an eye on them.
Supper and whitefish. I'll bet they ran back in the woods to hunt for Dickon, too. You know how much they like that old salt.
Good Lord. They're in terrible danger. I'm staying ashore, too.
Hold on, Mr. Grange. There's no sense in putting yourself in danger, too. They've gone the same way we'll be traveling. We'll catch up with them. We'll take them back to the beach. They'll wait in the boat until we come back.
Oh, this is a horrible business. This confounded treasure is costing us dearly. Captain, you've got to find them.
We will, sir. You may lay to that. Come ahead, George.
Aye, aye, sir. Now our job's doubled, Roy. We got to find the young'uns, too.
Aye. I didn't dare show Grange how worried I am, but there's no point in getting him lost, too.
Batten down my hatch, Roy. We've got to find Johnny and Sue. We've got to.
Aye, George, I know it. Let's head for the other side of the island. That's the only place our men haven't explored. That's the only place anybody could be hiding Old Dickon.
Avast there. Footprints. Little ones.
Blow me down, George. We're right on the heels of Johnny and Sue. Hurry, hurry.
I can't help wondering what's happening to Dickon right now.
I tell you, Kip, I don't like it. I don't want to be caught in a bloody furnace when that bloomin' volcano starts to rip.
Easy, matey. Easy, I say. Old Smoky Mouth has been doing that for many a day since I've been here. His bark is worse than his bite, I'll tell ye. He's never erupted yet, just like showing off a bit.
I don't like it. The air's full of sulfur so you can't even draw your breath. I don't like it. I say leave the old man here and let's us row off to sea till the worst is over.
Let me tell you something, you big walrus. The kind of volcano that spits out a lot of fire and smoke usually sends out burning ashes, falling far away from the volcano itself. It seldom rolls molten lava down its slopes. Them's the quieter ones, and them's the most dangerous. The safest place here is close to the foot, right here where I've built my cabin.
How can we be safer here in the lee of that fire-breathing monster than out to the sea?
You can't tell how far out to sea them ashes will fall. Sitting out there in the boat, watching the fireworks, you're just as apt to get a red-hot clinker on your head as not.
You better be right, blast you. I tell you, old man, if things start falling on the roof of this shack, I'll flay you alive, you old buzzard.
Red, let's stow this blasted argument. Let's go out and see how the one-legged swab is getting along outside.
He won't be doing nothing, mate. When Red Mahooley lashes them up, they stays lashed. He won't get them ropes off. No, sir. See? There he lays, just like we left him.
Avast, you bill scum. Why, if I get all of these ropes, I'll stave in your sides for you with me peg leg, and you can lay to that.
Now, me hearty, strong talk will get ye nowhere. When your mates leave the island, you'll be set free. You'll not be harmed.
You blinking albatross. You'll suffer plenty harm if you don't batten down your hatch.
Why, you bloomin' rats, I'll scuttle your decks for you.
Scuttle the ship. Make 'em walk the planks.
Stow that, you crazy pelican. I don't see why we didn't get rid of that parrot. I never did like you squawking.
It wasn't no business of ours if he followed along when we reefed in Dickon, was it? His squawking don't bother me none. Lash the redhead to the arm. Boil him in blubber.
That's enough out of that bird. I'm going to finish him. Where's my gun?
In your pocket, you lubber. But I see no use wasting ammunition on a parrot.
Red Mahooley, if you shoot Poll Parrot, you'll never raise your hand to do another act, and you may lay to that.
Stow it. Here's where you squawk your last squawk, bird.
Paul, avast, look lively. Look lively there.
Did you get him?
Nah, he's fluttering away. May have winged him, I don't know, but at least he's gone.
Why, you big lump of blubber. If that bird's been harmed, you'll never stop regretting it.
I know a certain one-legged bird that's going to get shot if he don't stop his squawking.
Avast! Look, there's somebody coming through the woods.
You're right, Kip. What shall we do now?
I knew they'd come. That'll be me mates come to fetch me, you swabs. Now you'll pay.
Put a gag in Dickon's mouth so he can't call out and drag him in the hut. We can go up a bit the mountain slope and lie and wait. When they come close, they'll see the cabin and come out. And we'll have them covered with our guns.
It's just what I was thinking, Kip. I'll use my kerchief to gag him.
Don't you tie that filthy rag around.
Avast! Whoever it is that's coming, that blasted parrot is guiding them here.
I knew I should have shot that bird. There. He's in the cut. Let's go.
Right behind the cabin and up the slope, matey.
Blasted, I don't like climbing up this slope. You never know when that volcano's going to rain hot coals down our necks.
We're safe, I tell you.
You better be right, Kip. You better be right. Here they come.
Ahoy! Whoever's in that cabin, come out or we'll shoot.
Don't let them see you till you get up close.
It's that bloomin' Captain Dalton himself. Made Wainwright blast me. I'd like to put a shot into that bloomin' captain. I swore I'd get him sometime.
You will. Wait till he gets closer. Look, the parrot's flying into the hut. That bird sure likes that one-legged sailor.
Come out, I say, or blow me down, I'll fire.
Let me shoot at him, Kip.
Wait till they get just a little bit closer, Red. We can't afford to miss. Look out! There's rocks falling down on us.
You hit that bloody volcano. I knew you was crazy, you blasted old vulture. I might get killed. I'll show you.
Run, Red, run! Avast! Don't hit me. I never thought it would.
I gotta save me skin while I run.
Avast, look up the hill. There goes that lubber Red Mahooley. Stop or I'll shoot.
Get him. Can't see. The air's so full of smoke and sulfur from old Smoky Mouth. Poll Parrot's calling from the hut. Maybe Dickon's in there.
You're right, Roy. Come ahead.
Aye, George. Look. There he is on the floor, trussed up.
I'll loosen the gag in his mouth.
Oh, blow me down. He's got as much rope wound around him as a full-rigged ship.
I knew you wouldn't fail me, Captain.
You have Poll Parrot to thank for us finding you, Dickon. He led us right through the woods to the hut.
Batten down me hatch. Look there in the doorway.
Hello, Captain. Dickon. Gee, I'm glad we found you.
Johnny and Sue. Oh, you had no right to leave the beach when you were to go aboard. Mr. Grange is worried sick over you.
And so are we all.
But we helped you. Those two men might have shot you.
We crept up to the side of the mountain when we saw Red and that old man was Dickon down here at the hut. And then when you came out of the woods and they came partway up the hill, they were just ready to shoot at you.
Yes, but you see, we were just a bit behind them, and we rolled rocks down on them. They were frightened, and Red hit the whole man and knocked him out. And then ran away when you fired at him.
Captain, we're the luckiest lubbers on land or sea to have two such brave young souls with us.
Aye, Dickon, right you are. It's lucky for us you did run away from the beach.
All together again, me hearties. Weigh anchor for home.
Paul's right. We'd better get on our way back to the harbor. There's no telling what may happen next.
Up there, the volcano. She's really starting now.
Clouds of hot ashes are falling.
There's a cave over there behind the hut. It'll be safer there than in the hut. Make for it. The volcano's loose, and we're in for it now.
The ship's foundering.
Now, our friends are in danger. They're all united again, but old Smoky Mouth is really starting to go into action. Will the cave in the hillside afford them enough protection? What has happened to Red and old Ezekiel Kip? We must tune in for the next adventure in this exciting cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. We are trying to keep Ezra Grange and Johnny, the rightful owners, from taking possession of the mineral deposit on the island of Galto. After releasing Dickon, the party was too late to return to their boat as old Smoky Mouth, the volcano which had been threatening all evening, began to erupt, throwing spurts of flame around the island side. Safety was found in an old cave at the base of the mountain where we find our friends now.
Thank you, lucky compass. I saw this cave as we were sneaking up on the cabin.
Aye, Captain Dalton, you may lay to that. But it's a dingy old hole. It makes me feel funny like to be in it.
Any port in the storm.
Right, sure, Polly. We ain't been here long enough to tell how safe aboard this here cave is.
I think it'll be safe enough, Dickon. You, Sue, and Johnny, stand away from that entrance. Don't tell them how close those ashes will come.
We'll be careful, Captain Dalton. I was just trying to see what became of Red Mahooley. It's as light as day from the flames of Smoky Mouth.
Well, I'm not worrying about Mahooley. I was thinking about that old man that Red knocked down and left lying up there on that cliff behind the cabin.
You're right, Johnny. He's in the open with no protection from the ashes of the volcano.
Avast, Wainwright. You know I never gave that a thought. He's an old buzzard, Ezekiel Kip, but I don't like to see a helpless old man in danger, buzzard or no.
And neither do I, Captain Dalton. Can we do anything to help him?
There he is, Captain Dalton, running across that clearing.
Who, the old man?
No, Red Mahooley.
Yes, I see him. He's running toward the cabin.
How will you look at the ashes falling all around him? Blimey, this here's no night for man or beast.
No night for man or beast.
In time of danger, when a man's life's at stake, be friend or enemy, it gives you a peculiar feeling to stand by helpless like and be able to do nothing for the poor rascal.
Aye, that's what makes you the man you are, Captain Dalton. Blast me kisses if it don't.
Is there nothing we can do at all, Captain Dalton, to save old man Kip anyway?
I'm afraid not, lad. If I thought there was one chance in a million of getting him through that smoke and ash, I believe I'd risk the try.
If anyone goes for the old sea moose, it'll be me, Roy.
Look, Mahooley's made the cabin. Here he is, standing in front of the door.
Oh, those red cinders just missed him.
Mahooley! Red Mahooley!
Captain Dalton is calling to Mahooley. I wonder why.
I don't know. Let's wait and see.
Avast! Mahooley!
Who's there? Who's a calling?
Mahooley, this is Captain Dalton. Can you see me?
Blimey, Captain Dalton. We can see him by the light of old Smoky Mouth, but he can't see us. It's too dark where we are.
You're right, Dickon. Mahooley, can you tell which direction my voice is coming from?
Yeah, I'm looking that way. What about it?
Simmer down, you slimy wharf rat. Captain Dalton's trying to help you.
No, you don't. It's a trick. But you don't fool me. You're trying to capture me, blaster.
Well, stay down there, you lop-eared buzzard. You think it'd be safer there than up here, even if we ought to skin your hulk.
You know, Sue, in spite of what Red Mahooley has done to us, I feel sorry for him now. Just like Captain Dalton said.
Yes, Captain Dalton was right, all right. Gee, I wouldn't like to be where Mahooley is now with all that fire and sparks falling all around him.
Look, he's gone inside the cabin.
Well, there's no use wasting our breath on Mahooley. He'd rather take a chance inside the cabin than be captured by us, I guess.
Oh, Captain Dalton, look!
What's up, lad?
The cabin! Where Mahooley went into?
What about it, me Auntie? It's still there?
Yes, but didn't you see those sparks fly on the roof of the cabin?
Maybe they'll die out.
No, I'm afraid not. From the looks of things, it hasn't rained in days around these parts. And that dry straw thatch on the roof will catch fire in the blinking of an eye.
Capsized me mast. It has caught ablaze. Look.
Oh, he'll be caught.
Yes, it sure is burning fast.
Mahooley, come outside. The cabin's afire.
It's a trick. You won't get me outside.
All right, you blithering idiot. Find out for yourself.
There goes the cabin. The whole thing's aflame.
Mahooley, you'd better get out of there.
I'm trying to. Something's holding the door. It won't budge. Help! Help! I can't get out. Help!
Poor lover. No one deserves an end like that, no matter how bad they are.
Ah, Ben, what makes me spring a leak? Ah!
If only something would spring a leak, and a little water would do a lot of good right now.
Avast! The cabin's caving in. Good Lord!
Mr. Nicholson.
Aye, Mr. Grange.
Nicholson, we've got to do something. My sister and the rest on that volcanic island. We've got to get them off.
Take it easy, Mr. Grange. There's nothing we can do about it right now. The hot cinders that volcano is throwing out won't permit us getting any closer to land.
I'll never forgive myself for this. We never should have come on this trip.
I wouldn't say that, sir. The chance for a treasure is hard to pass up.
All the money in the world is not worth this. Oh, if only we could get through to them.
All this fretting may be for naught, Mr. Grange. I have an idea Dalton has found a shelter for the lot of them till this fiery squall blows over. Eh, Buscetta?
Hey, Mr. Nicholson. This is not first time I have seen Captain Dalton face danger, but always he sails through the gale with upright mast. The captain, he is very brave sailor.
Well, that may be true on board ship, but he's not on board ship right this moment.
That is very true, Mr. Grange, but all the better. On land, if one place catch fire, move to other place. On shipboard, ship catch fire, no place else to go. That is pretty good, eh?
Buscara, I don't care for your humor at a time like this.
Now, Mr. Grange, I think Buscetta in his crude way was merely trying to cheer you a bit.
Yes, I'm sorry, Buscara. These nerves of mine are too much for me. Nicholson, I feel so helpless. What can we do? What can we do, man?
I think we do something pretty quick now.
Why, what do you mean?
Wind coming up. I think maybe gale to port side.
Oh, so much the worse. The wind will whip that island into a howling furnace.
No, Buscara think not. Tonight and very soon it will rain. This is time of year in these parts for squall.
Oh, that would be good fortune.
By the gods, man, I think you're right. A drop struck my face. Or am I just imagining it?
No, I felt it too.
Buscara ply these waters many times. Buscara knows. Soon you will see.
Buscara, you're a prophet.
Aye, you're right there, Mr. Grange. Here it comes.
Thank the Lord. Buscara, I repeat, you're a prophet and a mighty good one at that.
No, Buscara no prophet. Buscara just good sailor.
Look at that rain come down. Foam it down, it's coming in sheets.
Yes, look. Already the flames on the island seem to be subsiding.
The rumbling of Smoky Mouth doesn't seem as loud either.
Nicholson, make ready to lower away in the boats. We're going back to the island.
Aye, aye, sir. Let's get her. All hands on deck. We're headed for port.
Aye, aye, sir. All hands on deck. Man the boat. All hands on deck. Man the boat.
Avast, me hearties. It's growing darker outside the cave. I believe the rain has cooled old Smoky Mouth off a bit.
Ah! To the oars, men! There's a lull! Ah!
And I'm mighty thankful to see it, Polly. Too bad it didn't come a little sooner.
Hi, Mr. Wainwright. If it had, we still have those two wolf for us to contend with.
Yes, it's getting pretty dark now. I've noticed the rumblings about let up. Perhaps the danger is past.
Can we leave the cave now, Captain Dalton?
I think we'd better wait just a little longer, just to make sure.
Poor brother Ezra will be sick worrying about us, I know.
I know, but he's waited this long. He can wait a little longer. I'm going to be certain the danger's really past.
Right you are, Roy. But with the rain coming down as it has for the past few minutes, I think we're pretty safe.
Oh, what was that?
Someone fired a shot.
Avast there! Who's that blasting away?
Skullduggery! Ah!
Batten down the hatch. Which way did it come from?
That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, blast the luck.
Did it get you, matey?
Just grazed my shoulder, Roy. But don't like being a target to some maniac.
Oh, but it's dark in here. How can anyone see from outside to shoot at us?
That didn't feel like it came from outside. It grazed the back of my shoulder. I was facing outside.
Yes, and from back of you, your outline shows up clear.
It certainly does.
Avast then. That means the shot came from somewhere in this cave.
Blimey, who's that?
It is in the cave.
Stand where you are, all of you. I've got a bead on you, every one of you.
Slow me down, man. Who are you?
I'm the owner of this island, and you all had better get off. Understand?
Ezekiel Kip. Old man, we're not here to do you harm.
Yeah, you can't pull Ezekiel Kip. I've got a bead on you.
Kip, wherever you are, how'd you get in this cave?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Why, you old buzzard. To think we thought you were in danger out there. We were feeling sorry for you.
Switch is ringing. So, you'd like to know how I got in the cave, eh? Well, there happens to be another entrance to it around the island. When I woke up after that Red Mahooley sent me out there, I hurried around to the other entrance, thinking Mahooley would make for the mouth of the cave. Where is he? Where is he? I'll teach him to capsize my hope, the swab.
Mr. Kip, I don't think you'll have to worry about Mahooley any longer. He was trapped in your cabin when it caught fire.
My cabin afire? My. That means I'll have to build another one. That makes the 8th cabin I've built on this island.
But, Kip, we'll help you build another one if you'll only be reasonable.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No use trying to get on my good side. I've got a bead on you. Now get off my island. It's mine.
Ezekiel Kip, I've come after my treasure.
Who said that? Whose voice was that?
Mine, Johnny Robbins. You stole this treasure from my father.
Robbins? Robbins? You're a ghost. You're a ghost.
Johnny, don't get him excited. He's liable to start shooting again.
But Captain Dalton, he's not going to chase us off this island. He has no right to.
Johnny's right, Captain Dalton.
I know, but we've got to handle this old man the right way. He has the drop on us, but we can see him way back there in the tunnel of this cave.
Hurry up now. Get off. Get off. I'm going to count 3. And if you're knocked on your way by then, I'll start shooting again. And this time, I won't miss.
Oh, Captain Dalton, he means it.
1.
I'm afraid he does. Wait till he counts 2, then everybody drop their stomachs on the floor of the cave.
2.
Now, everybody down.
3.
Say, old Kip meant business that time. I wonder if Johnny and Sue and all the rest dropped in time before he shot. And what about Grange and the crew that were making ready to return to the island? Will they get there in time to save our friends from harm at the hands of the madman Ezekiel Kip? Well, there's only one way to find out. Be sure to listen to the next exciting adventure of Johnny, Sue, Captain Dalton, and all the rest of the crew on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. This is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, speaking and saying for now, goodbye. Mahooley and Ezekiel Kip. Although Kip and Mahooley had planned to ambush the captain and Wainwright near the shack, their plan was upset by Johnny and Sue, who rolled rocks on them from the rear. In a rage, Mahooley knocks out Kip and flees, and at this moment, old Smoky Mouth begins to erupt in earnest. Captain Dalton, Wainwright, Dickon, Johnny, and Sue take shelter in a cave they discover nearby. Just as the force of the eruption begins to slacken, Kip comes upon our friends from the rear of the cave and starts shooting. Everyone drops to the ground, and it is in this predicament that we find our friends as...
Lasky, you think you can save your skins by dodging, eh? I'll rake this cave with shot until you...
If you raise that gun again, you'll never make another move.
Eh? Where'd you come from? You lovers?
Jowett, you got here just in time.
Batten down the edge. It's Jowett and Buscala coming from the back of the cave.
Throw down that gun on the ground. Stand aside. All clear, Captain Dalton. You can rise now.
Blow me down. We've had a number of close calls tonight. But I'd like to know how the second and third mates got ashore. You left aboard the Poll Parrot only an hour ago, Jowett.
Well, sir, when we aboard the Poll Parrot saw the volcano here go into action for fair, we were feared for your safety, sir. But it started to rain about 30 minutes ago, so we left Mr. Nicholson in charge of the Poll Parrot, and Mr. Grange and Buscara and me with a handful of men come ashore to hunt for you.
Aye, aye. And it looked like we no find you too soon.
Men, I'll not forget your ready assistance you may lay to that. But I can't understand where you came from.
Yes, and old man Kip here came from the back of the cave, too.
There must be another entrance.
Aye, aye, Miss Sue. You're right. We headed first of all straight for the mine we were to work. And when we got there, we found a trench dug in front of it that looked suspicious.
Blow me down. That's the bloomin' pitfall I fell into when we first found the mine.
Aye, Dickon. That's what Mr. Grange told us. And he had a hunch that it might lead somewhere. So he told us to climb down into it and find out, while he stayed at the mine. We climbed below, found a cave opening into it, and it led us here. And just in time to catch that sprat a-shooting at you.
But why did Ezra stay at the mine?
Well, it seems something happened to it.
Something's happened to the mine. Blow me down, Kip, if you've done something to this mine.
Don't hit me. Don't hit me. You've got me now. I'll try to do you no more harm. That lubber Red Mahooley is Bill's scum. I found. I'm his mate no more. I throw myself on your mercy, Captain.
You don't deserve any mercy, you buzzard. You might have killed us all with your blasted wild shooting.
I know it. I always go wild when I get my hands on a gun. But I swear I'll do no more harm. And I swear I ain't done nothing to the mine since he saw it last.
He's a rat. He's a bilge rat. He's a little rat. So that, Paul. Well, Captain, we'd better be getting to the mine and see what Mr. Grange found.
Aye, Dickon. We'd best put on full sail and steer our course to the mine.
We may as well go back through the cave, the way Jowett and Buscara came in. That's a short course.
Right you are, Mr. Wainwright. Then, Kip, this is your own private passage to the mine, huh?
Aye, Captain. It's a natural cave, and I found it when I started to work the mine. Then I dug that pitfall at the head of the cave, just ahead of the mineral deposit, to trap anybody who blundered ashore and got too curious about what I was doing at the time.
It's all getting clear now. Do you realize, Kip, that you haven't any right to work this mine anymore since you've sold out your interest to Mr. Grange some years ago?
Aye. But I was hoping he'd never follow up my map.
You're a villain, Kip. First you cheat your own partner, Jonathan Robbins, out of the map many years ago, and then you go back on your bargain with Grange.
It's all gospel truth, Captain. But avast, what's Grange doing for Jonathan Robbins? Robbins don't even know there's anyone looking for the treasure, which is rightful half his.
He may not know of it, but he'll get his share. Mr. Grange will see to that. Avast, Ezekiel, Kip, do you know who this lad is here?
Blow me,
I'll tell you who I am. I'm the son of the man you cheated. I'm the son of Jonathan Robbins.
Oh, I thought so. Lash me athwart. It's vengeance coming back on me for my own evil doing. I see it before my eyes, the very face of the man I cheated. I, mate, I'm scuttled. From now on, my fate is in your hands. What I get is coming to me.
Kip, for all your evil doing, there's some good in you, or you wouldn't admit it. I, for one, am willing to see you get a fair trial, and I'll go as easy on you as I can. You may lay to that.
Thank you, Captain. You're a true seaman, a man's man, and one I'd be proud to work under. That scum Mahooley never liked ye, and now I can see why. His kind never sails with none but foul winds.
Mahooley? I had almost forgotten. I'm afraid he perished when your shack burned up back there from the hot volcanic ashes falling on it. He wouldn't come out. He didn't trust us.
He's a tough swab, Captain. I doubt that you've seen the last of him.
Look! The cave is leading into an open trench.
It's the pitfall Dickon fell into yesterday.
We can scale the side easy now. The slope we cut in the side to help Dickon out is still there.
Avast! Avast! There's Mr. Grange and the men by the mine.
Why, the mine's gone.
Blow me down.
I told you something had happened to it, sir.
Avast, Mr. Grange. We're all here, safe and sound.
Thank heavens you're all here. Oh, Sue, my dear.
Oh, Ezra, aren't you glad everything's cleared up?
Indeed I am, Sue. And Johnny, you're safe, too. And Dickon.
Aye, sir. All hail and hearty as a pine spar.
And what's this? Ezekiel Kip. So, you scoundrel, we've caught up with you. You tried to sneak out of your bargain with me.
Mr. Grange, sir, before you tongue-lash me, let me say I yield all my rights to you. I've been a rat, and I'll take that as I have coming to me.
Well, this is a little unexpected. After all, I haven't always been very honest. My first plan for this treasure was to get it all for myself, leaving Johnny here out of his rightful share. But I saw my mistake when it was almost too late. I'm not exactly one who should criticize too harshly. Kip, we'll talk it over later. Right now, we've another problem on our hands.
Now I see what's happened here. Blow me down. During the eruption, a whole slab of the mountain slipped down and covered up the mine.
That's it exactly, Captain Dalton. It's covered to a depth too great to dig through, and most of it's rock.
Then must we give up our search for the mineral?
You can't do that. Mr. Grange, do you know just what this mine is?
Well,
Have you found that out?
I only suspect, Kip. You know, you never told me exactly what it was when I bought your map. You only hinted.
It's diamonds.
Diamond?
Diamond?
Blow me.
Johnny,
You see, when Jonathan Robbins and me came ashore here many years ago for water, Jonathan saw them strange rocks at the foot of the volcano. I'd been in Africa, and so I knew rough diamonds when I see 'em. So we knew we'd struck it rich, and no mistake.
Well, blow me down. If it's diamonds we're after, we've got to get down to that mine.
Yes, Captain, but I don't see how we can dig down to it with just picks and shovels.
Avast, I have it. Ascension Island, a British possession, lies south of this island of Galto. If we sail there, I'll wager we can buy explosives and blast this landslide from above the mine.
Excellent, Captain, excellent. You've hit upon it. Let's start at once.
Aye, aye, sir. We'll all head back to the Poll Parrot at once. Now, do you realize that it's morning? We've been ashore here all night. With the light from that volcano, we've been able to see everything, and we hardly realized it was dark around us.
Lash me to a yardarm. We could all use a little rest.
Aye, aye, Mr. Wainwright. Ahoy, men, to the beach. We're heading for the Poll Parrot. Now, first we'll cut in the whale that Dickon caught and that we've been towing for several days. And then in a couple days, we'll be sailing into Georgetown on Ascension Island.
Diamonds and rubies and pieces of eight.
Listen, Dickon. Even Poll Parrot's got treasure on his mind.
Blow me down, lass. Why, we're all excited about it.
I'm surprised that we should find diamonds on an island in the middle of the ocean. It doesn't sound right.
Well, Johnny, as I understand it, Captain Dalton says diamonds are pure carbon and are found in places where there was once volcanoes.
I know all about it. My brother Ezra says that they're made by extreme heat and pressure in the earth. And, of course, where there's volcanic activity, they're most likely to be found. Since the secret island of Galto is just a big volcano, it's not surprising that you'd find them there.
Well, blow me down, we've raised land. Avast, there it is, dead ahead. Look, it's Ascension Island, you may lay to that.
Look at the big mountain.
It's a good deal bigger than our island, but it looks a lot like it.
Aye, lad. Like all of these islands in the Atlantic, it's volcanic, very rocky and rough. That big mountain, Green Mountain they calls it, it's a dead volcano.
What part of the island are we heading for, Dickon?
Well, Captain Dalton is setting his course for the settlement on the North Shore. Georgetown, they calls it. The people on the bloomin' island calls it Garrison, because the island is owned by England, and the British naval captain is the governor. There's a naval base there, too, and that's where Captain Dalton plans to buy explosives to clear the mine back in Galto.
Oh, blow me down. I see something through the glass I don't like.
Why, what's the matter, Captain?
On this, the west side of the island, there's a big home owned by some English folks who came to Ascension Island for their health. You see, it's a healthy spot with its sun and steady climate. I've met these folks before when ships I've been on have stopped here for supplies.
But, Captain, what's wrong about it?
I can see the house plain through the glass here. And it's on fire.
On fire, sir?
Aye, Dickon. And there's a strange ship at anchor just off the shore near us that I don't like the looks of. You see, the house is out of sight of the garrison at Georgetown. And this is the way I chart it. Some blasted privateer is raiding the home. They're wealthy folk, and they'd make good game for some sea rats I know of.
Captain Dalton, what are you going to do?
I know what I'm going to do. Helmsman, Mr. Nicholson at the helm. Change your course. We're not putting ashore at the garrison. Head for the west shore. There's trouble there, and I plan to straighten it out.
Rah! Breakers ahead! Breakers ahead!
It looks as if our friends no sooner get out of one tight place before they find themselves in another. Will Captain Dalton have a fight on his hands when he meets this ship he suspects of being a privateer? Just what is happening at the burning house on Ascension Island. Now that we know the mineral treasure is diamonds, the search back on Galto will be more exciting than ever. And by the way, what has happened to Red Mahooley? Is he still alive? To follow the further adventures of Captain Dalton and his friends, be sure to listen to the next episode of The Cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. Who caused them so much trouble. But the volcano tremors started a rock slide which completely covered the site of the diamond mine, which has been the object of the cruise. So Captain Dalton, with Ezra Grange, Sue, and Johnny, and Old Dickson have set sail for Ascension Island in the mid-Atlantic to purchase explosives with which to remove the debris. But before they can make port at Georgetown on the North Shore, Captain Dalton spies through his glass a strange ship at anchor on the west coast and the palatial home of a wealthy family on the island in flames. He immediately springs into action, shouting,
Avast! Avast, Mr. Nicholson at the helm! Keep a bow forward until we get close to the shore. Then swing your helm to starboard, or we'll tack down on them and take them by surprise.
Can you see any clearer through the glass, Captain?
Aye, Dickon. There's flashes of gunfire near the beach at the edge of the clearing.
It's mutiny! Mutiny ashore!
What do you think's happening, Captain Dalton?
As I said, there's a wealthy family of English folks who've come to stay on Ascension Island for their health. They're fine people. I've met them often when making port at Georgetown.
Who would set their house on fire, Captain?
Well, as I see it, some raider who knows their wealth and the value of the plate and art treasures in their home has anchored his ship offshore and gone into plunder.
But, Captain, with the British garrison right around the point of Georgetown, ain't they taking a bloomin' long chance?
It's a long chance, matey, a long chance.
Aye, Dickon, it is a chance indeed. But some of the bloomin' swabs who sail the seas will stop at nothing. My guess is that they plan to strike quick and weigh anchor before the authorities come overland to investigate the smoke.
Gee, and we've spoiled their plans, haven't we, Captain?
I hope we have. All hands on deck. Stand by for a skirmish. Privateers to starboard. All hands on deck.
Captain Dalton, lend me your glasses, spell, will you?
Aye, Mr. Wainwright, but what is it?
I think I know that, Buck. Aye, it is the very one. The Jigger. As nasty a tramp as ever put out of Boston. Dirk Briscoe's ship.
Dirk Briscoe? That sea rat.
Blow me down, Captain. Can it be him?
It's him, you may lay to that, Captain.
Who's Dirk Briscoe, Captain Dalton?
He's a trader in copra and pearls and shells, Sue. He's usually in the South Seas. But when his luck is bad, he'll enter some new waters where he's not known and raid whatever he can. That bloody pirate. I've often wanted a chance at him. Are you ready, men? There may be some fighting ahead. Are you all ready for it?
Aye, sir. We're all with you.
Good, good. Mr. Buscala, Mr. Jowett, have 3 boats let down and be ready to go ashore.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Nicholson, put her hard to starboard. Bring her up hard by the jigger.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Wainwright, you take 8 men and board that ship as soon as we get near enough.
Aye, aye, Captain.
And now 5 men will stay aboard here in case they try any funny business. The rest of the men will follow with me and Buscala and Jowett.
Aye, aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Captain Dalton, I heard the noise above as I was working in my cabin. What's wrong?
A privateer raiding a home ashore, Mr. Grange. We're going to stop him.
Are you sure it's a raid?
We're close enough to see it plainly now. See those flashes of gunfire? The privateer's men have surrounded the house and are firing at it.
Batten down the edge, Captain. Why, they fire the blush around the house and the stables.
Make the lovers walk the plank.
But isn't this pretty dangerous, Captain?
Not overly, sir. Our men are better disciplined than his crew, and most of our men have been armed now.
But what about Sue and Johnny here?
Oh, let us go ashore, please.
We want to go with you, Captain.
Absolutely not.
Well, frankly, Mr. Grange, I think they'll be safer ashore. There'll be more of our men there and plenty of shelter for them. While on deck, there may be some hand-to-hand fighting with the other ship.
Well, very well, Captain. But I'm going with you.
Captain, we're almost up to the other ship, and they haven't sighted us yet ashore.
Avast. There's a lubber aboard the ship there that sees us.
Ahoy, it's time to act. In the boat. Swing the yard arm. Load away. Mr. Wainwright, remember, board the jigger as soon as the Poll Parrot gets close enough.
Aye, aye, sir. We'll have her in our hands in no time.
All right, men. Lean on those oars. Ashore.
The bloomin' swabs ashore are so busy firing on that house that they still haven't seen us, Captain.
Take them by surprise, matey.
Aye. Aye, but men, keep your guns and muskets ready. The moment one of them turns about and sees the Poll Parrot at anchor alongside their own ship, they'll sight us too and possibly start shooting.
I'm worried about Sue and Johnny, Captain.
Don't worry about us, Mr. Grange. We wouldn't miss being along for anything.
Not if we could help it, Ezra.
Yes, that's the trouble. You're both always too anxious to be in the middle of things to be safe. Now, as soon as we get ashore, we're going to retire into the trees at the side of the clearing. If there's any shooting, we're going to stay as far away from it as we can.
Ezra, Captain Dalton said the leader of these raiders...
Dirk Briscoe is his name, Sue.
Yes, Dirk Briscoe. Well, the captain said he was a copra trader. What's copra, Ezra?
Well, copra is the dried meat of coconuts. You see, they get coconut oil from it, and since there are so many coconut palms in the South Sea Islands, it's one of their most important products, and many ships deal in very little else.
Well, I always thought it was the same as cobra, Mr. Grange.
Oh, no, Johnny. The cobra is a very poisonous snake that lives in India.
We're in the surf. Beach the boats, men, beach the boats.
Blow me down, Captain. Look, they see us.
So they do, Dickon. Beach 'em, men, beach 'em.
Wait, they're still firing on the house, Captain.
Mr. Grange, you take Sue and Johnny and run for cover.
All right, come on, Sue. Hurry. I'll take care of it, Captain.
Out of the boats, men. We're sighted. Aim your firearms. Cover 'em all. Stop your firing, you blasted swabs. These guns are trained on your backs. Drop your arms and stand up.
A blinking surprise attack. You dirty bit of scum will...
I said drop your guns. That's in store for all of you if you don't surrender.
Look, Captain, they're not going to surrender without a shot.
Drop to the beach, men. When they start firing, you fire.
Fire on the swabs, mate! Avast there, blast ye, we're outnumbered. We'll lay down arms.
Well, look, it's Briscoe himself, Captain.
Avast, you Bill scum, rock!
So it is. Cease firing, men. Throw down your arms and advance, you swabs.
So, it's Captain Dalton, eh? I don't see as how it's any of your business sailing in here and spoiling our party.
You smooth-faced sneaking rat. The Stanhopes are our friends, and you were trying to raid their home here. That's my business, looking out for my own mates.
Well, there's no harm done now. I thought a fast little raid might be profitable, exciting, and a bit of recreation for my boys. But since you landed at the wrong time, the upper hand is yours. We retire in defeat and accept your terms.
Well, first of all, you lubber, you must restore anything you've carried off.
Haven't had time to carry anything off. Just burned one of the stables, that's all. No livestock harm.
You're paying for that damage. You give me value for the damage done, and I'll let you and your men get back and board your ship. Then I'll notify the garrison at Georgetown. Then it's up to you to save your own skin by keeping ahead of them.
How can I pay you for that damage? If I had any gold, I wouldn't be raiding.
Is that so? Well, that bag of gold sticking out of your pocket there will cover it nicely, Briscoe.
Pieces of eight, pieces of eight.
You can't take this away, blast you.
Reefing your sails, lubber, you're caught in a squall. You'll agree to all terms.
It seems you're awful sure yourself. How do you know the men I left on my ship haven't taken yours over out there offshore?
Look at the pennants flying at the masthead of the Poll Parrot. We've met the enemy and they're ours. That's what they mean.
Blast you. All right, Dalton. Here's a bag of gold to pay for the damage of the Stanhope's property. But you'll pay for this, Dalton. Mark you it well. If I have to chase you over the 7 seas from pole to pole, I'll get you in a cove one day and scuttle your bloomin' ship.
Scuttle the ship, scuttle the ship.
You talks a little more than I can stand, Briscoe. I'll give you a chance to pay me back right now.
What do you mean?
Get your men over to the beach near their boats so they can go aboard as soon as this little matter is settled. Men, my men, drop all your arms in a pile here at my feet. Retire to the edge of the clearing.
But, Captain, sir, what you planning?
Never mind, Dickon. I know what I'm doing. Do as I say. Now, retire to the edge of the clearing, men. Briscoe, you and I are going to have a little private battle of our own.
So, that's how the wind sets, eh? Dalton, this is a pleasure.
Oh, I hope Captain Dalton doesn't get hurt.
Oh, he won't get hurt. He's the strongest man I ever saw. He'll take care of Dirk Briscoe, you bet.
I don't like this, though. That Dirk looks like the kind of a blackguard I know he is. He's liable to do anything.
Go on, Captain. Hit him again. Look at that.
Oh, my. He knocked that pirate right flat on his back.
That fight won't last much longer.
With any other man matched against him, I wouldn't worry about Captain Dalton. But that villain, he might...
Look, they're resting all over the ground.
They're up on their feet again. Oh, gee, Captain Dalton got hit that time. Captain Dalton, we're with you. Knock him down again.
What a blow that was. Briscoe is lying there on the beach. I hope he's had enough.
Ezra, shirt. He's going to pull a gun out. I just know it.
Captain, look out.
Oh, I'm going to tell him. Captain, look out. He's going to shoot you.
Sue, come back here. Here, stop her, Johnny. Sue,
No,
Step back there. Get her.
Dalton, you're pretty good. But not good enough to stop this.
Oh, Captain Dalton. Captain Dalton, he's going to shoot.
Sue, stand aside.
Oh.
You swine. You shot the girl.
Poor, brave little Sue shot. Is she severely hurt? Captain Dalton will take care of Briscoe. You may lay to that. But no matter what happens to the cowardly privateer, it can never make up for any injury Sue Grange may have received. To find out what our friends are going to do now that this unexpected development has occurred, be sure to listen to the next exciting adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. Covered by a landslide, the party returns to the Poll Parrot and sets sail for Ascension Island to purchase explosives in order to recover the treasure. Arriving at their port, they discover that wealthy friends of Captain Dalton's are being attacked by privateers. When last we left Johnny, Sue, Captain Dalton, and the rest, they had frustrated the attack of the privateers. But in so doing, little Sue Grange, attempting to save the life of Captain Dalton, had run between him and the chief of the privateers, Dirk Briscoe, who were having a fight on the beach. Briscoe draws a concealed pistol from his shirt and fires. Sue drops to the ground, and Briscoe's attention is distracted just long enough for Captain Dalton to put a finishing blow to the privateer's chin that lays him low. Amid much excitement, Captain Dalton shouts,
Bless you, Dirk Briscoe. If little Sue is badly hurt,
Sue, are you hurt bad?
Oh, my poor little Sue. Why did you run in the line of fire?
Let me at her, Mr. Grange. I'll see how badly injured she is.
I'm not injured at all, Captain Dalton.
But, Sue, you fell. You must be hurt.
Sue, are you sure?
Ezra, I'm not hurt. I fell so that Privateer Briscoe would think he shot me, and it threw him off guard.
Blow me down. What a lass. Oh, Sue, that was quick thinking for sure.
Lash me to a yardarm if it weren't.
Sue, you've given me enough scares to take 10 years off my life since we've been on this cruise.
But I did it to save Captain Dalton.
Aye, lass, and that you did. That thieving pirate would have finished me if you hadn't jumped between us. It looks like I'm beginning to owe my life to all of you. First, it's Dickon who knocked the pistol from the hand of that rat old Testi. Then the time you young'uns rolled the rocks down on Red Mahooley and Ezekiel Kip. And then Joward and Buscara come into the cave in the nick of time when Kip was shooting at us from the rear of the cave. And now you, Sue, you've saved my life again.
Blimey, Captain Dalton, you've a charmed life. Sold me for a herring if you haven't.
Sold him for herring. Sold him for herring.
I believe you're right there, Dickon. Thanks to the help of all my good friends here.
Oh, Sue, I'm so glad you really weren't shot. If anything had happened to you then, I believe I would have shot that Dirk Briscoe myself. I was really frightened for the first time on this cruise when I saw you fall. How did you ever think of doing a thing like that?
Well, when Captain Dalton and Dirk Briscoe were fighting, Briscoe was knocked down. Captain Dalton didn't see him reach in his shirt for that pistol, but I did, and I knew he'd shoot. So I figured that if I ran between them, it might throw Briscoe off guard.
And that's exactly what it did. But look at the chance you took. You might have been hit.
Well, what of it? Captain Dalton has been in danger more than once on our account, and I'd rather be shot myself than see Captain Dalton hurt.
I'm sure proud of you, Sue. You're awful brave. I don't know that I would have been brave enough to do a thing like that.
Oh, yes, you would, Johnny Robbins. You're the bravest boy I've ever known. That's why I like you so much.
Gosh, Sue, I've been hoping you'd say you like me, because since we've been on this trip together, I've learned to like you a lot, too. And I was thinking that...
Thinking what, Johnny?
Oh, thinking that maybe when we get a little older that, well, you...
What, Johnny?
Oh, that maybe we...
Avast to port, you young'uns.
Sue, Captain Dalton wants us over there.
Gosh, why did he have to call us right this minute?
Yes, Captain Dalton. We'll be right there.
I wonder what he wants.
Look, who is that strange man he's talking to?
I don't know. He doesn't look like a privateer.
Here, Sue and Johnny. Come here. I want a friend of mine to meet you. This is Mr. Lawrence Stanhope, the owner of the home that Privateer Briscoe was trying to raid. Lawrence, this is little Sue, Mr. Grange's sister. This is Johnny Robbins, my cabin boy, whom I've learned to care for as a brother since we've been on this voyage. Brave uns, both of them.
How do you do, Mr. Stanhope?
How do you do?
I'm mighty proud to meet the both of you. Captain Dalton was just telling me how you saved his life a while ago, Miss Sue.
That rascal Briscoe, you should have put him in irons, Roy.
Where is he, Captain Dalton?
I did as I promised him. 2 of his men carried him away to his boat, and they've set sail. We'll inform the island authorities of their deed. Wainwright's going to take care of that now.
Oh, but you shouldn't have let them get away, Captain Dalton.
I promised, lad. Rather than take a chance on some of our party being hurt and to save Mr. Stanhope's property, I promised. And in spite of the likes of Dirk Briscoe, I had to keep my promise to him.
It's too conscientious you've always been, Roy, for your own good.
Maybe, Lawrence Stanhope. Maybe.
Captain, everything's been taken care of, Captain Dalton. Wainwright and his party saw the Briscoes' murdering crew set sail. But excuse me for saying it, sir. I think you did wrong in letting the lubbers get away.
Perhaps, Dickon, but it's the only thing I could do. But what about Wainwright and Mr. Grange?
Well, they've stolen for the other side of the island to get the explosives, sir.
Why are we staying here, Captain Dalton?
Yes. Why didn't we all go to the other side of the island?
As a precaution, that's all. Half of the crew's gone with Wainwright. They'll get the necessary explosives and inform the authorities about Briscoe. And we're staying here with the rest of the crew to see that Briscoe and his cutthroats don't come back this way.
That's mighty white of you, Roy, old friend. I don't know how I'll ever be able to repay you for this.
Oh, it's nothing, Lawrence. The sight of such a friend as you is payment enough. It's been years since I've seen you.
You know, I've often wondered where your sails were set, Roy. Oh, but see here, old man, we're wasting time. All of you must come to the house, as my family will be most happy to meet you, all of you.
And it's happy we'll all be to meet them. Blow me down if we won't.
Well, come along, then. Go ahead of us, Miss Sue and Johnny. We'll go right to the house. We've succeeded in putting out the fire in the stable those brigands started, and fortunately they didn't get the chance to fire the house.
What are we going to do, Captain Dalton?
Well, as Mr. Stanhope said, we'll all go to his house and stay there for a while. That is, you 2 young uns, Dickon and myself, until Mr. Grange and the crew get back with the explosives. The rest of the crew will remain on the lookout to see that Briscoe doesn't return.
And while you're here, I'll see that you all get some good English cooking. I dare say you could stand a bit of it after some of the things you've all been through, eating board ship and the like.
Oh, but Lawrence, won't this be too much trouble?
Oh, not at all, old man. Mrs. Stanhope wouldn't think of anything else.
Then what will we do, Captain Dalton?
Well, when Mr. Grange and the men return with the explosives, we'll set sail for Goldo again. You know, I've an idea the sooner we return, the better it'll be.
Captain Dalton, I agrees with you. What with Kip, our captive, and Red Mahooley out of the way, we should have smooth sailing ahead. All that remains is to recover the diamonds in the mine on Goldo Island and then set sail for home.
Aye. Let's hope it'll be smooth sailing, as you say.
But suppose we should have more trouble with Dirk Briscoe and his privateers.
Yes, and there's no telling what they'll try if they get away safely.
There is something in what you say, Johnny and Sue, but I don't think we'll hear from them again.
Well, I hope you're right, Captain Dalton.
Sink the lubber!
Beach the dories, me men. It's a good thing we sighted this island. What with those British lubbers on our trail, we'll hide out here on this far side of whatever island this is, and maybe we'll be safe for a while. Beach, I say, and be fast about it. Step lively, you swab.
It's lucky for you Captain Dalton kept his word to you, Briscoe. He had you down for fair.
Silence, you dog of the sea. I'm a better man than Dalton, you may lay to that.
It didn't seem so on the beach at Ascension.
Drat you, Hollings. I should thrash you for that, even though you're army mate. And it's Captain Briscoe to you, remember that.
Aye, but 'tis no honor to captain a privateer, it ain't.
Why are you sailing as first mate on her, then?
I was all the same as Shanghai, I was. This started out for copra, it did, and it turned out to be a privateer. And not a very good privateer at that.
Hold your tongue, dog. Men, make the boats fast. That's it. Haul them in these bushes, so no passing ship will sight them.
I wonder what island this is we're on.
What difference does it make, you lubber? It's an island. And that means a place to hide for the time being.
Hold. What's that?
Quiet, you lubber. There's someone making through the brush in back of us.
Here he comes.
He doesn't see us yet.
Look, the lubber's a tough one for fair.
Most likely a derelict.
Avast! Stop where you are, unless I drop you in your tracks.
Who's there? Who are you?
Never mind who we are. Who are you?
My name's Mahooley, and I'm hurt. Got caught in the wake of a bloomin' volcano.
Mahooley?
Red Mahooley.
What's that? How do you know they calls me Red?
Because I know you, Red Mahooley. That's why.
But I don't know you. Who are you?
Take a good look, Red Mahooley, and try to remember.
Stayed in me rigging. Dirk Briscoe.
Aye, Dirk Briscoe. The same Dirk Briscoe you knifed in the back many years ago at Singapore.
Aye, Dirk Briscoe. But them was many years ago. It was your life or mine. Besides, I tell you, I'm hurt bad. You wouldn't take advantage of an injured man.
Maybe. Maybe not. That remains to be seen. What are you doing on this bloomin' island?
Listen, Briscoe. I'll make you a proposition.
What kind of a proposition, dog?
Listen, let bygones be bygones, and I'll show you a fortune.
Sounds interesting. Go on.
First off, you gotta say we're partners from now on.
If there's a fortune in the wind, I'd go in partnership with a rat. Go on, I say.
Do you know what island this is?
No.
Galto Island. Do you know what's on this island?
Get to the point, you bilge scum, before I capsize your hulk.
Diamonds.
What's that?
Diamonds. A world of them. But they're covered up by a landslide, and we'd have to blast to get at them.
I've got explosives on board. That's easy. Who owns them?
The people I sail here with. Ezra Grange and Captain Dalton.
Dalton? Roy Dalton?
Aye. Do you know him?
Do I know him? I'll say I know the worm. You says he owns this swag of diamonds?
Well, the man he sails for does. It's all the same.
Mahooley, I'm going to forget our old grievances.
That's talking, Briscoe. I knew you would.
But for only one reason, Red Mahooley.
What's that, Briscoe?
Because there's one sailor I hate worse than you, and that sailor is Roy Dalton. I'll show him he can't fool with Dirk Briscoe's affairs. The meddling dog. Diamonds, eh? So that's why Dalton was at Ascension Island, for explosives to blast his mine, eh? Well, when he gets back here, there won't be any diamond mine left to blast. And Dirk Briscoe will be a rich sailor. Diamonds, eh?
So, Dirk Briscoe and Red Mahooley have teamed up to outdo Captain Dalton. Well, Mahooley wasn't killed after all when Kip's cabin burned and collapsed. Captain Dalton, Ezra Grange, Johnny and Sue and the rest of our friends think they have easy sailing ahead. But what's going to happen when they return to Galto Island? Will Briscoe and Red Mahooley succeed in blasting the diamonds and getting away before they return? We'll just have to wait and find out when it's time to listen to the next exciting adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward saying goodbye for now. Forced to go to Ascension Island for explosives. While there, they are successful in foiling a raid by privateers on property of friends of Captain Dalton's. During a fight between Captain Dalton and Dirk Briscoe, leader of the privateers, Sue Grange saves the captain's life by running between the two as Briscoe is about to shoot Captain Dalton. Unbeknown to Captain Dalton, to escape from the authorities, Briscoe and his crew have taken refuge on Galto Island, where they discover Red Mahooley, the sailor who was given up for dead during the eruption of Smoky Mouth, the volcano on Galto Island. Briscoe and Mahooley have joined forces in order to secure the treasure before Captain Dalton and the rest of our friends return. After securing explosives at Georgetown on Ascension Island, our friends are returning to Galto. Aboard ship, which is underway, we find Johnny Robbins and Sue Grange talking to Old Dickson, the peg-leg sailor. Poll Parrot himself is perched atop Dickon's shoulder.
Fair weather, mateys.
Let's hope it is fair weather, Polly. Don't forget, we've got to get the buried diamonds.
Polly's been a great help to us on this cruise, Dickon.
Yeah, that he has, little Sue. I owe me life to him, that I do.
Yes. When you were tied up in old man Kip's cabin, it was Poll Parrot who led Captain Dalton and Mr. Wainwright to where you were.
Good old Polly. It's fair weather and foul. He's been through with me since first we hooked up. Hey, Polly?
Fair weather and foul, fair weather and foul.
You know, Dickon, I've often wanted to ask you how long you've had Poll Parrot.
Yes. Well, I suppose we just took it for granted that you've always had him with you.
Stave and me mainsails. It seems to me I've always had him with me.
He must be an awful old bird, Dickon.
There's no remembering how old he is. I got him when I was a mere lad, I did. And he's been with me ever since.
I'll bet you got him in South America, Dickon.
What makes you say that, lad?
Well, don't all parrots come from South America?
No, Johnny. About half the parrots are from South America, but a lot of them come from Australia.
Right you are, Miss Sue. And it's just where I got Poll Parrot. In Sydney, Australia, it was. When I was a young'un like you two, over there they calls them lories.
Rock! Shiver me timbers, I'm a lorry!
Even Bully hasn't forgotten.
Rock! Dickens a lorry! Rock!
Here, you wool-eyed overgrown parakeet. I'll wring your bloomin' neck if you'll call me a lory.
It's funny they don't find parrots on islands like Galto or Ascension Island we just left.
Well, it's like this. Parrots are found only on tropical islands and in hot countries. In Europe and America, it gets too cold for them. And on islands like Ascension, it's too cold, too.
Oh, Dickon, you said to remind you and you'd tell us something about Ascension Island.
That's right. But so many things have been happening of late, we forgot to remind you.
See, I did promise to tell you something, didn't I?
Yes. You said it was something about Napoleon.
Aye, that I did. Well, the island we was just on, Ascension Island. Well, that belongs to England, she does. It was about the year 1815, it was, that they made a settlement there. That was after the war between England and France, after the Battle of Waterloo.
Oh, tell us about it, Dickon.
Yes. Where were you, Dickon?
Oh, I was still in Australia, I was. But my dad, rest him, he fought under the Duke of Wellington, he did. And many's the tale he told me about Napoleon. I remembers it well. It seems like only yesterday me old daddy was telling me about it. Napoleon was a great little general, he was. Not much smaller than me, he wasn't. All small men are great, they are.
Rock! Sink the braggart's hook! Sink him!
Polly, I'm a warning you. I'll sink your hook, I will.
Go ahead, Dickon.
This is interesting, all right.
Well, about that Battle of Waterloo. The battle was fought in 1815 at a town near Brussels, Belgium. The British, under the Duke of Wellington, were held by some Prussian soldiers under the command of a General Blucher. The fighting began a little before noon, it did, and the French forces under Napoleon was just about winning, they were.
But they didn't win, did they, Dickon?
Don't interrupt, Johnny. Go ahead, Dickon.
That's right, they didn't win. Because just as they were about to defeat the British, the Prussians came up from the other side.
Napoleon was surrounded, wasn't he?
Oh, that he was. And in spite of desperate charges, he must have realized that his goose was cooked. Napoleon lost about 40,000 men in that battle, and that was just about the end of him.
What's that all got to do with Ascension Island?
Oh, Dickon's coming to that, aren't you, Dickon?
Aye, that I am. Well, shortly after the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon gave himself up to the British, and they sent him to St. Helena Island, where he stayed the rest of his life, which wasn't very long, it wasn't. He was a sad man, he was. You see, he always wanted to be the emperor of all Europe, and he almost was. He might have succeeded if it hadn't been for the Battle of Waterloo, when he lost to the Duke of Wellington. Well, after about 6 years of loneliness and brooding on the island of St. Helena, he died, he did.
But still, I don't see what that has got to do with Ascension Island.
Oh, but it has this to do with it. When you was on Ascension Island, you was just 700 miles north by west you was from St. Helena Island. 700 miles from where the great Napoleon spent the last 6 years of his life and where he died.
I wish we could have gone there. To St. Helena, I mean.
Aye, lad. Someday you may have the chance. Many's the time I've been there.
I'd like to see where Napoleon is buried. That's why I'd like to visit St. Helena sometime.
Aye, but he's not buried there, Miss Sue.
But you said just now, Dickon, that Napoleon died on the island of St. Helena.
That I did. He did die there. And he was buried there. He was. But some years later, his coffin was dug up, it was, and was taken to Paris and reburied. Because, you see, the French people still thought he was a great man, even if he was defeated by the British. And they wanted his body buried in French soil.
Sue, do you know, being with Dickon like this and listening to his stories, it's just like going to school.
It's better than going to school, I think.
Ah, you're wrong there, little Miss Sue. Nothing is better for young'uns than going to school.
Yes, but in school you can't be cruising around the world like we're doing now.
That may be true, Miss Sue, but you learn more in school. It's often I've wished I'd been able to go to school and learn things the easy way.
What do you mean, the easy way, Dickon?
I'll tell you what I mean. I've learned a lot of things in my life, but I learned them the hard way. I sailed from one end of the globe to the other 100 times. I've knocked around and been knocked around, I have. Learned a lot, I did, but lost a leg doing it. You see, even though I know a lot about the world, and I've seen a lot,
Still, I'm just an ignorant sailor, I am.
Oh, you are not, Dickon.
Hey, that I am, young'un. I'm just smart enough to know that I ain't smart at all. That is, smart in the things I'd like to be smart about.
What do you mean by that, Dickon?
Well, I mean that I often wish that I was smart in knowing how to act around nice people. Like, for instance, your brother, Monsieur. He's educated, he is. But you can't learn them things shipping on a whaler, you can't. You've got to go to school, you do.
Look, Captain Dalton's coming this way.
Avast, me hearties. What's in the sail?
Oh, Captain Dalton, Dickon has been telling us how close we were to St. Helena Island where Napoleon died when we were on Ascension Island.
Aye, that we were, Miss Sue.
Well, I've learned more from Dickon since we've been on this cruise than I ever knew before, Captain Dalton.
I'm glad of that, Johnny. You can learn a lot from Dickon. He's a smart old seagull, and you may lay to that.
Thank you, Captain. But I'm not a smart one, I'm not. I just seen a lot, I have. But after all is said and done, I'm just an old rough tar. I'm fit only for the sea.
Aye, an old rough tar with a heart as pure as gold and as strong as steel. I'm proud to call you friend, Dickon, and you may lay to that.
Why, Dickon, there's a tear in your eye.
Aye, there is, Monsieur. But I'm not ashamed of it, I'm not. It's been a long time since these old eyes of mine are wet with anything besides salt water.
What's wrong, Dickon?
Oh, nothing's wrong, Johnny lad. These tears are tears of happiness to be sailing with such a fine man as Captain Dalton here.
Why, Dickon, I'm no different than any other skipper.
Captain, all my life, man and boy, I've sailed under many a captain from Cape Town to Frisco, from Liverpool to Yokohama, around the whole a dozen times or more. And I've been shanghaied by pirates and sailed under men I couldn't even understand their bloomin' speech. Whalers, Portuguese fish boats, Chinese pirates, and some nice ones, you may lay to that. Starved almost to death on desert islands, flogged by sea brigands, pushed around and beaten by drunken skippers. Aye, but I'm happy. I'm happy I went through all that, because it made a good sailor out of me. And if I hadn't been a sailor, I'd never had a chance to sail under such a man as Captain Dalton here. And that I wouldn't, so help me.
Dickon, I hardly know what to say.
Dickens, a soft one! Dickens, a soft one!
Soft, am I? Soft, am I? I'll wring your neck, you bloomin' owl.
What was that?
Sounded like an explosion, it did, sir.
There, I heard it.
Where could that come from, Captain Dalton?
Just off starboard. You can see Galto Island coming in view. And those explosions are coming from Galto Island. I don't like the sound of it.
Nor do I, Captain Dalton.
Could it be that volcano again, Captain Dalton?
Oh, I hope not.
No, it's not the volcano this time. Those explosions are being set off by human hands. You may lay to that.
Well, what do you think it could be, Captain Dalton?
I don't think. I know. Someone is blasting the mine to get at those diamonds. It looks like we're getting here just in time.
Yes, someone is blasting the mine on Galto Island to get at the diamonds buried there. Of course, Captain Dalton has no idea it's Dirk Briscoe and Red Mahooley. Will Captain Dalton get there in time before Briscoe and Mahooley get away with the treasure? Be sure to listen to the next exciting adventure on the cruise of the Poll Parrot, and we'll find out just what is in store for Captain Dalton, Old Dickon, Johnny, and Sue, and the rest of our friends when they land once more on the island of Galto. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Island, owned jointly by Ezra Grange and young Johnny Robbins. While on Ascension Island, they surprised a raid on the home of some friends of Captain Dalton by a reckless adventurer named Dirk Briscoe. After having been chased off Ascension Island by Captain Dalton, Briscoe and his men are hiding from the authorities on uncharted Galto Island, unknown to our friends. There, Red Mahooley has told Briscoe of the diamond deposit, and Briscoe, who had explosives in the hold, has begun to remove the debris which blocks the mine to seize the diamonds for himself. As the Poll Parrot approaches Galto Island, the sound of explosions is heard, and our friends hastily cast anchor and row ashore. We now find Captain Dalton, Ezra Grange, Dickon, Johnny Robbins, and Sue Grange ashore, talking over this baffling new problem.
Blow me down, Captain Dalton. There it goes again.
Heavy weather ahead.
Aye, Dickon. There's no mistaking it now. That blasting's coming from the mine.
Somebody else is trying to get at our diamonds.
But who could it be? There isn't anybody else left on the island since you took old Ezekiel Kip prisoner.
You're forgetting one swab we've always had to keep a weather eye on, Sue. Red Mahooley.
But look here, Captain. I thought you and Dickon saw Mahooley caught in Kip's old cabin when it caught fire and caved in.
Aye, Mr. Grange, so we did, but we have no proof he was killed.
Aye, aye, Captain. That Mahooley Wallace is as tough as the hide of a bloomin' grampus. He's cruising around somewhere, not much the worse for the blow he's weathered. You may lay to that.
Dickon, what's a grampus?
Why, lass, a grampus is a killer whale. One of the strongest and fiercest animals in the 7 seas. He lives for killing. He'll kill anything that swims. And he ain't worth a bit of good to anything, so the whalers seldom catch him.
That's not a bad description of Red Mahooley. Tough, a murderer at heart, and absolutely worthless.
Wrong, he's a bloomin' grampus. Give him the iron.
We're wasting time, mateys. We've got to set out for the mine and see what's in the wind.
It's liable to be dangerous, isn't it? We might walk into a trap.
That's the chance we've got to take, Mr. Grange. Oh, Mr. Wainwright remained aboard ship. Buscara's taking charge of the cabins ashore here again. Nicholson supervising the bringing of the explosives ashore. That leaves Jowett free. Mr. Jowett!
Aye, aye, sir.
Pick 5 of your best men, arm them, and follow me. Dickon, you come along, too. We're setting our course for the mine.
I'm coming, too, then, Captain. By George, I've got to see what's happening to the mine.
Captain, since I'm part owner of the mine, I think I ought to have a right to go along, too.
Then why can't I go, too?
Now, hold on a moment. You can't run risks all the time and come out unhurt.
Mr. Grange, Johnny does have a right to see what's happening to his mine. But avast now. Sue and Johnny, you can follow along if you stay behind the men. But the minute we sight trouble, back you go. That's orders.
Yes, sir, Captain Dalton.
We'll do just as you say.
Very well. Jowett, are your men all set?
Aye, aye, sir. Picked an arm to the tail.
Come ahead, then. Full speed ahead. We'll head through this underbrush to the mine.
Right out the rats from the hold, men.
Stow that, you blowin' pelican. You want to give us away?
Keep Polly quiet, Dickon. We don't know what lies ahead.
Captain, I can't understand who could be blasting the mine, though. Even if Red Mahooley is still alive, where would he get all the explosives?
That remains to be seen. I'll admit I haven't any idea.
Captain, do you think... No, that'd be too fantastic.
What were you saying, Mr. Grange?
Yeah, never mind. It would be impossible. I was thinking that somebody else might have landed here, and Red told them about the mine.
Well, that sounds possible enough, Mr. Grange.
That does, yes. But this part doesn't. I thought there might be a chance it could be Dirk Briscoe.
Lash me to the autumn. That's not as impossible as you may think.
Avast, Captain. Look, he's right ahead.
Avast, it's right ahead. It's right ahead.
Listen, cheering. That must mean they're down to the mine itself.
But that sounds like a lot of men.
You sharp ears, Johnny. Blow me down. It seems we've run afoul of a whole crew.
There. Right ahead is the little hill with the mine on top.
Batten down the edge, Captain. Look, they built a breastwork around the mine.
Blow me down. They've hemmed themselves in like a fortress.
Look out, Captain. There's a man up there at one side of the hill who sees us.
He's aiming his musket. Drop to the ground.
The lever couldn't hit the side of a foremester.
The lookout's going inside the breastwork to warn the men, Captain. Look, somebody's sticking his head over the mound.
It's Dirk Briscoe. You were right, Mr. Grange.
Well, welcome, visitors. It couldn't be the famous navigator, Roy Dalton, in the offing.
I'm warning you, you bloody pirate. We'll swing you from the yard on before your course is done, you bloody...
Stow it, Dickon, stow it. That talk will get us no place. We've got to do some quick thinking.
Avast, you barnacles. Ain't you coming up to pay a visit to old Uncle Dirk?
Blow me down. There's only one thing to do as I see it. I've got to take the chance. Will you give me a white kerchief, Mr. Grange?
Yes, Captain, but...
Dickon, hand me that branch lying over there.
Captain Dalton, what are you going to do?
Sue, I told you and Johnny to retrace your course back into the woods if we ran into trouble. I meant that.
Yes, sir, we will.
Yes, Captain Dalton, we'll go.
Now I'll lash the white kerchief to the branch with this bit of line.
Captain, you're making a flag of truce, sir. But why...
Never mind, Dickon. There. Ahoy, Dirk Briscoe!
Well, I'll be blowed. It is my friend Dalton. So sorry you wasn't invited to the party. Hark to what I have to say. You and your blasted crew clear off this island while you're all in one piece.
Avast, Briscoe. I'll talk terms with you.
Oh, now you're willing to talk my terms, eh? Well, they ain't easy to listen to.
Do you see this flag of truce? Will you agree to let me advance alone up to the mine? It may be to your advantage.
Captain, you can't go up there by yourself.
It's the only way. I've got to find out what he's done to that mine. If we don't strike some kind of a bargain with them, we'll never get anything. You can't attack a party of men when they've built a fort around themselves like that one.
But, Captain, you can't trust the bloomin' rat.
Ah, you can't trust them, I say, Emperor.
I'll take that chance. Every seaman respects the white flag of truce. It guarantees safety to a representative of the other side.
Avast, Dalton. Aye, I'll talk to you. My men are willing. Advance under the white flag.
Aye, Briscoe. Mr. Grange, watch out for all parties till I get back.
Well, I can't help it, but I think Dalton's making a mistake.
The white flag of truce is supposed to be sacred, sir. But there's no telling what a rat like Briscoe will do. White flag or no.
Look, Captain Dalton's climbing over the parapet.
I don't like the sound of that laughing, Mr. Grange.
Neither do I.
Laugh, me hearties.
Ahoy below, you lubbers. We have got your bloomin' captain up here, and we'll hold him as long as we've a mind to. The rest of you get back to shore, and if you ever come peeking around here again, I'll blow you to bits. All right, mates, warm up their retreat for 'em.
Good Lord, they're shooting at us. We've got to retreat.
We men will rush him, sir. We won't let him do no harm to Captain Dalton.
It's no use, Mr. Jowett. It'd be massacre if you attacked that hornet's nest. We'll have to go back to the beach, round up all the men, and form a quick plan of attack. We must save Captain Dalton.
Look at 'em turn tail like scared porpoises.
This is a bit hard on me, peg leg. I hoped... Avast! Here comes Buscara.
Mr. Grange, I was looking for you. The boy, the girl.
You mean Sue and Johnny? Why, they were with us a moment ago. Speak up. What's happened to them, Buscara?
She's come out of the woods a few minutes back. I not pay much attention. Then she's both run away again, around side of the island. And they took some of the explosives along.
What are you saying, man? Sue and Johnny came back and got some of the explosives?
Yes, Mr. Grange. And then she's run away again, round the side of the island.
Good Lord. Now what's become of them? And heaven only knows what's happening to Captain Dalton.
Dalton, I thought you had better sense than that. Walking right up here into my hands after the deal you gave me back on Ascension Island.
Briscoe, I didn't know any man who sailed the seas could sink as low as you have. There's no seaman who doesn't respect the flag of truce.
The flag of truce be blowed. I'm respecting nothing when there's loot to be got. And for diamonds, I'd murder me own brother for diamonds. You may lay to that.
Briscoe, I came up here to talk terms. You seized me and lashed me to this tree. And now you've got some bloody design in mind. Avast, whatever it is, get it over with.
Dalton, you're not going to be injured. Yet. You're going to get the privilege of watching a very exciting scene. You'll be our guest of honor. That's why I lashed you facing the sea. From the top of this rise, you can just barely see the beach. And that beach will shortly be very, very hot.
Blow me down. What do you mean?
Mr. Briscoe, I got your engine fixed just like you told me. So help me, Captain Dalton, and lashed to a tree. Well, if this ain't the chance I've been waiting for years.
Mahooley, you dog. If my hands weren't tied, I'd... Briscoe, loose this bowline just long enough for me to take care of that bill scout, Mahooley. I ask it as only fair.
Fair? What do I care about anything being fair?
That's setting him ashore at the right port, Dirk, matey.
Avast, you red-headed walrus. I'm not Dirk matey to you. It's Mr. Briscoe I am. I ain't quite decided whether I ought to pardon you or not for what you did to me years back.
But, Mr. Briscoe, you says it was all settled. We was mates. I told you about this mine, and you says...
Stow it. Get back to your work on them engines. Later, I'll let you have all the fun you want with Dalton.
Aye, sir. Just like as you say. But I can't hardly wait, so help me.
Have the men draw them engines up here close to the parapet. Hollings, where's that blasted first mate of mine? Hollings!
Aye, sir. Aye, I'm coming.
Mahooley, get two of the men to help you bind that explosive in them canvas bags.
Aye, sir.
Hollings, you aim one of the engines, and I'll aim the other.
Not me. I don't do no aiming. I don't want no part of it.
Hollings, I've had about enough of your gam. Either you carry out my orders, or I'll take away your mate's rating and throw you in irons.
Much as I hate you, Briscoe...
Captain Briscoe, blast you.
I said, much as I hate you, Briscoe, I'll carry out your orders as mate. But I won't go slaughtering a crew of innocent and unsuspecting men by dropping explosives on them.
Mahooley, take care of the other engine. I'll tend to you later, Hollings.
Briscoe, you swine, what are you doing?
Avast, my pretty friend. I always carries explosives in me hold. It comes in handy in my raids. That's how I could mine your diamonds. But here's how I usually uses them. See these engines?
Blow me down. They look like
Catapults. Now you're getting smart, Dalton. Cannons is expensive and hard to purchase. So I had my trusty men make me catapults. The best part of them is they make practically no noise. I puts bags of explosives in 'em, lights 'em, and lets 'em go. Right into the middle of my enemies.
You're not going to use them on my crew.
That's right, Dalton. We'll let these surprise packages right down in the middle of the beach, where all your crew is. I don't expect they'll ever know what happened to 'em.
You... Briscoe, if I ever get my hands on you...
Wouldn't that be nice for you?
Well, things couldn't possibly be any worse than this. Briscoe is in possession of the mine. Dalton is captured and in great danger. And the whole crew of the Poll Parrot may be blown up at any moment by one of Briscoe's explosive catapults. And what's become of Johnny and Sue? Why did they run away with some of the explosives from the Poll Parrot? Be sure to listen for the next thrilling adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward. On Galto Island by Red Mahooley is now in full control of the mine. He's blasted the landslide with his own explosives and is taking the gems for himself. He has so firmly entrenched himself and his men about the mine that no attacking party could hope to defeat him. Not only that, Briscoe holds Captain Dalton prisoner. And though the crew of the Poll Parrot on the beach of Galto Island does not know this, he is preparing to exterminate all of them by hurling explosives in their midst with 2 big catapults he has constructed. Meanwhile, on the beach, Mr. Grange is beside himself when he hears that Johnny and Sue have taken some of the Poll Parrot's own explosives from the beach and run off with them no one knows where. We now find Johnny and Sue around on the other side of the island. Johnny's arms filled with heavy, ominous-looking canvas bags.
Oh, Johnny, do be careful. If you stumble, you know what might happen.
I'll watch my step, Sue.
See, I always said you were the bravest boy I ever knew. I never would have thought of taking those explosives around on this side of the island.
Well, gee, I bet you would have thought of it in just a minute. This way, we can sneak in the cave that leads from the back of the island to the mine and get right underneath that Briscoe. Then we can set off the powder right underneath them. Will they be surprised?
But aren't you afraid Captain Dalton might get hurt if you blow them up from down in the cave?
We've got to watch out for that, Sue. We just want to use enough explosive to frighten them.
Yes. And then when they're caught off guard, we can free Captain Dalton and escape.
Yeah. Gee, I hope it works.
Oh, you'll make it work, Johnny. You've always been so brave. I know you couldn't fail.
Gee, Sue, thanks. But there isn't anybody braver than you.
Oh, you're just saying that.
No, honest, Sue. You know how much I like you. Gee, maybe someday...
Johnny, look out. You're going to drop the explosives.
I almost did.
Look, Johnny, right ahead there. The entrance to the cave.
There's somebody on guard there. I should have thought of that.
What are we going to do now?
We'll have to think. Let's get as close as we can to the cave entrance without making any noise. I might have known this plan of mine was too good to work. Of course, Briscoe's men would know about that tunnel. They'd have to put a watch at this end to prevent a surprise attack.
That's all right, Johnny. We'll think of something. I know we will.
Shh. There's somebody else coming out of the tunnel.
I've asked you. Briscoe wants you to go back through the cave to the mine. He wants some help with those bloomin' catapults of his.
Aye, aye, Mr. Hollings. But why did he send you down here?
He's on his beam ends at me again. I wouldn't help him aim explosives at the crew of the Poll Parrot, so he sent me down here as watch. Get along with you now. Don't you get in trouble with him, too, by being late.
Aye, aye, sir, aye, aye.
I wonder who he is. He doesn't look like most of those other men in Briscoe's crew.
Oh, Johnny, I got to sneeze.
Sue, you mustn't.
What was that? Over in the bushes. Whoever's in those bushes, come out. All right, I'll get you myself. Ah, there you are.
Don't come any closer or I'll throw this at you.
I've asked. 2 young'uns. What have you there? Blow me down explosives. Where'd you get 'em?
Never mind. Let us alone or we'll blow you up.
You'd blow yourselves up, too, if you tried. Avast, I know who you are now. You're the 2 young'uns with Captain Dalton's crew. And you're the lass who jumped in front of Briscoe on Ascension Island when he tried to pull a gun on Dalton.
Yes, I am. What are you going to do about it?
Not a thing. I think you're 2 of the bravest kids I ever laid my eyes on.
Who are you?
I'm Hollings, first mate to Dirk Briscoe. Though if I had my choice, I'd like to see him and his whole bloomin' crew 40 fathoms under.
Is this a trick?
I'm telling you straight, lad. You may lay to that. Briscoe tricked me into sailing with him, and I've hated him ever since I found out the kind of pirate he is.
Why don't you jump ship and leave him?
He's too clever. He'd do me in if he caught me trying. But I'm waiting for my chance to get even. Hold on a moment. I just sighted light. I know what you're aiming to do with them explosives.
All right. What are you going to do about it?
I'm with you. It's a great idea. I wish I'd thought of it myself. There'd been nothing like a little explosion right under Dirk Briscoe's feet to make him forget about blowing up the crew of the Poll Parrot.
Blowing up the crew of the Poll Parrot? What do you mean?
That's just what he's aiming to do, lass. Let me plant the explosives in the mine for you. Will you trust me and let me help you? You'd better hurry.
Sue, we've got to decide quick. Do you think it's a trick? Should we trust this man?
Johnny, I like his face. I think he's telling the truth. I think we ought to take the chance.
Bless you, lass. You'll never regret that.
All right, Mr. Hollings. We'll go with you.
Avast then, mateys. Full speed ahead. Briscoe's planning right now.
Haven't you blasted swabs got those bloomin' catapults fixed yet? Mahooley, shake a leg.
Aye, Mr. Briscoe. We'll be all set in a minute to drop them surprise packages right in the middle of the Poll Parrot's camp on the beach.
Briscoe, you'll live to regret this day. Mulhooley, what I'm going to do to you when I get free will curdle your blood.
What makes you think you're ever going to get free?
Stow that chatter, you red-headed walrus, and get that engine loaded. You other men what ain't got nothing to do, keep digging for them diamonds. We ain't got too much time to spare.
Aye, sir. First one's loaded, Mr. Briscoe.
I'm warning you for the last time. Don't aim that catapult at my crew.
A lot you've got to say about it, Dalton. If I had a mind to... Blow me down. We're being mined.
Lash me to a yardarm. Where did that come from? It seemed to come from down in the cave. And there's somebody rushing through all that dust. It's Johnny and Sue. How did you get here?
Hush, Captain.
Pretend you don't see us. We haven't been sighted yet in all this confusion.
Avast, I've got a knife. I'll loose the lines that lash you to this tree.
Who are you?
Never mind that now. You'll hear more from me later. Take these two young'uns and clear out of here while you're not noticed. There. You're free.
I'll not forget this, mate, whoever you are. Sue, Johnny, climb over that parapet as fast as you can. There's one more thing I must tend to.
Oh, please hurry, Captain. They mustn't see that you're free.
Sir, help me. Who set off that blast under our bloomin' feet? If I find the swab that did that off... Dalton, how did you get free?
Never mind, you rat. Here's a little present for you.
Avast, you swabs. Find out who set off that blaster. I'll flay you alive. Hold. What's Mahooley doing here on the ground? He's unconscious. Wake up, you blubber-coated sea cow. Wake up, I say.
Oh, me jaw. Me jaw's busted. So help me.
What hit you? Speak up.
Dalton. It was him what hit me. It was like being rammed by a bow-headed whale. Oh, me jaw.
Dalton hit you? Why, he's gone. Escaped. How did he get loose? I'll bet that scum Hollings had something to do with this. Men, calm down. Quiet. Avast, men. There's skullduggery afoot here. First, somebody plants an explosion almost under our feet, and then Dalton gets free. When I find Hollings, who was supposed to be guarding the other entrance of this cave, I've got some questions to ask him. But if he can prove he was there on watch and nobody passed him, that means there's a traitor right here among us. And I've a sneaking suspicion it might be you, Red Mahooley.
Me? Help me, Mr. Briscoe. It couldn't be me. I
Go
couldn't.
it. I'll find it all out later. All I know is that we ain't as safe as we thought we was. We're going to get these diamonds dug out of that hill, or as many as we can, and weigh anchor from this place.
And you ain't going to use the explosive catapult on Dalton's men?
I'll put you in a catapult and send you down to him in a bundle if you don't batten down your hatch, Mahooley. Now, all of you, get to work.
Yeah, come on. Get going.
That makes the second time in a few days you've saved my life, Johnny and Sue. Man and boy, I've sailed the seas, and I've never found so brave a pair.
We wouldn't have been able to do much, Captain Dalton, if it hadn't been for that man Hollings.
I like him. I wish he'd leave Briscoe and come with us.
Aye, mates. I like him, too. It's a bloomin' pity he's shipping with a rat like Briscoe.
Here we are at the beach. Look, all the crew is gathered on the shore.
Oh, they see us.
Ahoy, men! We're all safe and sound.
Blow me down, Captain Dalton. It's good to see you again. We just about gave you up for a goner, we did.
3 cheers for Captain Dalton. He's a good hand you can't keep down.
Slimy Bally, you never spoke a truer word, you didn't?
Sue, you're safe. And Johnny, Captain Dalton, you're free. Why, what's happened? I don't understand all this.
The best, Mr. Grange. There's no time for explanation now. That'll come later. Right now, we've got to clear off this beach and get aboard the Poll Parrot.
And leave the diamonds behind, sir?
Diamonds and emeralds and rubies.
We'll worry about the diamonds later. Right now, it's our lives we've got to think of. Just before I was freed, Briscoe was about to bombard the beach here with explosives thrown from a catapult. And he may start at any moment.
And a catapult to hurl explosives? Why, I never heard of such a thing.
Aye, neither did I before today. But there's no putting anything past that sea rat Briscoe. Step lively, men. We've got to clear off this beach and get aboard the Poll Parrot.
Aye, sir. Aye. Step lively. Step lively.
Well, it looks as if we may fail in our mission after all.
Oh, Mr. Grange, I wouldn't say that, sir. As long as we've Captain Dalton to lead us, he'll find a way through the stormiest seas to a clear passage, he will. And you may lay to that, sir.
Well, Dickon, I can't say that I mind it as much as I thought I would. Even if we miss our goal and lose the diamonds. It's been a great lesson to sail with so fine a man as Dalton. I value the friendship of such men as Dalton and you, Dickon, far more than all the gems I could find.
Why, blow me down, Mr. Grange. I'm all at sea, I am, sir. Them's kind words for an old salt like me, they be.
Well, I mean every word of it. It's taken me a long time to see things that way. But I'm on the right course now.
3 blowing cheers for Mr. Grange.
Oh, look! There's a man running out of the bushes.
Somebody's firing at him from behind.
Why, Captain Dalton, it's Mr. Hollings, the man who helped us save you.
Blow me down, so it is. He's jumped that pack of sea wolves.
Avast! He's hit! He's fallen!
Huh? I'm going out there and bring him in.
No, you can't do that, Captain. You'll be hit.
I don't care if the bullets are falling like rain. That man helped rescue me, and I ain't going to leave him helpless when he's caught in a squall. I'm going to save him.
What has made Briscoe's first mate Hollings try to join our friends from the Poll Parrot? Is he badly hurt? Will Captain Dalton be able to save him from the guns of Briscoe and his men? And will Briscoe get the diamonds after all? To find out, be sure to listen for the next thrilling adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Your Poll Parrot announcer is Dave Ward saying goodbye. And his men. And behind barricades, Dirk is able to dictate terms to Captain Dalton. Under a white flag of truce, Dalton approaches the brigands and is seized and held captive for his efforts. While Briscoe is preparing to bombard the crew of the Poll Parrot with explosive-laden catapults, Johnny Robbins and little Sue Grange, together with Dirk Briscoe's first mate Hollings, who has deserted the cause of the privateers, rescue Captain Dalton. Johnny, Sue, and the captain return to their waiting friends when they are amazed to see Hollings running away from gunfire from Briscoe and his men. Hollings' shot falls to the ground, and Dalton turns to his rescue as we take up this exciting adventure.
Captain Dalton, they've shot Mr. Hollings.
He's the man who helped us free you from Briscoe.
Yes, and turnabout is fair play. I'm going out after him.
You can't do that, Captain Dalton. You'll be hit.
I don't care if the bullets are falling like rain. That man rescued me from Briscoe, and I'm not going to leave him helpless when he's caught in a squall. I'm going to save him.
Oh, but Captain Dalton...
Don't fear, little Miss Sue. I can take care of myself. You all lay low here on the beach. Hide behind those dories. It'll prove sufficient protection until I get back with Hollings there.
Blow me down. This treasure hunt is turning out to be a bloomin' nightmare.
A bloomin' nightmare.
Yeah, if only it were a nightmare, Dickon. Here, you, Sue, and Johnny, hide behind this boat.
But Ezra, what about the rest of the men?
They'll take care of themselves, all right. Hey, look out there. Captain Dalton is crawling on his stomach.
Yes, he's almost to where Hollings fell.
Oh, I hope he gets to him in time and is able to bring him to safety.
I'll wager he does. There, Captain Dalton's reached him.
Yes, and now he's talking to him.
Hollings. Are you hurt bad?
Oh, the buzzard nipped me in the leg. I'm afraid I can't walk on it.
Well, blow me down. You can't stay here in the line of fire like this. Those bloomin' louts will finish you off in no time.
Aye, but nothing would please the bilge rat Briscoe more. But see here, man, you can't be in danger in your own skin for the sake of mine.
That's for me to decide. First of all, we've got to stop the flow of blood in that wound of yours.
Wait. Before you do anything, take this.
What's in this bag, man?
The diamonds that rightfully belong to you and your friends. You see, it was this way.
Wait. Explanations can wait. Where's that knife of mine? Here it is. Now I'll just rip a slit from your breeches, so. Now, I'll just tie this above the wound in your leg. That'll stop the flow of blood temporarily. There. That's it.
Thanks, Captain Dalton. It feels better now, too.
That's good, mate. It's a good thing these old logs are piled up in front of us. It acts as a protection for the time being, at least.
Yes, but Dalton, you can't stay here with me. Those buzzards will be out here after us any minute now.
I hardly think so. Not for a while, anyway. They know that the minute they step out in the clearing from those bushes they're in, my men down at the beach would let them have it.
I guess you're right. They're most likely planning their next move right now.
And yet, we can't leave the safety of these logs here. We'll just have to bide our time.
Hold. Someone creeping this way from the bushes.
Aye. And from the size of his hook, I'd say it's Red Mahooley. Aye, it is Red Mahooley, the lubber. Well, let him come. I've been waiting for the likes of him.
Look out, Captain Dalton. He's aiming this way.
Aye, and I'm aiming his way.
Did he get you, Dalton?
No. Now it's my turn.
And you didn't miss?
No, I didn't miss. You know, Hullings, in all the years I've sailed the seas, I've never killed anyone or anything except in self-defense. But even so, whenever I was forced to do so, I always had a feeling inside of me that kind of said maybe I shouldn't have done it. But this time, looking out there in the clearing at Red Mahooley lying on the sand there, I sort of feel as though I've done the world a good deed.
Blow me down, you're right there, Captain Dalton. It's too bad Dirk Briscoe ain't a-laying alongside of him.
You apparently don't care very much for your Captain Briscoe, Hullings.
About as much as I do a poisonous snake.
Captain Dalton! Captain Dalton!
Johnny, are you mad? What do you mean, exposing yourself to the fire of those bloomin' pirates?
I knew something had to be done, Captain Dalton. Mr. Grange wouldn't let me come, but I got away anyway. I knew you and Mr. Hollings here couldn't get back without Briscoe's men seeing you and shooting at you. So I put this bundle of twigs in front of me, and little by little I crept here.
But why, lad? Now the three of us will have a much harder time getting back to our men than before.
Well, I don't think so, Captain Dalton. I brought these along with me.
Blow me down. Explosives. Johnny, lad, that's just the thing we need to turn the trick.
Yes. I figure it'll work this way. I'll light one and throw it up toward those bushes. When it explodes, you carry Mr. Hollings as far toward the beach as you can.
Aye.
Then, before the excitement dies down, I'll light another one and throw it.
But how will you get back?
Don't worry, I'll make it. I'll save one of those sticks of explosives if they rush me. I'd just love to throw it right in the middle of those pirates.
What a lad. And a heart as stout as any of us, Captain.
You're right there, all right. I guess it's the only thing we can do. Get ready, Johnny, to light the first fuse.
All right, Captain Dalton. Are you ready?
Aye, lad.
Then here goes. There! Hurry, Captain Dalton. They'll never see you now with all that commotion.
All right, Johnny. Let them have the other one.
That's number 2. Keep going, Captain Dalton. I'm right behind you.
Good boy, Johnny. Good boy. Oh, we're out of range of their fire now, anyway.
Here comes Mr. Grange, Dickon, and Sue.
That was nice work, Johnny. We saw it all from the beach here.
Aye, there it was, Captain. And we saw you drop Red Mahooley in his tracks before Johnny got there, too. But Bill's rat finally got what was coming to him.
These past few minutes were the most thrilling I've ever seen. Oh, Johnny, you were marvelous.
Oh, it was nothing. Captain Dalton, as owner of the Poll Parrot, I've made my final decision.
What's that, Mr. Grange?
Well, the men have made ready the dories, and we're getting back to the Poll Parrot as quickly as possible and setting sail for home. Diamonds or no diamonds.
Aye, Mr. Grange, that's a good idea, but we won't have to sail without the diamonds after all, thanks to Hullings here.
What do you mean?
Perhaps Hullings can explain.
Well, sir, Briscoe left a guard to watch the swag while the excitement was going on after the explosion in the cave when Mr. Dalton here escaped. I succeeded in overpowering the guard and made off with the diamonds.
But they saw Hullings getting away, and right after that, we saw him running out in the clearing with Briscoe's men shooting at him.
Aye, that they did, and they got me in the leg. But I got the bloomin' diamonds.
And here they are in this bag, a fortune in gems.
What's that?
Blow me down. Just feel this earth quiver.
Maybe it's Smoky Mouth again, but it didn't act this way before.
And for a good reason, lad. This ain't Smoky Mouth. This is a bloomin' earthquake. I know their actions.
To the dories, then, and make for the Poll Parrot. Mr. Grange, see that Johnny and Sue go with you in one of the boats.
Here, men, help me with haulings here. Everybody into the dories and pull to sea. We've no time to lose. Here you go, there. Hurry up.
Hurry, Sue, Johnny, you get in this boat. Float her, men, and row for the Poll Parrot.
Hold on the belts for your lives. There's a swell coming.
Row, men, row.
Blow me, hearties.
Hey, I can hardly hold on. This boat is rocking so.
Oh, it almost turned over.
It almost capsized the hull that time. Look, Galto Island is quivering like she had the St. Vitus stand, so help me.
Look, it's sinking.
What, Johnny?
The island. Galto Island.
Lash me to a yard. You're right, Johnny, lad.
Ezra, we got off the island just in time.
Yes, the fates are with us. A few minutes more, and it would have been too late.
Look, it's sinking faster now.
Yes, there's not much left above water.
Hold on. I was afraid of this.
What, man? What now?
That island sinking below the ocean is causing a tidal wave. Row, men! Row before we capsize!
6 bells and all's well. 6 bells and all's well.
Aye, 6 bells and all's well. But we were awful close to disaster back there a bit, Mr. Grange.
Yeah, you're right, Captain Dalton. But let's forget about what's past. We're all safe now, thanks to our lucky stars. We've got at least a part of what we came for in these diamonds.
Well, Mr. Grange, what are your next plans?
Head for home, Captain Dalton. Then there'll be plenty of time to make plans.
Aye, sir. Home it'll be. Look, avast. Johnny and Sue with old Dickon over there. The perils of this trip haven't affected them very much.
So you see, Sue and Johnny, as I was telling you quite some time ago, the islands in these here parts with volcanoes on them have been known to rise up from nowhere and disappear as quick as they came up. That's just what happened to Galto Island. Years ago, before any of us was born, Galto sprung up during one of these volcanic eruptions, and lo and behold, we saw it when it disappeared. Old Smoky Mouth erupted once too much for its own good.
Well, I'm certainly glad we got off it in time before it went under.
Yes, but Dirk Briscoe and Red Mahooley and their men were not as lucky as we were.
Aye, lad, but that was no luck. When Galto Island with Smoky Mouth went under the sea, that was the punishment for Briscoe and Red Mahooley and their kind for all the foul deeds they'd done.
I'll say they were punished.
Johnny, just think. We have the treasure we came for, and now we're heading for home.
Ahoy! All hands on deck. Full sail ahead.
All hands on deck. Full sail ahead.
Now, Johnny, what were you saying about when we both get a little older?
Well, I was thinking that... Oh, maybe you... I don't...
The lubber's tongue-tied.
All hands on deck and full sail ahead. Well, it looks like smooth sailing for Johnny and Sue and all of our friends aboard the Poll Parrot. After many mishaps and near catastrophes, the cruise to Galto Island, which started out to be a whaling trip, but turned into a search for buried treasure, has ended with a great degree of success. A voyage which has seen the end of such desperate men as Testi, Red Mahooley, and Dirk Briscoe, and with a part of the diamond treasure, as much as could be saved from the vanishing island of Galto, in possession of its rightful owners, Ezra Grange and Johnny Robbins, the good ship Poll Parrot bows nosed westward for the port of New Bedford. And we leave our friends Johnny Robbins, Sue Grange, Captain Dalton, and all the rest for the time being. To them, for the present, then, we say bon voyage. And to you boys and girls who have followed the thrilling experience on the cruise of the Poll Parrot, we say happy sailing from now on. Until later, then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye.
Cruise that turned out to be a search for a diamond mine. With them are Captain Dalton, master of the ship, and Old Dickon, the one-legged sailor who takes care of the ship's mascot, Poll Parrot himself. Ezra Grange, Sue's brother, who, as the owner of the ship, is the man who is responsible for the treasure hunt, and other members of the crew. As we pick up the thread of adventure, it is the year 1860. The Poll Parrot is heading homeward and has stopped for water and provisions at the lonely group of islands called Tristan da Cunha in the South Atlantic. Johnny, Sue, Dickon, Captain Dalton, Ezra Grange, and several of the crew have just come ashore on the beach of Tristan, the main island of the group. and are standing on the beach looking toward the tiny settlement.
This is the most beautiful island I've ever seen. Oh, that gigantic mountain that rises out of the center. Why, that looks like snow on the top.
Aye, lad, and snow it is. It's a monster mountain for sure. Why, she's almost 8,000 feet high.
Oh, those are the cutest little houses down there. I'm surprised anyone would live so far away from anything else in the world.
Aye, lass, it's about the lonesomest settlement in the world, all right. Ships don't often call here, and after all, the whole island's only 20 square miles, and it's 1,500 miles away from the nearest settlement.
Look, Captain, here come some of the inhabitants out to meet us. You're sure they're friendly?
Oh, blow me down, Mr. Grange. Of course they're friendly. They're a mixed race, to be sure, but as kind of people as you could expect to meet.
See, Captain, this must be the leader coming forward to meet us. Peculiar-looking old chap.
And there's others behind him. And children, too.
Gosh, just think. They never have to worry about going to school way out here in the middle of the ocean.
Lash me to where you're on, lad. You know, now, that's no way to be talking, it ain't. Why, the day'll come when you'll be sorry you spoke so bleak and mean about school.
Johnny don't like school. Johnny don't like school.
Stow it, Poll Parrot, you bloomin' pelican.
Well, here's the old fellow now. Ahoy, mate. Captain Dalton of the whaler Poll Parrot speaking out of New Bedford. We're putting in for water on a brief spell before sailing home.
Welcome to Tristan da Cunha, sir. Welcome, all of you. My name's Cotton, sir, governor of the island, sir, in the name of Great Britain, for who I served many years in the Royal Navy on a man of war, sir. And this is my wife.
Well, bless me, it's young ones. You must come down to the house and let me fix a bite for the young ones and a meal for all you gentlemen.
Of course. You must all come with me and have a spot of cheer.
This is very kind of you, Mr. Cotton. By the way, Grange is my name, owner of the Poll Parrot. I hear from the captain here that your island is often visited by ships.
Oh, well, to tell you the truth, sir, we've seen enough in the last 10 years or so, sir. You see, Yankee whalers like yourself are bound in these seas, knowing that whales pasture in these waters. But this year, well, sir, I'm surprised to see you put in so boldly in these troublous times. Don't you know, sir, that the Confederate cruisers have been using these islands as a base to attack Yankee shipping?
Confederate cruisers? Oh, vast man, I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know, sir, that the United States of America has split in two parts over not having slaves, sir?
Strike me, mate. You can't mean our country's at war with itself.
It's true. The South has split from the rest of the country and is calling itself an independent nation. The Confederacy it is.
Oh, Ezra, that's awful. How could Americans ever fight each other?
Well, Sue, my dear, men sometimes do strange things when they're angry. We don't know much about this fighting, but if there's a war between the states, it looks like trouble for shipping.
You're right there, sir. And the Confederates' gunboats are always down here and Tristan to capture Yankee whalers.
So that's what you meant when you spoke of our boldness, Mr. Cotton. We saw no warships, though, near the islands.
You were fortunate indeed, sir. We'll be glad to have you as long as you may care to stay, sir. But it's only fair to warn you what might happen if a cruiser sails into the passage and finds your vessel anchored out there.
Captain, I think we'd better set sail from here as soon as we can.
I've asked Mr. Grange. We've faced trouble before, and we can do it again. But we'll not waste time. There's no use looking for squalls when they ain't around. We'll stow in some casks of water then, Mr. Cotton, look over the ship for any repairs we need, and in a couple of days we'll hoist anchor. Avast! What was that?
Captain Dalton! It's a full-rigged vessel sailing toward the island fighting cannon.
And the Poll Parrot is out there right in its path.
What if it's a warship?
Easy there, me hearties. We'll hold to. It's flying no colors. All we can do is stand our ground and hope if she does attack our ship out there, our men on board will be ready for her.
Rock! All hands ahoy! Dirty weather ahead! Rock!
But I haven't seen anything like that.
Boy, that boat is out there. I don't know what she's doing.
Well, 10 minutes have gone by and there's been no firing. What do you make of it, Dickon?
But lash me to the skipper, sir. I don't know. But she dropped anchor out there. And it looks to me like the man in the bow of this boat that's coming ashore might be a skipper.
Aye.
Johnny, it can't be a warship. The captain's not dressed in naval uniform.
But I wonder why it was firing that cannon then.
Hey, Cotton, you white-bearded porpoise, what's the bloomin' idea of letting that other vessel anchor out there in the bay just where I always put in with the Africana?
But please, sir, Captain Carr, sir, I didn't expect you back so soon, sir. I didn't think there'd be any harm.
Do it. You know that's the most sheltered spot in the harbor where I always wants to drop anchor.
Avast there, Captain Karsh, whoever you may be. It's my ship you're referring to, and I'm so sorry I ran into your private slice of the harbor. However, as I saw no sign in the bay saying this space reserved for the Africana, I don't rightly see that you've got anything to say about it.
Oh, a sea lawyer, are you? You better keep a civil tongue in your head.
Avast, Mr. Karsh, I may be no sea lawyer, but I know enough to smell something amiss in the wind when a merchant captain, for so I take you to be, fires cannons on entering a port as deserted as this. Now, suppose you state your business civilly to Mr. Cotton here, or you may regret your unusual methods.
Tell him, Skipper. Lay on with the ropes in.
Quiet, you blasted chicken face.
Well, playing protector, eh? If it's any of your business, I'm Captain Karsh of the Four-Master Africana out of New Orleans to Cape Town with cotton and trading goods. And we've stopped here for provisions. And if it's any further your business, any skipper who knows the seas knows enough to carry cannons for protection in troublous times like these. Are you satisfied, Mr. Sea Lawyer?
Your story sounds fair, but I'm not your judge. I'm Captain Dalton of the whaler Poll Parrot, homeward bound for New Bedford with a full cargo.
A full cargo, Mr. Dalton?
Aye.
Your ship's riding high in the waters for one with a full cargo of whale oil, if I know anything about it.
Avast, Mr. Karsh, you don't know anything about it, and there's no reason why you should. Let's end this argument and transact our business as we should. There are certain courtesies of the seas.
Captain, there's them skippers what don't have enough sense to know the courtesies of the sea.
Blasted pirate! Blasted pirate!
That's enough, Dickon. We didn't ask for your opinion.
Oh, Dickon, you shouldn't have said that. There's no use getting the other captain angrier.
Oh, I can't help it, lad, that I can't. I can tell a seagoing bully when I sights one, and he's one of 'em. You may lay to that.
All right, we'll have done with it. I get first choice of all the provisions as usual, Mr. Cotton.
Oh, but, sir, maybe Captain Dalton here...
Avast, Mr. Karsh, I made port here first. But even then, I'm willing to give you equal choice. But first choice of provisions you'll not have.
And why not? He knows I'll pay well for him when I reach Cape Town and return.
Well, why not pay now? Trade from your cargo. These folks can use cotton or other supplies better than your credit, which means less than nothing in this end of the world.
Yeah, still interfering, eh? I suppose you can pay for all the provisions you want in cash.
We certainly can, and more handsomely than you with all your bullying talk.
Oh, you can, eh? It looks funny to me, Captain Dalton. A whaler that by the looks of it carries little whale oil it is fixed to pay any price. Maybe you picked up a pirate treasure chest, eh? Of course, it ain't none of my business.
Right. It ain't none of your business.
Looks like the bloomin' parrot knows you pretty well after all, Captain Karsh.
Hang the bloomin' bird. Very well, I'll have to agree with you. But you're lucky to share a lake with Captain Karsh. Let's get the dealing over with.
Aye. For in the day we'll weigh an anchor ourselves. And then we're homeward bound. Well, Mr. Grange, looks like everything's shaping up fine now that we're leaving. There'll only be smooth sailing ahead, you may lay to that.
Yes, Captain, I'm certainly happy that we're on the last part of our journey. And above all, we've seen no trace here at Tristan of what we feared most, a southern gunboat.
Avast, Mr. Grange. You know how stories grow with the telling. I'll wager you we'll never see a warship all the way back to port. Here we are at the ship.
Come on, you two youngsters. Up the ladder with you, Johnny and Sue. Come on, I'll give you a boost. Up you
Hoist
go.
the whaleboat to the davits, Mr. Buscara. Step lively, men. Stand by to weigh anchor. Mr. Wainwright, send hands aloft to put on full sail. A spanking good wind to make the most of.
Avast! Lash me to a yard arm. Captain Dalton. Look after a moment. That blinking swab Karsh is putting on old canvas on his ship.
Well, blow me down, Dickon, what of it? We knew that the Africana expected to leave today, too.
Aye, sir, we did that. But if you'll remember, Captain, he's bound for Cape Town, ain't he?
Aye, so he is. And what of it, man?
Well, sir, if he's bound for South Africa, and we're heading north for New Bedford, so help me, Captain, why is he tacking about and following us?
What? Blow me down. He is swinging about.
Oh, Dickon, you don't suppose he's going to give us any trouble?
Well, Miss Sue, I can't say what's in the wind, lass.
Oh.
All I know is when the skipper of a merchantman arms his vessel with heavy guns and goes about bullying poor settlers, and then he changes his course to follow a ship, he's more likely to be a bloomin' privateer than a merchant skipper, he is.
A privateer, is he? Well, blow me down, mates, with a seaworthy craft like the Poll Parrot.
We'll show him our heels in short time. Ahoy! Hoist anchor! Ahoy! We're sailing!
Wrong! He's a pirate! He's a bloody pirate!
Why has Captain Karsh completely turned his ship around to follow the Poll Parrot? Those heavy cannons on the Africana do look suspicious. Is Karsh really a privateer? And what will he do if he catches the Poll Parrot? Will he find the priceless diamonds on board? Maybe our friends can outdistance him. But it'll be a thrilling race if they do. Whatever happens, we know it'll be exciting, so don't miss the next transcribed adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. The crew of the Poll Parrot set sail from the islands of Tristan da Cunha on the last leg of their journey home. But while they were in Tristan, they met a very disagreeable captain of a merchantman named Karsh, who, strange to say, had his supposed merchant vessel equipped with full-sized cannon. Dickon hasn't trusted him from the start, because he thinks Karsh is really a privateer. And when the Poll Parrot finally leaves the harbor and sails north, homeward bound, the Africana, Karsh's ship, puts on full sail and follows. This is doubly suspicious because Karsh was supposed to be sailing for South Africa, and also because Karsh has apparently guessed that there is a very valuable cargo on board the Poll Parrot because it's sailing home and it doesn't carry much whale oil. And of course we know there is a very valuable treasure aboard, those rough diamonds from the island of Galto. As we see our friends again, the Poll Parrot is fairly flying through the waves with the Africana in what is now openly full chase. And Johnny and Sue are talking to Dickon.
There's no doubt of it now anymore, Dickon. That Captain Karsh is really after us.
Aye, Johnny, lad. I knew from the very beginning that swab was a bloomin' privateer.
Wrong! He's a pirate! He's a pirate! Wrong!
The only thing I can't understand is why Captain Dalton is running away.
Blow me down, Sue. What do you mean?
I mean, that is... Well, it just isn't like Captain Dalton not to stand and fight.
There, Sue. Looks to me as if you've had so much excitement on this trip, you're always expecting people to start fighting, it does. You know, there's times when it don't pay to look for trouble.
What do you mean, Dickon?
Blow me down, lass. Now, hark ye to this. The Africana is twice as big as the Poll Parrot. Therefore, there must be twice as many men aboard her. Then, too, she's equipped with regular naval cannon. And all we has in the form of arms is rifles and pistols.
He's right, Sue. It would be suicide if Captain Dalton just pulled up to face him and fight it out.
I guess that's true, but how is it that awful Karsh hasn't fired at us if he really wants to take us?
If you ask me, lass, he wants to overtake the ship, not sink it. You may lay to that. And since the Africana's so much bigger than the Poll Parrot, he thinks it's only a matter of time before he catches up to us anyhow, he does.
We've surely been keeping ahead of him, though.
Johnny, lad, there's not another whaling vessel on the 7 seas that could have kept ahead of him as long as the trim little Poll Parrot has. But how long we can keep this up, well, I'll be blowed if I knows.
Oh, Dickon, look! Look, he's suddenly drawing up on us.
Batten down me hatch, you're right. He's got all part of a headwind, and he's creeping up like a bloomin' cat on a mouse.
Well, if we have to, I'll fight with the rest of the men.
Johnny, you mustn't. You might get hurt.
Avast there, young'uns. There'll be time enough to think of fighting when they catch us, and we ain't caught yet, we ain't.
Oh, there's a cannonball. They're firing at us.
Not out at us yet, lass. That shot was across our bows, signaling us to stop. But if we don't stop, they may start firing at us and not around us.
Gosh, if we only had some cannons to fight back. Oh, here comes Captain Dalton.
He looks awfully worried, and he's with my brother Ezra.
Mr. Grange, this is the most difficult decision of my days at sea. If I were alone on this ship with my crew, I'd stand and fight.
I know you would, Captain.
But with little Sue and you and Johnny aboard, sir, well, I have no right to practically throw away the lives of my passengers in a fight where our chances are only 1 out of 10.
If it were only for me, Captain, I'd say go ahead and fight. But Sue here...
I'll hide, Ezra. I won't get hurt, but don't let them take us.
I'll help you fight, sir. I can handle a gun.
Aye, lad, you're as brave as they come, but it won't do. We haven't a chance against them. There's nothing to do as I can see but haul, sail, and surrender.
Captain, that one's at part of our forward railing.
Wrong! It's war, men, it's war!
They mean business all right, you may lay to that. The next one will be to disable us.
Well, after all, Captain, there isn't much they can do to us, is there? We have the diamonds hidden, and remember, at best, Captain Karsh can only suspect we have the valuables aboard. He doesn't know about the diamonds.
Aye, that's true. I've been thinking that. The best they can do is board us.
Lash me to a yard-arm, Captain. That ball skimmed the foredeck.
Aye, blasted, it looks like the time has come to heave to. Avast, all hands. Take in sail, stand by to put 'em out. Stand by to drop anchor.
I'm afraid the men may not like the idea of giving in without a struggle.
They're following my orders, Mr. Grange. They'll do as I say. Can't be helped. All hands stand by to defend the ship if the other crew gets any ideas of piracy. Mr. Wainwright, have all arms brought on deck for immediate use. At least, Mr. Grange, we won't let 'em massacre us.
They're drawing closer by the second, Captain.
There's Captain Karsh hanging over the rail with a speaking trumpet. He's hailing us.
Leave to, you slugs. We've played our little game long enough. Stand by for a boarding party.
By whose authority?
By my own authority, blast you. If you don't surrender peaceable, I'll rake that hulk of yours from stem to stern with grape shot.
We'll stand by since we have no choice. But let me warn you, Kosh, my men are armed. And at the first sign of violence on your part, we'll shoot you and as many of your men as we can before you wipe us out.
Agreed, Mr. Dalton. There'll be no firing by either side until you hear our term. Stand by now. I'm putting down the dories and coming aboard.
Oh, my! What was that? More cannons?
No, lass. That was thunder. From the looks of them slate-colored clouds, there's squalls ahead.
Gee, that's all we need. Caught by a privateer, and then it looks like a storm ahead. The waves are very calm, though, Dickon.
Blow me down, lad. Don't let that fool you. In the South Seas, that'd be the forerunner of a hurricane.
Mr. Buscala, let down the rope's end and the rope ladder. The Africana's dory is hard aport. Men, stand close by the firearms. Now, don't pick 'em up, but be ready to use 'em if real danger threatens.
Captain, here comes Karsh and his men up the ladder.
Ah, ahoy, my pets. We meets again, eh? And how are you, Captain Sea Lawyer Dalton?
Stow the talk, Kosh. Let's hear your terms. We know we're outnumbered, but it's only because I won't risk the lives of these passengers that we've let you board us without a fight. We're powerless to win from you. But if it comes to choice between massacre and honorable death, we'll fight to the last man aboard. Just so you understand.
Oh,
Kosh.
pretty little speech indeed, Dalton. Well, my hearty, me terms are brief and to the point. Where's those diamonds?
What diamonds? What are you talking about?
Oh, Johnny, how did he find that out?
I can't imagine, Sue, unless... Listen.
Oh, you needn't start any fancy pretending, all of you. I can see by the look on your faces I took you by surprise, didn't I? I know all about your finding a diamond mine on the island of Goldo. I know all about your getting off the island just before that earthquake sunk it. And I want them diamonds, and I'll be on my way.
You're crazy, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
Come now. You'd be even more surprised to know that I've got aboard the Africana one of the men who was on that island when she sunk. You probably thought they was all dead, didn't you?
Who is it?
Ah, who is it, he says? Him that didn't know what I was talking about. Wouldn't you like to know?
It might be one of Dirk Briscoe's crew.
Oh, Johnny, it might be Red Mahooley himself.
No, lass, it ain't Red. Captain Dalton shot him dead on a doornail, and I seen it with me very own eyes.
This talk ain't getting anywhere. Do I get those diamonds?
My answer's just as brief. You do not.
Avast! Look, Captain! There's 2 more boatloads of men coming over the side.
Ahoy, what's the meaning of all these men boarding us, Kosh? Order them to stand where they are, or I'll have my men pick up those rifles.
With all my men armed, we'll go for your fancy passengers here first if you make a move toward us, Dalton. Mr. Sea Lawyer, sort of figured you'd be stubborn about those diamonds, so I came aboard prepared to search for them. And just to be sure you don't try to play any fancy tricks on us, I'm going to send some of your men over on my ship to be held as hostages until we get through.
They'll jump you at the drop of my hand, Kosh.
Go on, drop your hand. And there'll be bullets in the heads of that blinking boy and girl standing there and that blasted ship owner of yours, quicker than you can reef a spinnaker.
Mr. Grange, I've got to do as he says. I can't let you be harmed. I don't think they'll find the diamonds for some time anyhow. And meanwhile, we may think up some way out of this.
I realize your hands are tied, Dalton. It's your decision that will decide. You're master of the Poll Parrot.
Thank you, Mr. Grange. All right, Kosh. I'll send 10 men over to your ship. Mr. Hollings,
Aye, sir.
take 10 men with you and go back in one of those dories to the Africana.
I wonder why Captain Dalton is sending Hollings. He was one of the privateers on Goto Island, and not one of our original crew at all.
But, Sue, remember, he's the one who saved the diamonds for us. He's a very brave man, and Maybe Captain Dalton already has something in mind. Some kind of a plan.
Captain Dalton, sir. If you don't mind, sir, it looks like a bad blow coming up.
Men, fix the lifelines. Man all ports, ready for squall.
Hold fast there. There'll be no tricks under my nose. My men will take care of this ship. Look alive, you swabs. Reef in this old tub to weather the storm. And I take a look about in the captain's quarters for those diamonds.
Bruno!
Annabelle, what in the name of Davy Jones are you doing aboard this outfit?
Blow me down, look. It's a young woman.
I came aboard with the last boatload of your men. I made them bring me.
Now, look here, Annabelle. You may be my betrothed, but you can't be poking your nose into my affairs like this. Get back in that dory and I'll have you rowed back.
Bruno, you wouldn't tell me what this strange business is all about. You told me you'd stopped privateering years ago, but this certainly doesn't look like it. I had to come over here to find out what you're doing to these people. Why did you send a boatload of their men back to your ship?
Annabelle, if you were already my wife, I'd beat you with a belaying pin for this.
So that, you swine. That's no way to talk to any lady. At least all your betrothed, as I take it this young woman is.
Oh, Johnny, that beautiful girl is going to marry that awful Captain Karsh.
Captain! Captain Dalton! Avast! A wall of water sweeping down on us! It's a hurricane!
Karsh! Karsh, get your betrothed bride and as many of your men below as aren't needed. This is a terrible blow coming up. My men will take over and we'll settle our arguments after we ride out the storm.
We will not. I'm in command here now, and my men have taken over. I've even put my mate at your helm. Ahoy there! Why, what's the idea, you slob? I told you to take over the helm when we got aboard. You're letting this ship drift away from ours.
Blimey, say, can't help it. The anchor rope's 7 and we've drifted apart.
Who cut that anchor light?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Below, everybody but the men on duty. In another second, the decks will be completely awash.
Blast you! I tell you I'm in command. Mate, you at the helm. Hold her steady. She's putting about right into the wind.
I don't have it, sir. The tiller won't wait. I think that'll all save this Martian rudder.
Smash the runners. Good heavens, we're at the mercy of the sea.
Should be swamped for sure. Swamped for sure.
When trouble comes to the Poll Parrot, it comes in bunches. First, they're caught by the privateer Karsh. They lose part of their crew as hostages. Then they get caught in an awful storm with 2 rival skippers on board and 2 crews. And on top of it all, they lose their anchor and their rudder, and if they do ride out the storm safely, what about all those other new problems? Who told Karsh about the diamonds? Who is the survivor from Galto Island aboard the Africana? Who is this lovely young woman who seems to be Karsh's promised bride? Will Karsh find the diamonds? Why did Captain Dalton send Hollings to lead the hostages to the Africana? The only way we can solve all these riddles is to listen for the next episode in the transcribed production, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer saying goodbye. Ezra Grange, and old Poll Parrot himself, was overtaken by the wily privateer Captain Karsh, who, with several boatloads of men, boarded the whaling vessel to search for their diamonds. Karsh has heard about the diamonds from some sole survivor of the catastrophe on Galto Island who is now aboard his ship. But just who this is, he will not tell. Captain Dalton knows his crew is hopelessly outnumbered, so he does not fight. But he still will not give up the diamonds and threatens to fight to the last man if they are fired upon. At this point of deadlock, a lovely young girl comes aboard the ship from Karsh's vessel to see what is going on. She is Karsh's fiancée, and she is very angry to find that her betrothed is really a privateer. Karsh forces Captain Dalton to send Hollings, the Poll Parrot's latest recruit, with 10 men back to his own ship, the Africana, as hostage. But just then a terrific storm sweeps down on them, and the 2 ships are swept apart. Then a great wave smashes the Poll Parrot's rudder, and she is left to the mercy of the gale. Our story picks up just where we left off last time, and Karsh and Captain Dalton are still arguing.
All except the able seamen get below. The decks are almost awash. Mr. Grange, take Johnny and Sue and the young lady and get to my cabin. The rest of you...
I tell you, I'm taking over here. I have as many of my men aboard this hulk as you, and I'm giving orders.
Avast, Karsh, this is no time to be arguing. We've got to forget how things are till we ride out this storm. Then we'll take up again where we were.
As long as I'm master of this ship, and we're not yet taken captive, I'm giving the orders.
You are taken captive. I've taken you.
You forget the Africana's not standing by to fire at us with your cannons any longer. We're evenly matched now.
But there are just as many of my men aboard as yours and more.
Gosh, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my way and down to my cabin till this storm's out or blow me down. I'll lay you low.
Boy, you can't talk to me like that, you blubber-smeared whaler. Oh.
Vast Kosh, you talk too much. Well, I warn you. Dickon, drag Kosh below and put him in the forecastle. Tie him up to keep him out of mischief.
Aye, sir. Look, old Kosh's men are advancing on you, they are. They don't like you knocking out their bloomin' skipper.
Aye, so they are. Men of the Poll Parrot, stand by your arms. Grab before they're washed overboard. And look here, you swabs from the Africana. We're evenly matched now. If you want to fight, my men will give you all you want. If you do get me, you'll have no skipper at all to run the ship. If you take your places and wait till the storm's over, we'll come to terms.
You better eat the skipper, you swabs. Lash me to a yardarm. This is a strange ship to you. You can't work her through the storm by yourselves. Now, if you join our men to do what we can till the worst of the blow is over, you have an even chance. If you try to take over yourself, the Poll Parrot, without anchor and rudder as she is, will be swamped in less than an hour.
I will pitch in.
We'll stand by. Good, you show good sense. Now, Dickon, we've won the first round. By the time the storm is over, Kosh won't have any more to say aboard this vessel than a sea cow. Take him below, and stop in my cabin and see how the young'uns and Mr. Grange are doing.
Aye, sir. And I must say, Captain, you did a neat bit of work, sir.
The bloomin' gale's blowing my feathers off.
Well, hurry below, will you old albatross? I've got work to do. Lay on there, men. Tie that lifeline to the mainmast.
Johnny, I'm so frightened.
Don't be scared, Sue. This is just an ordinary storm. Any ship can run into a gale like this. Can't they, Mr. Grange?
Yes, Johnny. I don't believe it more serious than could be expected. Still, with our rudder gone, I fear...
Oh, but Mr. Grange, with Captain Dalton up there, we can come to no harm.
I'm about ready to agree with you, Johnny. That man can get out of any bad situation.
And besides, this storm was almost a good thing. It blew us away from the Africana, and maybe we'll still get the upper hand over Captain Karsh. I wonder what the old pirate's doing up on deck now.
Oh, Johnny, that pretty lady over there in the corner, she heard what you said.
Did you call Bruno Karsh a pirate?
Well, yes, ma'am, I did. Well, he is almost. He's a privateer, isn't he?
Oh, dear. I was so afraid of this. Tell me, what was he trying to do when I came aboard?
Why, he chased us for a day or more, and finally caught up with us. Didn't you know he wanted our diamond?
Johnny is trying to tell you that your Captain Karsh was intending to rob us of a very valuable cargo we're carrying.
I didn't know. Oh, I'm so ashamed. And I believed him when he said he was a respectable merchantman. Oh.
Oh, please don't cry, miss. If you didn't know about it, it's not your fault.
Thank you, little girl, but you don't know what this means to me. What's your name?
My name's Sue Grange, and this is my big brother Ezra, who owns the Poll Parrot. And this is Johnny Robbins, the bravest cabin boy who ever lived.
Oh, gee, Sue.
I'm happy to know you. Well, you might as well know about me. I'm Annabelle Wilson of New Orleans. Bruno Karsh has been a suitor of mine for years, and, well, he was always so gallant and so brave, I thought, and he just sort of swept me off my feet. I once heard he'd been a privateer, but he swore to me that was long ago, against his will, that he'd reformed and was now captain and owner of a fine merchantman. I finally promised to wed him, and this was to be our wedding voyage. We were going to be married by an uncle who's a minister in Cape Town, South Africa. And I believed in him. And now... Oh, it's just too horrible.
But, gee, think how lucky you were to find out in time.
Oh, be quiet, Johnny. That's not the right thing to say. Huh? But I just thought... Oh, that's all right, Miss Annabelle. I'm sure everything will turn out all right.
It's Dickon. What's going on up on deck, Dickon? We can't tell a thing down here.
The storm doesn't feel like it's getting any better.
Oh, blow me down, it ain't, lad. I've been up and down the companionway 12 times in the past few hours, and each time it seems worse.
Oh, breakers ahead, breakers ahead.
Stow that, you big-nosed bird. It's the last thing we need to look for, breakers. We're far from any land, by the by. Blow me down. Captain Dalton knocked out that belligerent Karsh, and I stowed him safe and sound on irons in the old. Avast, ain't you happy to hear that?
Hold your tongue, Dickon. Don't you know this young woman was betrothed to Captain Karsh?
Oh, so help me, I forgot I did. Oh, I'm bloomin' sorry, but I'm just a blinking rough old sea salt what ain't got no sense about things like that.
Rock, he's a blinking stupid old sea salt.
Oh, that's all right, Dickon. You didn't know.
Oh, boss, I got to be getting back on deck again. Captain Dalton ordered some canvas put on to hold us. Maybe on some kind of course with our rudder broke. Oh, but 'tain't no use, I'm thinking. You know, I'd better try to get out. Flush me to the beam ends. We're aground, and heaven only knows where out here in the ocean, but we're on the rocks.
Rock, man, the lifeboats. We're on the rocks.
It's a miracle, that's all we can call it. The ship might have been stove in by those rocks and sunk with all hands and passengers lost. But the waves carried her clear over the rocks and left her on this rocky ledge at the back of the beach.
She's almost on her sides, and the timbers have been strained. There ain't a vessel afloat what could have took a beating like the good old Poll Parrot did and come out of it like this, bless her.
Poll Parrot's all right. Poll Parrot's all right.
But, Captain Dalton, where are we? What is this island?
Blow me down, Mr. Grange. I don't rightly know as yet. We can't take our bearings because all my instruments were smashed when we were thrown aground. But if the clouds are cleared for fair and the stars come out tonight, I'll tell you as well as I can.
Oh, I think it's wonderful that we were saved.
I told you we'd come out all right with Captain Dalton in command. This doesn't look like a very small island. Still, you can't tell.
Hold there, everybody. Mr. Wainwright's brought Captain Karsh out of the brig in the ship, and he's bringing him over here to us on the beach.
Well, you see, blast you, if you'd let me take over, we wouldn't be on the rocks now.
Blow me down, Karsh. I'm afraid the sea must take all the credit for what happened. None of us had control over any of it. But I've got a word or so to say to you.
Well, get it over with.
Again, we're on even terms. Only this time, we ain't even got a ship to fight over.
Aye, Captain. It'll take quite a spell before we can make the Poll Parrot seaworthy again.
And so I say to you, Karsh, I'm turning all your men back to you. You're on your own.
I smells a rat. What's the bargain?
There's no bargain. You take your men and clear out of here. This looks like a fairly sizable island, and there's plenty timber on it. We all stand the same chance to survive. But you and your men get over to the other side and stay there. And don't cross our path or there'll be trouble.
What? And leave us marooned on the island when you get the ship refitted?
We'll talk that over when the time comes. And if either party sights a vessel that might give us assistance, the other group will be notified.
It ain't fair. I know you've got something up your sleeve. But for a temporary agreement, it may do.
It'll have to do. I'm giving you no choice. Now, clear out.
Mark this well, Dalton. There'll be a day soon when you'll regret the way you've spoken to me.
Why, you blasted blackguard. You're just getting your just desserts for your attempted piracy.
Rock, swing the bloomin' pirate from the order.
I'll slit that blinking parrot's throat yet. Well, Annabelle, are you coming with me?
Bruno, I can't.
You can't? What do you mean? You're my promised bride.
You've destroyed my faith in you. I'll have to wait till I come to a definite decision. Meanwhile, I can stay with little Sue Grange here in this camp.
Look here, Annabelle. You're my betrothed, and you were left under my care. If I say you're coming with me, you are. If I have to drag you...
Oh, Bruno, how dare you talk to me like that?
One more word out of you to this young woman, and I'll fell you like a spar on a hurricane. Now, hoist anchor and clear.
All right, Dalton. You have us. But you'll rue this day.
Oh, Captain Dalton, look at this, right here at your foot. It looks like an arrowhead.
Blow me down. Let me see that. An arrowhead it is, lad. Likely an Indian one. But what would it be doing on this island? This can't be any part of the South American mainland for certain.
Man and boy, I've sailed 7 seas. I've never seen an arrowhead like that one, I ain't.
Let me take a look. Blistering barnacles. I have. There's a tribe of Indians in the Brazilian jungle that chip their arrowheads in that same shape.
If that's true, Captain Dalton, what would it be doing here? There's certainly been no sign of any inhabitants on this island so far.
Captain Dalton! That arrow! It whizzed right by you and stuck in the tree just behind you.
Well, blow me down.
Injuns! Bloomin' red Injuns!
What's this? How can there be Indians on this undetermined island? What's in store for our friends now? How long will they be forced to stay on this strange shore? And what of Annabelle Wilson's decision to stay with Dalton's crew? Will Karsh make trouble? Be sure to listen for the next transcribed adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Johnny, Sue, Dickon, Captain Dalton, Ezra Grange, and Poll Parrot himself, they were beached on an unknown island somewhere in the South Atlantic, when the good ship Poll Parrot was washed ashore during a terrific storm. The squall struck just as Captain Karsh, the skipper of a privateer vessel, and his crew overpowered the Poll Parrot's crew and were about to take charge in an effort to find the hidden diamonds our friends discovered on Galto Island quite some time ago. After the Poll Parrot was wrecked upon the beach, Captain Dalton told Karsh to take his men and stay on the other side of the island. Karsh demanded that his fiancée, Annabelle Wilson, accompany him, but having just found out the true character of Karsh, she refuses. At that moment, an arrow strikes in a tree, barely missing Captain Dalton, which leads them to believe there is a band of South American Indians on the island. Karsh has left for the other side of the island, and Captain Dalton and some of his men go in search of the person or persons responsible for the arrow almost hitting them. Dickon and Mr. Grange have stayed behind with Johnny, Sue, and Annabelle Wilson on the beach. And as we see them now, Grange is speaking with Miss Wilson.
I'm mighty sorry for you, Miss Wilson. It must be quite a shock to discover the man you care for and intended to marry turns out to be such a rascal as Karsh.
Don't feel sorry for me, Mr. Grange. I consider myself very fortunate to find out all about him. If I'd married him, it would have been too late.
Well, you're right there. But you're taking it mighty bravely.
Well, after seeing how brave you and your Captain Dalton and little Johnny and Sue here are, I realize there's no other way to be. I shall try to be just as brave. Only I hope we're rescued from this island before I begin to lose my nerve.
You don't have to be afraid, Miss Annabelle. You have us all to look after you.
And look after you we will. Karsh will not harm you while we're here, I can assure you.
It's not Bruno Karsh, I fear. It's the natives on this island, whoever they may be.
Well, don't worry about them. Captain Dalton and his men will see to them. Unless...
Unless what, Sue?
Unless there are too many natives on this island.
I don't believe that possible. We must be miles away from any great number of people.
Oh, I hope Captain Dalton and his men return soon. They've been gone for hours.
Oh, they'll be... Oh, there they are now. You see? Way down the beach there.
Oh, I see them. Oh, Ezra.
What's the matter?
Captain Dalton is not with them.
No, he isn't. But I suppose he's lagging behind for some reason or other. He'll be along soon.
Mr. Grange, I feel as if something happened to Captain Dalton.
Nonsense. We'll soon find out. Mr. Wainwright and his men are running this way.
Mr. Grange! Mr. Grange!
What's up, man? You're white as a sheet. You look like you've seen a ghost.
Aye, worse than that, sir.
Something has happened to Captain Dalton.
Aye, miss, blow me down. Something has happened.
Out with it, man. What is it?
If I only knew, sir, but I don't. There's something on this island that ain't human, it ain't.
Oh, Mr. Grange, I knew it. I knew it.
Rubbish. What are you talking about, Mr. Wainwright?
Oh, help me, Mr. Grange. I'm not one to let my imagination run away with me. I've sailed the 7 seas 12 times and more. I've seen the fakers of India perform their tricks of Hindu magic. I've seen witch doctors of the South Sea Islands cast their bloomin' spells, I have, and it ain't phased me in the least, sir, it hasn't. But fell me a deck with a belaying pin when a man, leastways your own captain, disappears before your own eyes. Well, lash me to a yard arm, sir. It's too much.
Mr. Wainwright, the excitement of the past few days is evidently having its effect on you. Now stop this chattering and tell us what happened. And none of this foolishness about someone disappearing in thin air. There's no sense to it.
I know, sir. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. But it's true, and I tell you, sir, there's something uncanny about it all.
Wainwright, if something has happened to Captain Dalton, we've just got to find him. But you must pull yourself together and tell us just what did happen.
Well, sir, when we left here, we started out in the direction from where that bloomin' arrow came when it stuck in the tree there. We beat our way along a small path that led us directly into the jungle that most likely covers the entire center part of this here island. We searched carefully as well as we could, sir, but not a sight of anything or anyone could we see.
Where was Captain Dalton all this time?
The captain was a short distance ahead of us. When the men and me hauled sails and stopped short, as we hear a sound what sounds like groaning in the underbrush. We rushed into the underbrush to see where the sound was coming from, we did, and...
Aye, and we soon found out what it was, sir.
Just an old owl that stood blinking at us.
That's right, Mr. Grange. And when we returned to the path, Captain Dalton was gone, sir.
But he may have gone ahead.
No, sir, he didn't. We called to him, but he didn't answer. He wouldn't have had time to get very far, so we called again. No answer again. We searched and searched, and no trace of him could we find. Not even a footprint. His footprints just seemed to stop, like I'm telling you. Captain Dalton just disappeared into thin air.
Aye, it's the truth, Mr. Wainwright saying. Something got the captain, and whatever it wasn't human.
Oh, I knew something happened to Captain Dalton. I knew it.
Lash me to a yardarm, sir. I'd rather have gone down with the good old Poll Parrot than try to hook up with something you can't see. Blimey if I wouldn't.
Mr. Grange, I'm frightened.
Look here now. We must keep our wits about this thing. We've got to find Captain Dalton, so I'm taking charge. Wainwright?
Aye, sir.
Round up what's left of our crew and Old Dickson. He's down looking over the Poll Parrot to see what has to be done to put her in repairs. We'll search for Captain Dalton, but we won't take any chances. So we'll all stay together until we find him.
Aye, aye, sir.
At that, it may have been better to allow Karsh and his men to stay with us. We'd have more men then, and we'd stand a better chance.
I'm sure we can make out without them, Mr. Grange.
I hope so. Yet I can't help but think that if we had let them stay...
Johnny, do you suppose Bruno Karsh and his men had anything to do with Captain Dalton's disappearing?
I don't think so. They went in the opposite direction to the path Captain Dalton took through the jungle. Still, I'm not so sure.
I wouldn't put it past him. You know how he hates Captain Dalton, especially for knocking him down like the captain did aboard the Poll Parrot. Why, I'll bet right now, if he isn't the one who captured Captain Dalton, he's most likely plotting to do something so he can get Miss Annabelle back and those diamonds.
Last is I, Briney. I'll settle matters with that Captain Dalton if it takes me to my dying days.
He's a smooth un, he is. But so help me, he laid you low for fair, he did.
Hold your lip, you bloomin' hook arm, or you'll know what's good for you.
You ain't scaring me none, you bloomin' barnacle.
Now listen here, Briney. I'm still your captain, and you'll not talk to me like this.
Captain of what? Cast away like we be here on this island without a ship, and you still wants to be captain. Blimey, that's good it is.
Drat you, you swab. I'd tear you apart, I would, with my bare hands, but for one thing.
Aye. And you know what that one thing is.
Briney, keep that hook hand of yours away from me. Keep it away.
I wouldn't use it on ye, me pet. It's just to remind ye we be on even keel now, we be. Besides, I'm a-willing to work with ye. But remember, on even keel.
All right, Briney. I need you. You're my first mate, you are. A captain's got to have a first mate.
I was your first mate. I'm skipper now, same as you. Remember, even keel, says I.
All right. Now listen. There are two things Dalton's got what we want.
Aye. Your betrothed Annabelle and a swag of diamonds.
You're right. Annabelle and those diamonds. Somehow we'll get 'em both. I'll have my Annabelle back, and we'll split the diamonds.
You'll have your Annabelle, and I'll take the diamonds.
Why, blast you!
Even keel. Remember, even keel.
Oh, it seems like we've been walking for hours through this jungle, and still no sight of Captain Dalton.
It seems like hours, Sue, but it hasn't been very long.
Wainwright, how far are we from where Captain Dalton disappeared?
Not far, sir. We're almost there now.
If we don't find Captain Dalton, at least I hope we come to some kind of a clearing so we can pitch camp.
From the looks of it, sir, I don't think there's a clearing for miles.
Clearing ahead.
Oh, you're as blind as a bat, you are.
Mr. Grange, here's the spot.
Wait there, Mr. Wainwright. We'll be right with you.
Just as I told you, sir. Here is where Captain Dalton's footprints stop.
Blow me down, sir. They don't go anywhere.
That does seem to be right. But why? How?
So help me, it's past all right thinking it is.
Johnny, how could that be? How could anyone's footprints come to a stop like that and then go nowhere at all?
I'm thinking of that myself, Sue. Now, how could that happen? Wait a minute.
What, Johnny?
What's wrong, lad?
Nothing's wrong. I think I've got the right answer.
Johnny, what are you getting at?
Mr. Grange, Captain Dalton's footprints stop here, don't they?
That's right. Mr. Wainwright says these are Captain Dalton's tracks.
And if the tracks don't go ahead, and you see they haven't gone to either side, and then if he had retraced his steps, you could see the shoe prints going in the opposite direction, couldn't you?
That's right. But what are you getting at, lad?
There's only one other way he could go.
Where, Johnny?
Up. Straight up.
Johnny, lad, you've hit it.
Someone in that tree up there could have dropped a rope around Captain Dalton and pulled him up from the ground.
Yes, and the way those vines hang from the trees, they could have swung from tree to tree without ever coming back down to the ground.
That looks like the plausible answer, all right.
Mutiny! Mutiny!
Where did that arrow come from?
From above in that tree.
Oh, look!
Good Lord! Savages!
What a spot for Johnny and Sue and all our friends to be in. Right in the middle of a jungle island. Savages all around them threatening. And not to forget Captain Karsh and Briney plotting against them. And where is Captain Dalton? Is he alive? Is he held captive? What are Johnny, Sue, Mr. Grange, Dickon, and the rest going to do to get out of this tight spot? Well, they've been in many tight spots before, and they always manage to get out of them. But then they had Captain Dalton with them before. Now they don't even know where he is. Something's bound to happen soon, so don't fail to be with us when we continue with another transcribed episode on the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. On one side of the island is Captain Dalton's party, which includes Sue Grange, her brother Ezra Grange, owner of the Poll Parrot, Johnny Robbins, its brave cabin boy, good old Dickon, and Poll Parrot himself. While on the other side of the island, we find the privateer Captain Karsh, his first mate Briney, and a few of their crew. Captain Karsh has sworn revenge on Captain Dalton in an effort to secure the diamonds that our good friends of the Poll Parrot found on Galto Island. But now something has happened to Captain Dalton. After being shot at by savages, Captain Dalton disappeared into thin air. And when last seen, our good friends from the Poll Parrot, in their search for Captain Dalton, have been surrounded by these same savages. Amid the shouts of the savages, Mr. Grange speaks.
Savages! There must be hundreds of them.
Ezra, you can see them in every tree all around us.
Yes, but look. They all seem to be swinging on those vines and leaving us.
Wainwright, drop that rifle. Don't fire at them, man, or you'll have the whole bunch down on us.
But I wonder why they're all running away.
That's the part I don't like. They're up to some trickery.
Look, Ezra. Up ahead.
What is it, Sue?
That animal. It's blinking off in the same direction the savages took.
It's a black leopard.
You're right, Johnny. And that's the strange part of it.
What's so strange, Ezra?
A black leopard in these parts. We certainly must be somewhere in the South Atlantic to be so close to the Brazilian Indians. And there are no black leopards in South America.
So, after many years, Blackie, we have visitors. White visitors, Blackie, such as our friend here. Ah, my friend, you're not afraid of Misto, the world's greatest magician, or my black leopard, are you? You must not be afraid of Blackie. You must not be afraid of me or my savages. A ship's captain knows no fear, and that I take you to be. We will not harm you unless you force us to. All we want is what you have on the boat that is being washed ashore, that we may make use of. No, we won't harm you, nor will we harm your party. I'm sorry to keep you tied like this, but so you must remain for a while. I can't take a chance on him, can I, Blackie?
Briney, do you hear what I hear?
Blow me down, Karsh. I hears what I hears, but I don't know if it's the same thing you hears.
Those are savage drums, Briney. I heard them once before when I was in the Brazilian jungle. And if it's a part of the same tribe that lives in the Brazilian jungle, we got more to worry about than I thought. You may lay to that.
Once on a trip around the southern coast of Africa, I went with a party into the African jungles, I did. And as bad as the natives were, we made friends with them. So I was just thinking...
What are you getting at?
Only this, me hearty. If we make friends with these natives on the island, we stands a better chance of doing what we wants to do. Get them diamonds your friend Captain Dalton has got.
Yeah, if we don't make friends with them, we'll never get the diamonds. We'll be lucky to get away with our lives.
That's the chance we takes. You ain't afraid, be ye, Captain Karsh?
Of course I ain't afraid. Bruno Karsh ain't afraid of no man.
Of course not. Except one, Captain Karsh?
Yeah, let's not go into that again, drat you. Let's stay friends, leastways while we're on this island. But I don't mind telling you, if we ever get off this island, I hope I never sees you again.
Aye, and that goes double. But come, let's get going.
Where you heading?
For the middle of the jungle where those sounds come from. Are you coming or ain't you?
Aye, I'm coming. Lead ahead.
Sue, maybe we shouldn't have strayed away so far from the rest of the party.
Maybe not, Johnny. But this is the only way we have of finding out what we want to.
But why did you want to see where that black leopard went to?
Because I think that black leopard will lead us to where that band of savages lives. And if we find where they live, I'm sure we'll find Captain Dalton.
I think so too, Sue. Look, Sue, this tree here has a lot of low-hanging branches.
What about it?
Well, if we were to climb up this tree, the leaves would hide us, and we may be able to see a pretty good distance.
Sure, and maybe we can see where the savage camp is from there.
That's right. I'll climb up first and take a look.
All right, Johnny, and if you see anything, I'll come too.
Here goes.
Can you make it all right?
Yeah, this is easy.
Johnny, you're going up awful high.
I've got you to see anything. I'll get just a little higher, and I think I'll be able to see quite a distance.
Can you see anything yet?
Not yet. See, this is just like climbing up in the crow's nest board ship.
Never mind that. Can you see anything?
Say, Sue, come on up.
Johnny, what did you see?
Never mind. Come on up and see for yourself.
I'll get up there soon.
Boy, oh boy. It's a good thing we thought of climbing this tree.
There, I made it. Now let me take a look.
Look over there, in that direction.
Ooh, that must be the camp, all right. All those natives are sitting down around that fire.
Look at those fellas with the skulls. Ox skulls they're wearing for headdress.
Oh, they look awful. Johnny, look. Do you see something funny about those people down there?
What do you mean, Sue?
That man out in front of them. He must be their leader.
Oh. What? He's a white man.
That's what I mean. He's not a savage. He's a white man.
That's funny. Look, Sue, he seems to be waiting for someone. See how he stands looking toward the other side of the jungle?
Yes. And we were right to follow that leopard. Look, he's standing right next to the white man rubbing up against his leg. He must be a tame leopard.
Get it.
Quiet, Paul. You shouldn't have followed us. Now be quiet or they'll hear you down there.
Well, if those people captured Captain Dalton, I don't see anything of him.
He may be captive in one of those straw huts over there.
Oh, now I see what that man has been waiting for.
You're right, Sue. There are two men walking from the jungle right toward the natives.
Johnny, look. Look who those two men are.
Say, that's the privateer Captain Karsh.
You're right, Johnny. And that man with him is that first mate of Karsh's.
Yes, sir. The big one with the hook hand.
They don't seem to be very much afraid. Gosh, if we could only hear what they're saying.
Ah, Blackie, more visitors. But this time they come to us. You see, we didn't have to capture them. They come to us. Quiet, Blackie. Where are your manners? We must treat our guests with a bit more hospitality than that. Ah, my friends, welcome.
We were shipwrecked.
So I take it, my friends. So I take it. Now, don't be alarmed, my friends. Blackie will not harm you unless I so command it.
That's a black leopard.
You're right, my friend. Then you've seen one before.
Never in these parts before.
You're also right. I brought him to this island.
Wait a minute. Blow me down. I've seen your face before. And I've seen that leopard before, too.
You have a good memory. It must have been a number of years ago.
So help me, it was. Singapore. That's where I seen you. Singapore in a theater.
You have a good memory.
What's this all about, Briney?
Well, if I remember correct, this lubber is a magician. I remember as well. He did an act with that black leopard there. He was supposed to make the leopard change places with a man in another cage suspended in the air.
Only the time I sees him do it, the leopard changed cages, but the man didn't. And the leopard clawed the poor blighter to death.
Absolutely correct, my friend. You have a most remarkable memory. Now you know why I'm here on this island. I was forced to leave civilization as a matter of, survival, shall we say?
Yeah, but I thought magic was done by tricks. How could a man get killed by the leopard? Don't the tricks always work?
Yes, they always work. When I want them to.
You mean to say you put the leopard and the man in the same cage a purpose? Well, blow me down.
Need we go further into the matter? No, suppose we get down to business. I presume you're here to see about getting your captain released?
What's that?
I shall release him without further harm to any of your crew, if you meet my terms.
What are you talking about? Do you mean to say you've got that blighter Captain Dalton prisoner here?
Whatever his name is, I have.
That's good it is. Sea Lawyer Dalton took prisoner.
You seem to enjoy the situation.
Lash me to a yardarm, I do. True, we was all washed ashore together, but he ain't my captain, he ain't. Name your terms, magician, and you can still keep the bloomin' Captain Dalton if you want to.
Then you are not friends, I take it?
Aye, you takes it right, you do. Nothing would please me more, it wouldn't, than to see that wild animal of yours there claw him to bits.
You must hate the captain quite a lot.
Hate him or no? If you'd seen the poor blighter in Singapore get tore to bits, you wouldn't want to.
Tell you what, magician. Suppose we go in partners and we'll scuttle the ship.
I do not need partners, my friend. If there is any scuttling to be done, I can do it well myself. Besides, I don't like your looks, my friend. You're not one to be trusted.
You hold your lip, you bloomin' magic landlubber, or I'll...
Say, what happened then? Did Karsh make a mistake by speaking so boldly to Misto, the great magician? Did the leopard get to him? And what will happen if he does? Would Misto allow Blackie to claw Captain Karsh to death? And how about Captain Dalton? Of course, Johnny and Sue are in the tree, seeing everything that's going on, but what good will it do? Will they be able to think of some plan to rescue Captain Dalton? Well, sir, the answer to all these questions may be in the next transcribed episode of The Cruise of the Poll Parrot. Be sure to listen for it. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Sue Grange, Johnny, the cabin boy, Ezra Grange, owner of the Poll Parrot, Captain Dalton, its skipper, Old Dickson, and Poll Parrot himself found themselves shipwrecked on the island with the captain and part of the crew of a privateer vessel, the Africana. Not long after discovering savage natives on the island, Captain Dalton disappears. The rest of our friends are searching for him. And when we last saw what was happening, Johnny and Sue were hidden in a large tree, watching the savage camp at which they think Captain Dalton is held prisoner. They're surprised to see Captain Karsh, the privateer, and his first mate, Briney, talking with a white man, Misto, the leader of the savages. Just as we left them, Karsh was attacked by Blackie, the black leopard belonging to Misto. Johnny and Sue are still in the tree.
Oh, Johnny, that black leopard has knocked Captain Karsh down and is clawing him.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't look.
It's all right now. That white man has ordered the leopard away.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Even if Karsh is a privateer, I wouldn't like to see him killed by a wild animal.
No, I guess not.
Slow me down. What are you two young'uns doing in that there tree? We've been searching all over for you.
Oh, Dickon, don't yell so loud.
Yes, Dickon, they'll hear you.
Who'll hear me? What are you talking about?
Mark! Mark! Close your lip, you see so? Mark!
Close your own lip, Polly. We're coming right down, Dickon. Go ahead, Sue.
All right, here I go.
Of all things, hiding aloft in a tree. Shame on you, Miss Sue. Worrying your poor brother, Mr. Grange, almost to death.
Look out, Dickon. I'm going to jump down.
Here I come.
Now tell me, what did you two young'uns run off like this?
Dickon, we found the camp of the savages.
Blow me down. Did you see Captain Dalton?
No, but I'll bet he's held captive there just the same.
And there's a white man there. He looks like their leader. That black leopard we saw is his pet.
His pet?
Who in the world would want a treacherous beast the likes of a black leopard for a pet?
I don't know, but he seems to obey the white man all right.
He sure does.
What makes you think Captain Dalton is there, though?
Because Captain Karsh is over there talking to the man with the leopard.
Yes, and that first mate of his with the hook hand.
I knew it. That blight, of course, is responsible for Captain Dalton vanishing like he done. Lash me to a yardarm. You think Karsh and the white man are in together on this thing?
Well, I don't know. Just a little while ago, we were watching them from the tree up there.
Yes. The white man with the leopard was talking to that privateer Karsh and his first mate. At first, they seemed to be very friendly.
Friendly, eh? That bloomin' barnacles.
But all at once they started to argue about something, and Karsh started to go after the white man. But that's as far as he got.
Blow me down. And what do you mean by that?
Well, when he started after the white man, the leopard went after Karsh.
Good old leopard. He should have tore the swab to bits, he should.
I'm sure he would have, but just as the leopard jumped at Karsh, Karsh screamed and fell back, and the leopard right on top of him.
My friend. You see, my friend, you made a mistake. I told you I didn't like you, and you were not one to be trusted.
Oh, that's no reason it ain't to let that leopard of yours attack me.
Oh, it was no idea of mine, I assure you, my friend. Apparently, Blackie felt the same way about you. But it's just as well. It will teach you not to try any funny business.
Fine one you are, Briny, you swab. You stood there and let that animal kill me for all you cares.
You thinks I'd tangle with a black leopard to save the likes of you? Why, you'd stick a knife in my back if I turned around, you would.
You see, my friend, even your own first mate doesn't trust you.
I was his first mate. But believe me, no more I ain't.
Well, as long as none of us trust him, I suppose the safest way would be to do away with him, eh?
No. Don't loose that animal at me again.
Oh, don't worry, my friend. I wouldn't kill a man if I didn't have to. But it'll be safer, let us say, to tie you up in the shack over there with your other friend, the captain.
No.
Take this man and tie him up in the shack with the other white men.
No, you can't do this to me. Oh!
Looks to me like he can, Mr. Karsh.
I can, and I will. Tie him up. Take him away.
No, keep those bloomin' savages of yours away from me. Oh!
Take him back to the shack.
Blast you, you'll be sorry for this. See if you ain't.
Now, perhaps we can talk in peace. Your boisterous friend won't bother us for a while, I believe.
Blimey, you're a cool one, you be. And I likes you. Karsh makes too bloomin' much noise, he does. He's better off tied up, he is.
Yes, I believe he will be. My men will tie him securely in the same shack with Captain Dalton. And it'll be nice company for them.
Take your hands off me. Oh, not so tight, you bloomin' swabs. No, don't. Don't leave me here tied up like this. Blast you! Well, they've gone. Blimey, it's dark in this hut. Can't see a thing. I guess my eyes ain't used to it. Now it's getting better. Blast that Briny letting that bloomin' magician do this to me. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that, I say? Oh, someone's tied up on the other side of that bloomin' room. Oh, Captain Dalton. It's you, eh? Well, now, listen, matey. Let's be friends. Let's forget what happened. We got to get out of here, we does. Maybe the two of us can manage to get away. Why don't you answer me? Laugh, blast you. You think it's funny to be tied up in this bloomin' shack? Now, listen, Captain Dalton. Maybe I've been wrong. Suppose I come on your side. Suppose I tell you I'm a changed man.
I'm sorry I am for treating Annabelle, my betrothed, like I done. I'm a-willing to make it up to her, I am. I don't want the bloomin' swag of diamonds, I don't. All I want is me Annabelle back. Let's get out of here together. I'll thank you to my dying day. What's eating you? Answer me, why don't you? What's wrong with you bloomin' Yankee skipper? Answer me! Answer me! Don't stand there staring at me like a lonely deckhand. Dalton! Dalton! What are they going to do to us? I'm scared, I am. I'm scared. Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out.
So help me, Miss Sue. I thinks we're doing wrong, I does. We should tell Mr. Grange where we are. He's worrying about us, so help me.
No, Dickon. We haven't time to go back to the rest. As long as we found the camp of the natives, we're going to find out if Captain Dalton is a prisoner there.
Yes, Dickon. If we wait too long, we don't know what might happen to Captain Dalton.
Oh, I guess you're right, Johnny lad. So help me. If anybody harmed Captain Dalton, I'd track him to the end of the earth, I would. And when I got him,
Look, Dickon. Here's another path here. Let's follow it. It may lead around the camp of the natives somehow.
Yes. If we can keep out of sight and get closer to the camp, we may be able to find where they have Captain Dalton. If they've got him at all.
Come along, then. But be quiet. Blow me down. It wouldn't do it, wouldn't, to let them know we're spying on them.
Look, this does lead around the camp. I can see it from here.
You're right, Sue. We're right in back of a lot of little huts.
Lash me to a yardarm. Doesn't look like there's anyone around, it doesn't. Quiet now, you young'uns. And you too, Paul. You blasted sea hawk. I'm going to take a peek in the first one here. Nope. Can't see a soul, I can't.
I'm going to look in this next one here.
And I'll go to the next one.
Be careful, Johnny. Don't let anyone see you.
Don't worry, I won't.
There's no one in this one either. Johnny, can you see anybody?
No, there doesn't seem to be anybody in any of these huts.
Well, let's go farther down and look in those other huts.
Hey, Avast! Where you two young'uns going now?
Come on, Dickon. We're going to look in those other huts farther down there.
Take it easy now.
We will. Come on.
I tell you what. You two go quiet like and see if you can see anything. I'll stay here, I will, and keep a kind of a lookout.
All right, Dickon. But be sure to let us know if you see anything, too.
I will, Miss Hugh. You may lay to that. I sure will.
Johnny, Dickon is going to keep a watch out while we take a look in those other huts.
Let's look in this one here. Maybe we can...
Wait a minute. Do you hear anything, Johnny?
Yes, I do. It's coming from that next shack. Come on.
Be awful quiet.
I'm scared, I am. Let me out. Let me out.
That's Captain Karsh, the privateer.
That's who it is, all right. That hut is all boarded up. The windows are covered over.
Here, this board is loose. Maybe we can pull it off.
Be careful now, Johnny.
I will. Here. Coming loose.
Who's that?
Look, Johnny. The sun is shining right through this opening. You can see who it is in there.
Yes, I can see now.
Who's that, I say?
It is Captain Karsh.
Yes, and he's tied up in there.
Let me out of here!
He can't see us. The sun is shining right in his face.
Don't say anything. Don't let him know who we are.
I won't. Wait a minute. Sue, there's someone else in there.
Oh, I wonder if it's Captain Dalton.
I don't know. It's so dark except where the sun shines in. I can't see. All I know is there's someone else with Karsh in there.
Do you think we should ask who it is?
No, not yet. It may not be Captain Dalton. It may be someone guarding Karsh.
Maybe we'd better get Dickon. Oh, it's that leopard again.
And he's coming this way.
Oh, Johnny, what'll we do?
I don't know, Sue.
Look, Dickon sees the leopard and he's coming this way. Oh, Johnny.
Don't worry, Sue. Don't worry.
Sue, Johnny, don't move. Stay where you are. If you make a move, he'll come after you. Stand still.
Oh, Johnny!
Johnny and Sue face a black leopard, most ferocious of wild beasts. And their friend Captain Dalton is tied up in the same shack with Karsh, although Sue and Johnny do not know it. Will the leopard attack them? Will Dickon be able to help them? So many things have happened to our two young friends, we wonder what will be next. So be sure to listen to the next in this exciting transcribed series, The Cruise of the Poll Parrot, to find out. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Misto, the fugitive magician, and his black leopard controls a tribe of Indians on the island, and he's taken Captain Dalton prisoner. When Captain Karsh, the privateer captain, who was also cast away on the island with the Poll Parrot, goes with his first mate, Briney, to make a bargain with Misto, a quarrel results in which Misto and Briney join forces. But Karsh is trussed up as a prisoner and thrown in the same hut with Captain Dalton. Meanwhile, Johnny and Sue, along with Old Dickon and Poll Parrot himself, have gone out on their own to search for Captain Dalton, unknown to Mr. Grange, the ship's owner, Annabelle Wilson, and the rest of the Poll Parrot's crew back on the beach. Johnny and Sue discover the Indians' village and finally find the hut where Karsh and Captain Dalton are imprisoned. But as they're debating whether Captain Dalton is really held in the hut as well as Karsh, whose face they can see through the window, Dickon suddenly shouts a warning to them, and turning, they see the black leopard slinking up on them. As our story continues, they stand frozen in their tracks, almost afraid to move.
Don't move, Sue. If you don't run, he may not attack us.
Oh, Johnny, what'll we do?
Stay where you are, you young'uns. I'll attract his attention over here, I will, and maybe I'll let you be.
I'm loose. I got the ropes off. There ain't nothing on sea nor land can hold me in this black hole.
Listen, it's Karsh inside the hut.
Oh, he's gotten free. He's coming out of the hut.
And the leopard hears him. It's turning toward the hut.
There. And now, Dalton, you can stay in there or rot for all I care. If you'd have talked to me and thrown in with me, I'd have freed you. But now you can see. Avast. What are you two doing here? And... Oh! There, that bloomin' black leopard! Stay away from me! Keep away! He's after me! Keep away, blast you! I ain't harming you!
Oh, Johnny, the leopard's gonna get Captain Karsh. Oh, it's horrible.
We can't do a thing. You know that leopard hates Karsh anyway. Don't run, Mr. Karsh. It'll only make the leopard spring on you.
Yeah, you brought him here, you two. You wanted this bloomin' beast to get me. Well, he has to catch me first.
Oh, he's turning and running into the jungle. Oh, Johnny, it must have caught him.
Gee, that's awful. But, Sue, at least we're safe for a minute. Here comes Dickon.
Blow me down, and I seen it all. It looks like the leopard got the bloomin' pirate in the jungle.
He got the bloomin' pirate.
Now, you two young'uns are blinking lucky it turned out this way,
But, Dickon, the black leopard may come back. Let's go in the hut. The way Karsh talked when he came out, Captain Dalton must be tied up in there, too.
Batten down the edge. You're right, lad.
Save the captain. Save the captain.
Look, back there in the shadow.
Captain Dalton! It's us, Johnny and Sue.
And I'm with him, Captain. Are you all right?
Johnny and Sue and Dickon. Blow me down. How did you get here?
We've been hanging around the Indians' camp trying to find where you were held captive. And finally, we heard Karsh yelling, and we got here just as he broke loose.
Aye, the privateer swab's been begging me to talk to him. But I'll have no trade with the likes of him. I wouldn't answer, and it fair drove him crazy.
Well, sir, we'll hear no more from him, we won't.
Johnny, let me help you untie those ropes from around Captain Dalton.
Oh, bless you, Sue. And you, Johnny. It seems whenever I'm in deepest danger, you come sweeping in on the wind to help me. I don't know what I'd do without the three of you. But, Dickon, what did you mean just now when you said we'll hear no more from Karsh?
Well, sir, that bloomin' black leopard that belongs to the white man who leads these savages came up just as the young'uns here were looking in the hut. And when Karsh came out, it trailed him into the jungle. And, well, sir, from the yelling we all heard, there's been an end to Bruno Karsh, and you may lay to that, sir.
What, the leopard attacked Karsh?
It sounded like it, Captain, just inside the jungle.
Avast. I don't care if the man's my sworn enemy. I can't see a human being die a death like that. My limbs are free. It may not be too late to help. I'm going to look for Karsh.
But, Captain, it's good riddance, it is.
Dickon, I can't see any man, no matter how much a blackguard he is, suffer such a fate. Follow me.
Vast, Captain, you've got too big a heart. You can't keep out of trouble because of it.
Dickon, let's look here in the underbrush. Maybe we can find Karsh's trail.
Look, Captain Dalton, the underbrush is all flattened out around here. It looks like a struggle went on here.
Batten down the edge. I'm afraid that kind of a struggle could have only one kind of an ending.
And here, the bushes are crushed down all along as if something heavy had been dragged into the jungle.
Oh, Johnny, that means...
I'm afraid, lass, it means it's too late to do anything about it.
We might as well head back for our camp on the beach while the Indian village is still deserted as it seems now.
I'm still thinking, Captain. It may be all for the best.
We ought to be getting back to camp, all right. You know, Sue, we didn't tell Mr. Grange where we were going, and I'll bet he's worried about us.
That's right, Johnny. Ezra probably has some of the men searching for us now. We'd better hurry and let him know that Captain Dalton is safe.
It's just one problem after another. It wasn't bad enough to have Karsh and his band of cutthroats on this same island with us. Then we find hostile Indians all around us. Captain Dalton disappears, obviously captured by these Indians. And now there's no trace of Sue or Johnny. I'm worried.
I can't help feeling that the children are all right, Mr. Grange. You said before that old Dickon was gone, too. He's most likely with them in the woods.
I'd say jungle rather than woods, Miss Wilson. And surrounded by enemies as we are, it's hardly a safe place to go. Besides, we have no idea what's happened to Captain Dalton.
Mr. Grange, even though I've only been with your party for a short time, I have never seen a man in whom I could put as much confidence as Captain Dalton. Somehow I feel that wherever he is, he'll be safe.
I'm inclined to share your confidence, Miss Wilson. I know of no man I'd rather have on my side in an emergency. By George, it's getting late. The sun's almost down, and still no sign of Sue or Johnny. I'm going out and have a look around.
I believe I'll join you. But, Mr. Grange, the camp looks empty. Where are all the men?
Well, most of them are still out searching for Captain Dalton, you know. And I sent Mr. Jowett out with some of the men when Sue and Johnny disappeared. Mr. Nicholson and one or two of the others are still over at the Poll Parrot, trying to patch up a few of the smaller damages.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's so peaceful here. The sun is sinking behind the island, and all the sea is red. All the trees of the forest are in purple shadows.
I'm not so sure that it's such a beautiful scene. Heaven knows what threatening thing lurks in those purple shadows in the woods. Perhaps right now we're being watched by some band of rogues who wish to do us harm.
So that's the camp, eh, Briney?
Aye, Mr. Matey. That's the camp of the blinking Poll Parrot crew.
It certainly looks as though we'd picked a good time. There's not a man stirring.
Blimey, scotch me rigging if I don't think they're all out hunting for that bloomin' Captain Dalton you've got stowed in your hut back at camp.
Perhaps. You think you can find the diamonds in the ship over there on the beach if my Indians take care of everybody at the camp?
Blimey, mate, I can find a bloomin' minnow in the Pacific if you tell me which one you want. Give me 10 minutes.
Don't worry, my friend. No matter how large a force is here, my Indians can keep them quite busy for considerably more than 10 minutes.
I still think, Mr. Old Noggin, it would have been a blinking good idea to call some of my men from Karsh's camp to help us on this job.
Now, look, Briney, my boy. You admitted that it was wiser to put your not-too-beloved Captain Karsh away. It means more for both of us.
Aye, but his men would have stuck by me.
I remind you again, it's better to let no one in this little game who doesn't have to be. My Indians will be quite enough, I assure you. Hold on. There are two people walking along the beach.
Oh, them. That's only Ezra Grange, the bloomin' landlubber who owns the Poll Parrot. You needn't be frightened of the likes of him.
But the other, it's a woman.
She's bad luck, she is. If it hadn't been for her, we wouldn't have been shipwrecked, I says. Women aboard ship is bad luck, so help me.
But who is she?
Annabelle Wilson, she is, our Captain Karsh's promised bride. She was sailing with us to South Africa to be married to Karsh, and she come aboard with him on the Poll Parrot just before that storm that wrecked us. When she found Karsh was a privateer, she left him and joined up with this bloomin' crowd of whalers. She's been staying with the little sister of that swab Grange over there.
Ah, we search for diamonds, and I find a pearl of great price.
Hold on now, Mighty. I tells you, women is bad luck. You raid the camp for provisions, and I'll get the diamonds. But the woman's a Jonah.
Silence. You shall have your share of the diamonds. That's our agreement. But I shall manage my own affairs. I'll be off for the ship. I'll give my Indians the signal to attack the camp.
Blimey, if you won't listen to me, you won't. But you'll regret it. You'll regret it. Bad luck, I tell you.
Ah, now is the time to strike. Ooh-wah. Olago.
Ooga, ooga.
Poogalabo.
Hula.
Mr. Grange, look!
Good heavens. It's those savages sweeping down on us from the jungle. And the men at the ship are outnumbered. Run, Miss Wilson. Run for the cabin.
Help! Help! Somebody's caught me!
By Caesar, it's a white man. Let go of this lady, sir.
You tell me, the great Misto, to let go?
Oh, look out! Hand me, you dirty savages! Try to run away, Miss Wilson. The Indians have me. I shall... you'll pay for this.
Who are you? What are you going to do with me?
You are coming back with me, the great Misto, to my castle in the jungle. Not very much of a castle, I'll admit, but you'll grow to like it.
No, I won't go with you. I won't.
Ah, high spirits, eh? But go with me you shall. What Misto wants, he takes.
If only there had been more of the crew of the Poll Parrot on the beach, this might not have happened. What have the Indians done to Ezra Grange? And what's going to happen to Annabelle? Will Misto the magician really kidnap her? Will Johnny and Sue with Captain Dalton and Dickon return safely? What about Karsh and the Black Leopard? Be sure to listen to the next transcribed adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Annabelle Wilson, the young lady who was betrothed to Bruno Karsh, the privateer. Meanwhile, it was Misto, in company with Briney, Karsh's hook-handed first mate, who led the Indians in the attack on the camp. What Misto and Briney do not know, however, is that Karsh and Captain Dalton, whom they've tied up in a hut at the Indians' camp, have both escaped. Karsh freeing himself, apparently meeting a horrible fate at the claws of the Black Leopard, and Dalton having been liberated by our young friends, Johnny Robbins and Sue Grange, along with old Peg-Leg Dickon. As we join them now, it's almost dark, and Johnny and Sue, with Captain Dalton and Dickon and the ever-present Poll Parrot himself, are heading back to the Poll Parrot camp through the jungle.
Homers, me hearties! Yo-ho-ho! We'd better hurry. I don't think I'd like to be in the jungle after it gets pitch dark.
Don't worry, Sue. We'll be back at the beach in just a minute.
Aye, the Poll Parrot camp lies just ahead. Again, Sue and Johnny, I want to tell you that you've saved my life so many times, I know I'll always be in your debt.
Aw, gee, Captain Dalton. You know if it hadn't been for you, none of us would still be alive. Besides, we were really lucky today. There didn't seem to be anyone around the Indians' village, so when the Black Leopard went after Karsh, it was easy to rescue you.
Bless me to a yard-arm, Captain. I've been worrying about that, I have. What made that village so deserted? Them bloomin' savages must have been up to mischief somewhere.
I don't think that concerns us, Dickon. All we have to do now that we know just what we're up against is build an armed camp on the beach to ward off the savages and that mad white man Misto, whoever he is, if they ever attack us.
Breakers ahead! Breakers ahead!
Breakers ahead it is, Pa, you old pelican. It's the shore, and we're back to our camp.
Captain, it seems awfully quiet. And look, there's smoke coming up from some of our cabins.
Oh, Johnny, we'd better find my brother Ezra. I'm so afraid something has happened.
I don't like the looks of this. Let's hurry.
Here's Mr. Grange's cabin here, Captain.
Aye.
The bloomin' door's open. And listen.
It's Mr. Grange, and he's in trouble.
Ezra, are you all right?
Oh, Sue, thank heaven you're safe. I'm all right, I guess. Got knocked about a good deal by those savages.
He's all tied up with vine ropes the Indians use. Let me help.
Quick, Mr. Grange. What happened?
Thank goodness you turned up, Captain Dalton. We really need you now. The Indians, led by some renegade white man, overpowered the camp and then took Miss Wilson with him.
That was Misto. He's raided the camp.
I'm a bloomin' barnacle. That's why the Indian village was so deserted.
But Annabelle, you say he took her?
Blow me down. That's foul play for fair.
Foul play, foul play.
Captain Dalton, I just happened to think, if Misto was here, Briney must have been with him.
Aye, lad, but what of that?
Briney knew we had diamonds aboard the ship. He may have found them.
Blow me down, that's right.
I'll run and look in your cabin on the ship, Captain. I know where you hid the diamonds.
Blow me down. I'll hoist anchor myself and see how Nicholson or what's left of the crew made out in the fight, I will.
All hands on deck. Oh, Ezra, are you really all right?
Don't worry now, Sue. Just a few bruises.
Do you expect the men of the crew back soon, Mr. Grange?
Any moment, Captain. It was just bad luck that they hadn't returned when the raid came. As it is, you just missed walking into the fight yourselves.
There's only one thing to do as I can see. As soon as all our men return from their searching parties, they go in a body and attack the Indian camp. Blow me down, we'll settle this for good and all.
I've never been one for open battle, Captain, but I agree. I can see no other way.
I'll leave everything up to you, Mr. Grange. Meanwhile, I'm going ahead to the savage camp. Miss Wilson may be in grave danger.
Captain Captain Dalton, you can't go through those jungles when it's almost dark alone.
We need you to lead them in.
Dickon knows the way. He can lead you. We can't tell how long it may be until our crew is ready to attack. And meanwhile, we can't let anything happen to Miss Wilson at the hands of that madman and his savages.
Captain Dalton, the diamonds, they're gone.
Oh, that means that awful briny found them on the ship.
That settles it. Blow me down, now we know we must attack. And I'm leaving now.
Oh, Captain Dalton, let me go with you. I know the shortest way to the Indian village.
No, it's too dangerous, lad. I'm going alone.
Oh, please take us. We know the way better than anybody.
It's true, you do. Aye, then I'll take you. But keep this in mind. One sign of trouble and you're to leave.
Aye, aye, Captain. We're under your command.
Spoken like a true seaman, Johnny. Avast, Mr. Grange. We're on our way. Gather the men and follow as soon as you can.
I still hate to see you and the children leaving alone. But you know best. But may heaven be with you. And be careful. I wish the men were ready to go with you.
Captain, look. Right ahead. You can see the lights of the Indian campfire through the trees.
Aye, Johnny. So you can. Keep behind me, Sue.
Don't worry, Captain. I'll be careful. I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
Quiet as a mouse.
Blow me down. That's Poll Parrot's voice. Where did he come from?
Still that noisy, empty-headed canary. You want us to lose our bloomin' scalps?
Why, it's Dickon. He's coming up behind us.
But, Dickon, where are the rest of the men?
They'll be along directly. Wainwright and some of the men also found the Indian village this afternoon. And they know the way, they do.
Blow me down, Dickon. You've disobeyed orders. I said you were to direct the men here while I went ahead to see what happened to Miss Wilson.
Well, sir, I know it weren't being a dutiful seaman, but, well, blast it, Captain. Every time you get out of Old Dickon's sight, something happens to you. And when I heard you'd gone back into the woods with just the two young'uns, I swore I wouldn't let you go without me.
Dickon, you're an irresponsible old salt what thinks he knows more than his skipper. But I can't help liking you for thinking so much of me.
Blow me down, Skipper. We're together again.
Aye.
All four of us. And there ain't a bloomin' tribe of savages on earth what can lick this crew of four.
That's right, Dickon. We're always strong when we're together.
And we'll always be lucky together.
Oh, look, Captain Dalton. There's the savages' camp, and that man Misto. He's bringing out two big cages before the campfires.
And that briny with the awful hook hand is with him.
The Indians are all gathering around. What's he up to? He's getting ready to show some of his magic tricks to him. You may lay to that.
Aye, Captain. You're right. Now watch him. Watch him.
Look up. Oh, bubble up.
Now, my good friend Briny, I'm about to put on a little show to impress the natives. You know I got control of them through my sleight of hand. And to keep them thinking I'm superhuman, I have to keep up the show.
Blimey. Where did you get the two blinking cages?
Made them here on the island in my spare time. It's always been my best trick, you know. Changing the man into the leopard's cage and the leopard into the man's.
Help me. It's the same bloomin' trick you got run out of Singapore for bungling. The time you changed the leopard, but not the man.
The very one. Although I still say the word bungle is inappropriate since I knew what I was doing. Oh, by the way, Briny, wouldn't you like to help me out in this trick? I'd like you to be the man who changes places with the leopard.
Me? And let you get the trick mixed up again now that I got the Poll Parrot's diamonds? Never you mind now, mister. None of that. None of that.
Why, Briny, one would think you didn't trust me. Very well, I'll have to get another subject. I have it. The young lady we took from the Poll Parrot's camp. She's standing behind the tree over there.
The one you took, you mean? I told you she'd bring bad luck. Now what have you got in your devilish mind?
I'll use her for the trick, my superstitious friend. There, young lady. Come out from behind the tree and I'll free your arms. Now, don't shrink away, my dear. You shall not be hurt.
What are you going to do?
You're about to help me impress the savages with a bit of my magic. You will get into that cage. When I throw my robe over the cage, a trapdoor will open in the floor. You run through the passageway, open the trapdoor at the end of the passage, and you'll find yourself in another cage. Simple, isn't it?
And if I refuse?
Then you will shortly find a large and unfriendly black leopard in the same cage with you. This one, in fact. Speak to the lady, Blackie.
I'd feel safer with a leopard than with you.
One moment. Here comes one of my Indian guards running this way. He looks as if he has news. Yes? Uga. What? Why, that's impossible. Uga,
What's all this gibberish about?
He says he's just been to the hut where Karsh and Dalton were kept prisoners, and they're both gone.
Blimey. This means trouble. I told you the bloomin' woman would bring bad luck.
Shut up with that nonsense. Those men have got to be found, especially Dalton. He's pointing to the bushes at the end of the clearing. Oh, I see. There's someone lurking there.
After the blinking savages!
Hark! Hark! It's that bloomin' parrot. That means it's someone from the whaler's crew.
That settles it. We'll take care of them. Ulugo! Bo!
Blast your Poll Parrot, you've given us away with your bloomin' squawking. Avast! We've got to run for it.
Run ahead, Johnny and Sue. Try and find a place to hide, and don't let them catch you. Dickon and I are armed, and if worst comes to worst, we can fight it out.
Captain, we couldn't leave you now.
Blast it, you young'uns. You'll do as the captain says, or... Oh!
Dickon, what's the matter?
Dickon! Oh, Johnny, look! There's an arrow in his shoulder.
I'll be all right. They can't hurt a tough piece of old shark skin like me. Now, you put on full sail and go. I'll make out.
Dickon, are you hurt bad?
Captain Dalton, remember Bruno Carr said they looked like Brazilian Indians. Isn't it the Brazilian Indians who use poison arrows?
Oh, so it is, lad. Dickon, I told you shouldn't have followed. But now that you came to help me, I'll protect you with my last breath. Steady, old shipmate, steady. Johnny, Sue, behind that pile of rocks over there. Drag Dickon with you.
I can fight. And I'm armed, Captain.
They're coming closer. Closer. Avast, we're in for the most one-sided fight any seaman was ever called on to face.
Now what's going to happen to our friends? Is the arrow in Dickon's shoulder really poisoned? And if it is, what's going to happen to Dickon? Will Captain Dalton be able to hold off the savages? Will Johnny and Sue get away? What of Annabelle Wilson and the Black Leopard? Will the crew of the Poll Parrot find the Indian village in time to be of any help? Be sure to listen for the next transcribed adventure in the cruise of the Poll Parrot to find out. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Ever-present Poll Parrot himself have set out under cover of night for the camp of the Indians on this strange island off the coast of South America on which their ship has been wrecked. Ezra Grange and the rest of the crew will be along shortly after them, as soon as the men recover from the raid they've just gone through at the hands of the savages. But our four friends have set out in advance, because Misto, the magician who leads the Indians, has not only raided their camp on the beach, but kidnapped Annabelle Wilson, the young girl who was the fiancée of Captain Karsh, the privateer who was also wrecked with the Poll Parrot. Besides that, Briney, the hook-handed first mate of the privateer, has joined forces with Misto and carried off the Poll Parrot's diamonds during the raid. Our friends reach the Indian village, and just as they are watching Misto preparing one of his magic feats to impress the Indians, the magician is informed by one of his guards that both Karsh and Captain Dalton, whom Misto thought securely tied in one of his huts, are gone. The Indians are aroused, and when Poll Parrot gives away our friend's hiding place in the bushes by squawking, the Indians bear down on them, and Dickon is hit in the shoulder with an arrow. Johnny and Sue drag the weakened Dickon to safety, while Captain Dalton prepares to stand off the savages with his pistols as long as he can.
Blow me down. My guns are empty. I've got to reload these guns.
Captain Dalton, Dickon fainted, but I found his gun. Use his gun while I reload yours. Give me your bullet.
I told you to stay behind those rocks, Johnny. They're almost on us.
But, Captain, we've got to hold out as long as we can.
Aye, you're right, lad. Here's the pistols and the bullets. I've got Dickon's gun now. We'll put a few more of them down before...
I don't think you will, you blinking whaler. One more shot and I finish you all off.
Oh, it's Briney. He's crept up from behind us.
I'm a little canary, and I've got me gun on you.
I guess he's got us, Captain. Even if we do shoot at him, he can shoot Sue and Dickon before we can interfere.
Aye, lad. It looks like we've got to give up the ship.
We give in, Briney. But you just wait until our men...
Go there, Johnny. You don't need to know that. Call off those yelling savages, Briney.
You've got lots of nerve fighting off a whole tribe. I'll say that for you.
Ahoy, Misto! I've got him!
Good work, Briney. Ugga, pull the door.
And just who was responsible for our little interruption? Well, this is a windfall. Our recent guest, Captain Dalton, and 3 more. You pick your crew rather young, I see. Who are this boy and girl?
I knows him. It's the bloomin' cabin boy and that stuck-up sister of the ship's owner. The one we reefed up back on the beach.
Don't you talk about Sue like that.
Johnny, don't make him angry. It really doesn't matter.
Look here, you heathen white man, whatever your bloomin' game is. This man here has been shot through the shoulder by an arrow. He seems to be badly hurt. And I warn you, if that was a poison arrow, your life won't be worth a clamshell.
Well, listen to the threats from our bold Captain Dalton. If it will set your mind at ease, the arrow was not poisoned. If this scrawny, peg-legged old man has fainted, it's just because of loss of blood and his advanced age. But enough of this parlance. You're going to be my guest at the celebration I'm holding for my Indians. And without a doubt, I now truly have something to celebrate.
Johnny, you're not frightened, are you?
Frightened? No, he can't do anything to us, Sue. He just wants to show us to the Indians to impress them just how smart he is.
I'm glad he didn't separate us, Johnny and Sue. And it looks as if Dickon's going to be all right.
Avast, of course I'm going to be all right. You can't kill a hard-shell old barnacle like me, you can't. But did you get that remark that swab Misto passed about me?
You mean when I told him you were hurt?
Aye, Captain. If this scrawny, peg-legged old man has fainted, it's because of his advanced age. Scrawny, am I? I'll show the blinking landlubber.
Easy there, Dickon, easy. Let's lay low and see what Misto has up his sleeve.
Oh, Dickon, what happened to Poll Parrot? I haven't seen him since we were captured.
Aye, lass, and after how he gave us away by his full squawking, I ain't so sure I ever wants to see him again, I ain't.
But, Dickon, he didn't do it on purpose. After all, he's just a bird. He can't think like we do.
Blow me down. Look, Misto's leading Miss Annabelle Wilson out before the fire.
She looks a little frightened, but at least she hasn't been harmed.
He's putting her in one of those big cages behind the council fire. And that awful black leopard is in the other. Listen, he's starting to speak.
Holla, no, bullet. Holla, go under.
Now, briny old man, here is my famous trick.
It still gives me the creeps. Blimey, it does.
Misto is throwing a black robe over each cage. He's walking to each one, and he's touching it lightly. Now he's waving his hands around.
I think I know what's happening.
Blow me down, it looks like a lot of heathen mumbo-jumbo to me.
He's pulling the robes off the cages. Look!
Avast! Miss Wilson and the leopard have changed cages.
Batten down me hatch. It's black magic, it is.
You see what an effect it has on them? They're mine, my slaves, ensnared by my magic. Now, in a few moments, we'll devise some ingenious tricks for our captives to participate in.
Why don't you put Dalton in that cage and forget to change him when you change the leopard? Like you did that time back in Singapore.
You are a bloodthirsty scoundrel, Blimey, me lad. That will all come in due time.
I have it. I know how he does it. I can do it, too.
Johnny, where are you going?
Come back here, Johnny.
As long as he didn't tie us up, but just put us here by the side of the fire, I'm going to show him up before those Indians.
It's a dangerous trick, lad. But we'll back you up as well as we can if anything happens.
Ah, now, Briney. Well, what do you think you're doing walking boldly up to me, boy?
I want to show you something. Give me those black robes.
Blimey, what's the little monkey up to?
Who knows? Let's see what idea he has in his crazy head. It may be amusing.
He's taking the robes and throwing them over the cages, just like you did. And he's waving his hands around.
Look, the brazen little fool. He's pushing the levers on the sides of the cages. He's found out how I work the trick.
He's pulling the robes off. So help me. The girl in the leopard has changed again.
He's ruining me. If the Indians see that a child can do these feats of magic, they'll lose their respect for me. I must act quick.
Order, go.
What's he doing? Pulling
colored pieces of cloth out of the air. What can I do? The Indians are quieting down again. I know. I have a box of matches in my pocket. If Misto has been on this island for such a long time, he mustn't have any matches left. He won't be able to repeat this trick. I'll have to take my chance. Look!
Brainy, look. The boy is lighting matches in his pocket and throwing them in the air. Have you got any matches?
Help me. I ain't. Now what do we do?
He's done it. He's done it, the little beggar. He's broken my charm over the Indians. They're turning on us.
Avast, mighty. The blinking savages are heading for the others, too. They're after anybody they can see who's white.
Ah, that gives us a stroke of luck. We'll slip off and let the others pay for this.
Johnny, you've roused the Indians against Misto and Briny, all right, but it looks like they're coming for us, too.
Blow me down. Now we are in for it.
This way, mates! This way!
Captain Dalton, there's Poll Parrot's voice coming from under the trees.
That must mean... Look, Sue, it's Mr. Grange and the whole crew of the Poll Parrot.
That bloomin' bird led them here to the camp. I takes back what I've been thinking about him.
Throw down your arms and release your prisoners or we shoot.
Curse the luck. It's the whole crew of the whaler in full strength. Even my Indians can't stand against all of them.
You forget, they ain't your Indians no longer. I has it. Let the Poll Parrot crew attack the savages, while we ducks through the jungle over to the camp of Captain Karsh's men on the other side of the island. With all them brawny seamen, we more than match Dalton's men.
Briny, you're a gem. Wait till I free my leopard from the cage. No time. The fighting's begun.
Sue, I don't think we should have left the fight.
Well, Johnny, with Captain Dalton and my brother Ezra in command of all our men, you know they can win from those Indians and get Annabelle safely back again. But you know as well as I do that Misto and that awful Briny got away.
I think you're right, Sue. It's up to us to find out where they went.
Well, after all, they don't need us in that fight. We can't help them.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I know you could help fight, Johnny. But wouldn't it be better if we found Briny? After all, he still has the diamonds.
You're right, Sue. You're always thinking of the right things. Look, the moon's up.
Yes, it's not hard to see in the forest at all.
Sue, I know where we ought to look.
Where?
At the other side of the island at the camp of the privateers' men. That's where Briny would head.
That's right, Johnny. Can you find the way?
Sure I can. That's easy. Sue, look ahead there.
Where? I don't see anything.
Right between those trees in the moonlight.
Oh, it looks like a big shadow.
But it's moving.
It's moving real slow right towards us. Oh, Johnny, what is it?
I don't know. I hope... Sue, look.
It has flaming eyes. Oh, Johnny. It can't be Mr. Black Leopard.
No, the Black Leopard was inside the magician's cage.
But whatever it is, it's creeping right at us. Oh.
Now what's going to happen to our young friends? Just when it looked as if luck were turning their way, with the whole crew of the Poll Parrot fighting the Indians, and Misto and Briny turned out of their own camp, Johnny and Sue all alone in the jungle at night, face to face with what? And no one near to help them. Johnny has no gun. What is going to become of them? Well, we'll just have to listen to the next transcribed episode in the Cruise of the Poll Parrot to find out. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Misto, the magician who heads the band of savages on the island, just off the Atlantic coast of Brazil, impressed the savages with his power by performing the trick of changing animal and human in their respective cages, in which he used his black leopard and Annabelle Wilson, who was cast away on the island with our friends from the Poll Parrot. In the nick of time, old Poll Parrot himself has led the crew of the Poll Parrot to the rescue, and open warfare ensues. While the battle is at its height, Misto and Briny, the hook-handed first mate of the privateers, make for the privateers' camp on the other side of the island. Knowing that Briny has the diamonds which he pillaged from the good ship Poll Parrot, Johnny and Sue also head out for the privateers' camp in an effort to recover the diamonds. It is night now, and Johnny and Sue are in the jungle. They stand horror-stricken, gazing at two flaming eyes coming toward them.
Oh, Johnny, it can't be Misto's black leopard.
No, the black leopard was inside the magician's cage when we left.
Listen. Johnny, that doesn't sound like the black leopard to me.
I can see it now. It's not black at all.
You're right, Johnny. What will we do? What is it?
I know what that is. In these parts, like in South America, it's called a jaguar.
Now I can see it plain. And look, Johnny, it's limping.
It sure is. It's carrying its left front paw in the air.
Johnny, it doesn't seem to be wild. Look how it stands before us. It seems as though it's trying to tell us something.
You're right, Sue. It's a big thorn in his foot. That's what he's trying to tell us.
He can't get it out. If we could only do something to help him.
We can do something to help him. I'm going to get that thorn out of his foot.
Oh, Johnny, it's too dangerous.
I'll take that chance.
Johnny, be careful.
I will. I'll have to take this kind of easy so I won't be afraid. Nice boy. Take it easy. Maybe if I pat his neck, he'll see what I want to help him. There, that's a nice boy. He seems to like that.
Oh, Johnny, do be careful.
It's all right, Sue. Come over here.
Do you think it'll be safe?
Sure, the jaguar's all right. He knows we're going to help him now. You keep patting his neck, and I'll see what I can do about his foot. There, that's a nice boy. Yes, sir, it's a big thorn stuck in the bottom of his foot. If I can get hold of it, I may be able to pull it out. There, I think I can get it now. Easy now. There, it's out.
Look, he's licking his foot where you pulled out the thorn.
Look at the way he's licking my hand.
He's thanking you, Johnny. Why, he's as tame as a kitten.
Don't fool yourself. He's not as tame as a kitten. But even animals are thankful when someone does something to help them.
Now maybe he'll go away and leave us.
It doesn't look as though he wanted to go away.
Well, Johnny, we can't stand here. Remember, we started to go to the other side of the island to the privateers' camp.
That's right, Sue. We've got to find out where Misto and Briney went. Come on, let's get going.
Goodbye, Jaguar, old fella. We hope your foot feels better.
It's following us.
Yes, sir, it wants to go with us.
Gosh, I guess we can't stop him if he wants to follow us.
You know, Johnny, come to think of it, I haven't heard any shots lately. The noise back at Misto's camp just seemed to quiet down all of a sudden.
Alas, Mr. Grange, we've routed those devils for fair. Blow me down, we'll not be bothered with them for a while.
It looks like we got here just in time, Captain Dalton.
Aye, thanks to you and Poll Parrot. We wondered where he'd gone to. But how in the world did Poll lead you to the camp, Mr. Grange?
Well, sir, back at our camp on the beach, I had organized what was left of the crew, and we were about ready to start looking for you when Poll Parrot came fluttering back into camp, squawking, "Blarsted pirates! Blarsted pirates!" And I immediately realized that something had happened. So we all followed Poll Parrot back here, and you know the rest.
He's a smart bird for fair.
Smooth sailing! Smooth sailing!
I hope you're right, pal. We've had enough rough days for fair. It's about time we saw smooth sailing, and you may lay to that.
Captain Dalton, where's that leopard?
Don't worry about the leopard, Mr. Grange. It's in that cage over there. Oh, blow me down. I almost forgot. Annabelle Wilson's in the other cage. We'd better get her out.
And where are Sue and Johnny?
We don't have to worry about them right now. I'm sure they're safe.
Blow me down, I hope so. I saw 'em heading for the jungle when the fighting began.
Now that the fighting's over, they'll be coming back.
I don't know. I don't feel so good about it. You know that cabin boy as well as I do, Captain Dalton, and he's not one to run out on a fight.
You're right there, sir. A braver lad never lived. But he most likely took Sue into the jungle so she wouldn't be injured. Now, if I can see how to get this cage opened, we'll get Annabelle Wilson out of here.
Who is that?
It's Captain Dalton, Miss Wilson, and we've come to let you out of here.
Oh, Captain Dalton, I was so afraid something awful happened to you all. I saw the fighting when it began from the cage here, but after those campfires burned out, I didn't know whether you were successful in driving away those savages or not.
We drove them away all right, and we've most likely seen the last of them.
Wait just a minute, Miss Wilson. I'll have this cage open. There! You're free once again. And I'm thinking we'd all better stay together from now on.
Oh, thank you, Captain Dalton. It seems so safe when you're around.
Oh, blow me down, Miss Wilson. You're exaggerating. I'm only one of the crew, I am. And we'd have been lost for fair. But this time it was Poll Parrot himself who saved us.
Aye, the bloomin' bird led Mr. Grange and the rest of the crew right to where we were when we needed him most.
I can't help thinking about Sue and Johnny. Surely they should be back by now that the fighting's over.
Avast, they should be. I'm beginning to worry about 'em myself.
I'll go look for him, Captain Dalton. I'll find Johnny and Sue.
No, Dickon, as I said before, from now on we're all going to stay together. Blow me down, we're not going to be separated again, none of us.
I think you're right, Captain Dalton. And once we return to the Poll Parrot, we should try to put her in repair as soon as we can and float her off this beach to sail for home.
Aye, sir, that's exactly what we're going to do. Dickon, tell the rest of the crew to follow us.
Aye, sir. Avast me, hearties! Heave to! Make ready to follow the captain!
Heave to!
Now, listen, men. Men, first off, we've got to find Johnny and Sue Grange. They can't be far in the jungle. Once we find them, we'll make tracks for the good ship Poll Parrot and see about putting her in repair. I aim to set sail from this island as soon as we can. So, step lively, mate. All right, Mr. Grange, you and Miss Wilson stay with me. Dickon and the rest of the men will follow right behind us. It shouldn't take us long to find Sue and Johnny, but we can't waste any time.
It seems like we've walked for miles, Sue. We sure ought to be near the privateer's camp by now.
I hope so. I'm getting awfully tired.
And the Jaguar has stayed right behind us all this way.
Yes, we've certainly made a friend out of him.
Wait a minute, Sue. We must be getting close to the ocean again. I hear the sound of the surf.
Yes, we must be getting near the end of the jungle.
We are at the end of the jungle. I can see now. And look, there's a campfire down on the beach away.
I wonder if it's the privateer camp.
It must be unless there's someone else on the island.
Well, there's only one way to find out. We'll get closer and maybe we can make out who that man is by the fire.
If only this Jaguar wasn't with us. He's liable to give us away if we get too close.
That's right. If there was only some way we could keep him from following us.
If I could only make him understand. Jaggy, old fella, you stay here like a good boy. Sue and I have some work to do.
He can't understand you.
You never can tell. Stay here now, Jackie. Come on, see. We'll see if he minds us.
He certainly is. He's standing there watching us.
All right, let's hurry now and be awfully quiet.
Now I can see who it is, Johnny. This is the privateer's camp, all right. And that's that man, Misto, standing by the fire.
And he's talking to some of the crew from the privateer ship.
But I don't see that briny with the hook hand anywhere.
Quiet, Sue. Maybe we can hear what he's saying.
Now, look here, men. We don't know what's happened to your Captain Karsh. But I take it you'd like to get off this island.
I blow me down, we would.
All right, then, listen to me. Your first mate, Briny, has taken some of the men and is circling the beach. We're going to take charge of the Poll Parrot to see if they can put her in repair. If we stick together, we can all leave this island, and Captain Dalton and his crew can remain here for all we care.
So that's what they're up to. They think they can take over the Poll Parrot, eh?
Oh, that's awful. And they'd leave us all here on the island.
Not if I can help it, they won't.
Look. Do you see what I see?
Where, Sue?
Coming up the beach. It's Misto's black leopard.
It is. How do you suppose he ever got out of that cage he was in?
I don't know, but he did somehow.
Scuttle my ship. What's this coming up the beach?
Don't do anything to frighten him. He won't bother you. That is my black leopard. I expected him to show up about now. He can find me on any part of this island.
Blow me down. A tame leopard?
Oh, no, not a tame leopard. Merely a trained leopard. And he is only vicious when I so will it. Blackie, where are you going? Well, that's funny. The leopard usually comes to me. There must be someone hiding nearby. But don't worry. If there's anyone spying on us, my black leopard will find him. Come, we'll follow him.
Oh, Johnny, did you hear what Misto said?
Yes, and that means they're coming up this way.
Oh, now what'll we do?
Well, I don't exactly know. If we run, they'll be sure to catch us. Look, Sue, the Jaguar is coming this way, too.
Oh, go back, Jay. Go back.
No, it's all right, Sue. He's going right past us.
And now he's stopping in front of us. Do you know what, Johnny?
Yes, I'm thinking the same thing. We helped him once, and now he's going to help us.
That's right. Look how he stands there motionless.
And the black leopard is coming straight this way.
Oh, Johnny, he's going to protect us from that black leopard.
going on there?
It's another animal fighting with your black leopard.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, this is awful. Oh, that poor jaguar.
Poor jaguar, nothing. He's got the black leopard down.
Hey,
A friend in need is a friend indeed, and the jaguar is certainly proving to be a friend to Sue and Johnny. He's repaying them now for removing the thorn from his foot by protecting them from the black leopard. But what's going to happen next? Will Briney and his renegades be able to take charge of the good ship Poll Parrot? Will Captain Dalton and the rest of our friends find Johnny and Sue before Misto and his men can do them harm? The answers to these questions can be found only by listening to the next transcribed episode in the Cruise of the Poll Parrot. Be sure to be listening for it, and until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Dalton, Dickon, and Annabelle Wilson, our friends were successful in fighting off the savages. Misto, the magician, and Briney, the first mate of the privateer, fled to the other side of the island. Knowing Briney has the diamonds, which rightfully belong to our friends, Johnny Robbins and Sue Grange follow them. On the way, they befriend a vicious-looking jaguar by removing a thorn that is stuck in his foot, and the animal later repays their kindness by protecting them against Misto's black leopard, which has escaped from its cage. When we left our friends, Johnny and Sue were standing by watching the ferocious fight between the two beasts, while on the other side stood Misto and a few members of the privateer crew.
Stop him! He's killing my black leopard!
Stop him yourself if you can. I wouldn't go near them blooming beasts in a suit of armor, I wouldn't.
He's killing Blackie! He's killing Blackie!
Sue, Jackie is sure repaying us for what we did for him.
He certainly is. He has that black leopard by the throat. And just look how he holds on.
Look, the black leopard's not moving. It looks like Jackie has finished him all right.
Oh, he's killed Blackie! My black leopard is dead! It's a bad sign! My time has come! My time has come!
The blighter's gone balmy, so help me. Look at him, walking straight for the beach. Blow me down, he's going right into the surf. He's loony for sure, and you may lay to that.
Sue, what do you think is the matter with Misto?
I don't know. He acts so strange.
Avast, Misto, you loony landlubber. What are you doing down there?
It's a bad sign! This is the end! This is the end! Ah!
Blimey! He's jumped in the ocean.
Oh, Johnny, he must have gone insane.
Now see what you've done. Call that bloomin' cat off and sail out of here. Call him off, I say, or he'll kill us all.
Oh, I don't know whether he'll mind me or not now. Jaggy, come back here.
He's minding all right.
Now, don't any of you men make a move, and the animal won't hurt you. And you'd better stay where you are until we get away from here, or I'll let the jaguar come after you again.
Don't worry. We don't want none of your bloomin' animal.
Come on, Sue. We've seen enough of here. Misto's gone, and we know that Briney was headed for the Poll Parrot.
That's right, Johnny. And he still has the diamonds, I guess.
I've got an idea how I can get those diamonds back. If I can only get this jaguar to keep on doing what I tell him, it won't be long before Briney will be glad to give us back the diamonds.
Oh, Johnny, what are you going to do?
Well, you just wait and see when we get back to the ship. Come on, Jaggy. After what you did, you can follow us all you want to.
Follow me, men. This looks like the path Johnny and Sue took.
Aye, Captain. It's getting light enough to see. Avast! Look what I sees. Look, small footprints, Captain. They must belong to the young uns.
Those footprints are theirs, all right, Dickon. There's no doubt of that.
Blow me down. What's this?
Dirty work afoot.
What's wrong, Captain Dalton? Something amiss?
I don't rightly know, but look here. In the soft dirt. You can see the tracks of Johnny and Sue, all right.
Aye.
And right next to them are the tracks of a wild animal.
What do you make of it, Captain Dalton?
I'm afraid to think about it, Mr. Grange. This animal, whatever it was, may have tracked Sue and Johnny.
If anything has happened to Sue and Johnny, I'll never forgive myself.
Hold on, sir. There's no use fretting about something you ain't sure of, sir. Those animal tracks could have been made even before the young'uns came this way.
Aye, Dickon, you're right there.
I surely hope so.
Captain Dalton, look. The jungle ends here.
Aye, so it does.
And look down the beach. No doubt that's the privateer's camp.
Most likely. And these footprints are leading right toward it. Men!
Aye, sir.
Men, stay here with Miss Wilson.
Aye.
Mr. Grange, you and Dickon follow me.
Lash me to a yardarm, sir. Look, the bloomin' animal tracks are... They're going right along, sir.
There's something mighty peculiar about all this.
Avast! Look, out there! What's that laying on the beach?
Captain Dalton, it's that black leopard of Misto's.
Aye, you're right there. And he's a dead 'un for sure. That accounts for these animal tracks along with Johnny's and Sue's.
Begging your pardon, sir. I believe you're wrong, I does, sir.
What do you mean, Dickon?
Well, now, look right here, sir. Now, here are the tracks of Johnny and Sue, and whatever animal it was with them.
Aye.
Now, look. Over here, sir. Over here are the tracks of this bloomin' black leopard. And you see where the sand is all mussed up, sir? It means only one thing, Captain.
Aye, Dickon, you're right. There's been another animal here besides the black leopard. And whatever it was big enough to do in this animal of Misto's. And you may lay to that.
Aye, sir, you're right, sir.
That may account for it, all right. But where have they gone?
Blow me down. It won't take long to find out.
Aye, sir. Look toward that camp. There's one of them bloomin' swabs from the crew of the late Mr. Kosh.
Aye, I'll hail him. Ahoy!
Ahoy!
What's been going on around here?
Too much to suit me. So help me, it was none of my doings.
Did you see anything of the two young'uns?
Blow me down, I'll say I did. And I wants no more of 'em with that bloomin' animal of theirs.
Animal of theirs?
Explain yourself, mate. What are you gammon about?
Well, sir, I'll tell you how I came to know all about it. But you've got to believe me. I had nothing to do with it.
Aye.
Well, late last night, our first mate, Bryony, brings this bloomin' swab Misto into camp with him. And while Misto stays here, Bryony takes some of the men and heads for the ship Poll Parrot.
What did they go over there for?
Well, let me finish, Captain, and I'll tell you all I know.
Aye.
Well, after Bryony went to the ship, Misto was telling us how we'd all take charge of the ship and leave you and your crew here.
So that was it.
About that time, this bloomin' black leopard what's laying here showed up. But he must have known someone was spying on us, because he walked right on past us, he did.
But blow me down, Captain. It must have been Johnny and Sue, listening to what was going on.
All right, Dickon, stow that. Let the man finish. Go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
Well, when the leopard gets up here, we hears an awful ruckus, we does. And when Misto and the rest of us get here, this bloomin' animal is in a death fight with another beast. All covered with spots, he was.
A jaguar. The most ferocious of South American beasts, and you may lay to that, sir.
Aye, a jaguar. That's what he must have been. Because when the two young'uns left here, the lad says, "Come on, Jackie, old boy." And blow me down if the animal didn't follow him like a kitten.
That's the most amazing thing I've ever heard of.
Lash me to a yardarm, it is, sir.
It sounds fantastic. I can't understand it.
Fantastic it is, sir. But so help me, I'll go with you to prove it.
But what happened to Misto and the rest of the men who were here with you?
Well, after the fight, and this bloomin' black leopard was killed, that blighter Misto went a trifle daft. And he walked straight for the ocean, he did. The last we heard him say was, "It's a bad sign. This is the end." And blow me down, he went under.
Good riddance, says I.
And where are the rest of the men?
Well, they're down at the camp. There are 4 of them left, counting myself. And now with our Captain Karsh gone, well, we're willing to throw in with you. We don't want no more trouble, we don't.
I am glad to hear that. Well, get your men together and you can join us. But be quick about it. We've got to head for the Poll Parrot.
Aye, aye, sir. We'll be right with you.
Step lively, me hearties. Step lively, me hearties.
Lash me to a yardarm, Paul, you old buzzard. With all the excitement, I forgot you were here, I did.
Dickon, you go back to the edge of the jungle and tell the men and Miss Wilson to join us here.
Aye, sir.
As soon as those men from Karsh's camp get here, we'll follow Johnny's and Sue's tracks for the Poll Parrot.
Aye, aye, Captain.
By the great horn spoon, something tells me we'll soon be on our way home.
Sue, there they are. They're looking over the ship to see what repairs must be made.
And there's Bryony standing on the beach watching the men at work.
Don't speak so loud, Sue. We don't want them to hear us yet.
Jackie, be quiet. Don't give us away. He won't see us in the bushes, and he won't know we're here if he doesn't hear us.
Johnny, what are you going to do? Nothing yet. I want to wait and see if he comes up this way alone. Johnny, look. What, Sue? Here comes Captain Dalton and Brother Ezra. And the rest are with them. You're right, Sue. Now I won't get a chance to do what I wanted. Look, Briney sees them, too.
There! All hands on board! Stand by for battle! Blowing crew for the whaler!
Look, it's Dickon running ahead.
Avast, you bloomin' swab! What are you up to? Come and find out, you pig-legged porcupine! Porcupine, am I? I'll have your bloomin' dinner for this!
Sue, it looks like Dickon and Briney are going to fight.
Yes, it looks like they're all going to fight. Briney's men are running toward Captain Dalton and the rest of them. Oh, I'm so afraid. If Dickon gets near him, Briney will use that hook hand on him, sure.
Come on, you yellow-livered swab! Swab, is it? Yeah. It's this!
Oh, Johnny, he swung at Dickon.
And look, Dickon fell back, and Briney's hook hand caught in Dickon's peg leg.
Look, he can't get it out.
That's right. That hard oak in Dickon's peg leg is stout enough to hold Briney's hook hand. Come on. This is what I've been waiting for.
What are you going to do?
I'll show you. While the rest of them are all fighting, I'm going to get those diamonds away from Briney.
What? All by yourself?
No. This is where Jaggy comes in. Come on, Jaggy boy.
Well, this looks like a showdown. With Misto out of the way and with Briney's hook hand caught in Dickon's peg leg, with the help of the Jaguar, Johnny stands a good chance of getting the diamonds back. But the fight isn't over yet. Far from it. We can only hope that our friends get through this ordeal unharmed, as they have in the past. What will be the outcome of it? Be sure to listen for the next transcribed episode in the Cruise of the Poll Parrot to find out. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. Surprising Briney, who, with a few of the privateer crew, had attempted to take over the good ship Poll Parrot, Captain Dalton, Dickon, and the rest of our friends are in the midst of a furious set-to. Dickon has chosen hand-to-hand combat with Briney, and in an attempt to catch Dickon, Briney has caught his hook hand in Dickon's peg leg. Johnny Robbins, who, with Sue Grange, has been witnessing the fracas, sees his opportunity to recover the diamonds which are on Briney's person. Leaving Sue and accompanied by his recently acquired pet Jaguar, Johnny heads for the midst of the fray.
Come on, Jaggy, old boy. This is where you come in.
Johnny, lad! Stay out of this or you'll be hurt!
Don't worry, Captain Dalton. I'll watch myself.
Avast, you lop-eared barnacle! You can't get that bloomin' hook can loose now, can you?
Blow me down. I'm fast for sure. I'll yank your bloomin' peg leg off. I will.
You will you? You'll yank your bloomin' hook can off first, me hearty. And if you think you won't, here,
take that! Oh, the blighter kicked me, he did.
Yeah. You know, I don't usually fight like this, you bloomin' scrub. But if I can't reach you with me hand, I can with me foot. And you may lay to that. There.
Paul sail, you blinking pig leg. Paul sail, I've had enough, I have.
Oh, you have you? I'll teach you to call me a peg-leg porcupine, I will.
I takes it back. I does. Leave off, will you?
All right, Briney, where are those diamonds?
I don't know what you're talking about. So help me, I don't.
Oh, yes, you does, you bloomin' swab. Shell out now. Shell out those diamonds.
Wait a minute, Dickon. Just hold him there, that's all. Briney, I'll give you one more chance to hand over those diamonds, or I'll set this animal on you.
Blow me down. Keep that monster away from me. I'll give you the diamonds.
All right, that's better. Lie down, Jaggy, old boy.
Yeah, here they are. In me blouse.
I didn't want the bloomin' swag anyway.
Is that so? No, he didn't want the bloomin' swag anyway. He was just keeping him safe for us, that's all.
Draw bankers, Captain Dalton. We gives up, we does.
It's about time, you bloomin' pirates.
We've had enough fighting, Captain Dalton. We'll do anything you say, but heave to.
Cease firing, men. The pirates have shown the white flag for fair.
Aye, aye, sir. Cease firing, you orders.
Throw down your arms, you thieving privateers. Mr. Wainwright, see that these men are taken care of so they can do no more harm.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Grange.
Yes, Captain Dalton?
Go back and see if Miss Wilson's all right. See that the men in the crew who are injured are properly taken care of. I'm going down there and find out what's wrong with old Dickon.
Yes, sir. From the fight he's been putting up, Dickon seems to be all right. Hey, but he and that rascal Briney are still on the ground.
Aye, blow me down. I'm going to find out what it's all about.
And look there, Captain Dalton.
Huh?
Johnny is standing over them. And there's the animal with him that had the fight with the black leopard.
Aye. You're right, Mr. Grange. Avast, there comes little Sue, walking away from the jungle toward the beach. Ah, the young'uns are safe anyway.
Thank goodness for that, Captain Dalton. Looks like things are beginning to turn out all right.
It does, Mr. Grange, and you may lay to that. I'll be back with Johnny and Sue as soon as I find out what's going on down there. Avast! Johnny! Is all well down there?
All's well, Captain Dalton. We've got the situation well under control.
Dickon, are you all right?
Aye, Captain. Old Dickon's all right as usual. If you can only get me untangled from this bloomin' barnacle here.
Help me. I can't get me hand out of the sailor's peg leg.
So help me. It didn't hurt a bit, it didn't.
Avast, so that. Hold it a minute. I'll see if I can pry you loose here. Let this be a lesson to you, Briney, you buzzard. Be careful where you're swinging this fish hook of yours in the future.
Help me, Captain Dalton. It's taught me a lesson, it has. First chance, I'm changing me hook hand for a feather duster.
Blow me down, it's a good idea. It'll match the rest of you, it will.
No, that's enough, Dickon. The swab suffered enough for his treachery. Here now, one more yank, and I think I'll make it. You're a free man, Briney. Go over there and join the rest of your mutineers, and we'll take care of you later. Oh, Johnny, lad. You're all right, too.
Aye, Captain Dalton. And look here.
Blow me down. The diamonds.
Aye, the diamonds. And it was a smooth one, the way he got them away from Briney. He threatened to loose the animal on him, he did.
Aye, we heard about the animal, Johnny. Where in the world did you take up with him?
He's followed us ever since Sue and I took a thorn out of his foot.
Johnny means he took the thorn out, Captain Dalton.
Well, you patted his head while I did it. You helped him as much as I did.
You're both brave ones for fair. But what are you going to do with him now?
Well, I was thinking, Captain Dalton, maybe we could take him back with us when we set sail.
You mean if we set sail, lass? We're not sure whether we can get away from here yet. But even so, you can't take the Jaguar with you.
Oh, but Captain Dalton, Sue and I will be responsible for him. We'll see that he doesn't harm anyone.
No, lad. No, even if you could do that, it still wouldn't be right. Look at it this way. Perhaps somewhere back in that jungle, this Jaguar's mate is waiting for him. And you know, it wouldn't be the right thing to separate them.
I never thought of that, Captain Dalton.
No, neither did I. But Captain Dalton, he saved our lives when he killed the black leopard.
Aye, lad, I know that. He saved your life in return for the favor you did him. Turnabout's fair play, and now you're both even up again. Johnny, if he minds you, tell him to go back to the jungle. For the longer you keep him, the harder the parting will be. Oh, lad, blow me down, I know how you feel. But this way will be the best.
Captain Dalton's right, Johnny. I guess you'd better send him back.
You're right, Sue. Jaggy, old boy, thanks for all you've done, but you better go back to your home now.
Goodbye, Jaggy, old fella.
So long, Jaggy. Now go on back.
Captain, blow me down. Will you look how the animal obeys Johnny?
Aye, Dickon. He's heading straight for the jungle. He's heading back to his home. And something tells me if we can, that's what we should be doing. Dickon, take charge of the men and see that repairs are made to the Poll Parrot right away.
Aye, aye, sir.
Somehow, some way, I feel as if we'll soon have the good ship Poll Parrot off this beach and full sail, pulling for New Bedford and home.
Quiet, you bloomin' dodo! All hands are working at top speed, they are. But lash me to a yardarm. After we gets the Poll Parrot in ship shape, what's to be done? Blow me down, we can't just lift her off the beach, we can't.
But, Dickon, we'll float the Poll Parrot somehow. Captain Dalton said we will, and I believe anything he says.
You're right, Sue. If Captain Dalton says we'll soon be on our way home, then I think we will, too.
Aye, you young'uns have a lot of faith in the captain, and so is old Dickon. Blow me down. But really, just for the life of this old sea rat, I don't see how we're going to do it.
Well, Dickon, maybe the tide will come in far enough to float us back out.
No, lass. No, old Dickon thinks you're wrong there. The bloomin' hurricane what beached us did a mighty thorough job of it. So help me, when it threw us on the beach, it made sure we were beyond the high tide line. And whatever gets us off of this beach is going to have to pull us off, and you may lay to that.
Ahoy! Well, mates, things are progressing in tip-top shape. We'll have no more trouble from the privateers, for they've all sworn allegiance to the Poll Parrot. They've thrown in their lot with us, and they're helping repair the ship.
But, Captain, what about that Sea Hawk, Briney?
That Sea Hawk Briney, as you call him, Dickon, swore to obey orders, and he threatened to rip out the gullet of any of his mates who didn't stand by the Poll Parrot.
Aye, but, Captain, I don't trust him, I don't.
You may trust him now, Dickon. The old sea dog has learned his lesson.
But, Captain Dalton, even if we do repair the ship, Dickon says he doesn't see how we'll be able to float the Poll Parrot with nothing to pull her off the beach.
What? Dickon! You old scoundrel, that's mutiny. Where's your faith, Dickon?
Aye, Captain. You know well enough my faith is in Captain Dalton, skipper of the good ship Poll Parrot.
Thank you, Dickon. But blow me down. If that's the truth, that faith should be enough to know that when the right time comes, how, when, or why, I don't know. But blow me down, there'll be a right time. And when...
Avast, Captain! The right time is here. Look toward the horizon.
What?
Oh, Johnny's right. Look out there.
Captain Dalton, do you seize what I sees?
Aye.
Lash me to a yardarm, sir. If it ain't a sail, I'm what Briney called me, a peg-leg porcupine.
The great horn spoon, Dickon, you're right. A sail it is.
Rah! Rah! Sails in the wind! Sails in the wind! Sails in the wind! Rah! Rah!
A sail in sight. But whatever ship it is, will it make for the island or will it pass in the night? If it makes for the island, the troubles of our friends on the good ship Poll Parrot will be over, at least for the time being. Be sure to listen for the next transcribed episode in the cruise of the Poll Parrot to discover the future course of events. Until then, this is your Poll Parrot announcer, Dave Ward, saying goodbye. We may just about have everything under control. For even though the Poll Parrot was wrecked on this strange island off the coast of Brazil, all repairs have just about been made by the men under the direction of Captain Dalton. The Indians who menaced our friends have been scattered. Their white leader, Misto, the magician, has gone mad and jumped into the ocean when his black leopard was killed by the jaguar which Johnny Robbins and Sue Grange befriended. Annabelle Wilson is back safe in camp, and Johnny and Sue have recovered the diamonds that Briney stole. Only one problem faces our friends. Now that the Poll Parrot is repaired, how can they get it back into the sea from the rocky ledge where it was beached? As they're worrying over this impossible task,
A sail is sighted approaching the island. It soon turns out to be a full-rigged ship, and it's about to drop anchor in the harbor as we pick up our story.
Dickon, hand me my glass.
Aye, sir.
That vessel's fly on no colors, but there's something about her that's familiar.
Aye, aye, Captain. Here's the glass. I think I knows what you means, I does.
Blow me down it is. You know what ship that is, Dickon?
Strike me, Captain. If these old eyes don't deceive me, it's the Africana.
Aye, Dickon, the Africana it is.
Captain Dalton, you mean Captain Karsh's privateer ship that we got separated from in that awful storm?
Aye, Sue, lass, the very same.
Captain, if that is the Africana, we may have more trouble on our hands. Whoever's in charge of the rest of the privateer's crew doesn't know that Karsh is dead, and Bryony and his men have surrendered. They're liable to start firing on us again.
But, Mr. Grange, remember, there are still a lot of our men from the crew of the Poll Parrot on board that ship. Remember, Captain Karsh made them go over there as hostages when he and his men boarded us. Then, when the storm came up and we lost our rudder, neither group could get back to their own ship.
You're right, lad. But I fear Mr. Grange is right. Our men can do little good, most likely, against all the men of their crew that are still on the Africana.
Batten down me edge, Captain. If that means we has to fight, what are we standing about gaffing for?
That's right, Dickon. If we could defeat half their crew, we ought to be able to whip the other half easy enough.
Up to arms, you swabs! Arms!
Easy there, Johnny and Dickon. Remember, they have cannon aboard, and we're in their range. They can blow us off the beach. But we'll be ready. Avast, all hands!
Aye, sir.
Stand by for a skirmish. Mr. Wainwright, issue arms from the powder locker.
Aye, sir.
Issue arms from the powder locker.
Look, there's a boatload of men coming ashore.
Lush me to a yard arm, Captain. That's a good sign. That means they wants to parley first.
There's somebody in the bow of the boat, Captain, holding up his arm. It looks like...
Stand by, men. Make no show of resistance till we find what they want first.
Captain Dalton. Don't you know who that is in the boat? It's Mr. Hollings.
Hollings? Well, so it is. Salt me down for a mackerel.
Hollings was the one who saved the diamonds for us on Galto Island, Captain Dalton. Maybe he can help us again.
Aye, Mr. Grange, I've a great deal of faith in that man. When I sent him over on the Africana at the head of our group of hostages, I figured he might be able to throw a reef in the privateer's course, and maybe he's done just as much.
Oh, Johnny, just think. Mr. Hollings wasn't even one of us to begin with. He was one of that awful Dirk Briscoe's crew back on Galto Island. And yet he's been such a good friend.
Blow me down. It seems you're all doing a lot of pearl counting before you even catch your oysters. Let's wait and see what Hollings has to tell us.
They're beaching their boat now.
He has some of the other men from our crew that went over to the Africana with him.
Blow me down, it's a blinking reunion, it is.
Welcome back, lads! Welcome back, lads!
Avast there! Avast, Mr. Hollings, it's good to see you again.
We scarcely thought we'd ever see you or the Africana again after that storm.
Oh, Captain Dalton. Mr. Grange.
Hello, Johnny and Sue. Well, I'm back all right, and I bring you good news.
You seem to be in charge of things around here, Hollings. What happened aboard the Africana?
Well, Captain, when you sent me over with that party of hostages and gave me that long glance, I knew you wanted me to try something.
Aye, Hollings, that I did. With your ingenuity, I thought you should be able to spike his gun somehow.
Avast, Captain. It was the storm that came to me aid. When the Poll Parrot and the Africana were separated, the crew on the privateer was on beam ends. Both the captain and the first mate were over on the Poll Parrot. The third mate had died, and the second officer was a man that couldn't have been master of a fishing smack.
But what did you do, Mr. Hollings?
Well, I'll tell you, it was at its highest. And all hands were at wit's end that I started to figure out.
Blow me down. Help me. I just know what Captain Carr should be wanting me to do in a case like this. I can't see the other ship at all.
Don't you know how to navigate, man?
Aye, I know. But that is, I think I does well enough. But without the captain, it's very distressing for me.
Avast, man. You're letting the waves hit us abeam. If you let us sink sideways into the trough of the waves, we'll be swamped. Give me the wheel. I'll ride it out for you.
I oughtn't to let you at the wheel. Being you're one of the whalers the captain is about to scuttle. But if you think you can, here.
Why? Now hang on.
Avast, you fool, avast. You're swinging the wheel hard over. You'll lay her over on her.
Oh. Well, I guess that did it.
When I swung the wheel over hard, the boom from the foremast hit him in the back of the head and felled him like a tree. Ahoy there! You men from the Poll Parrot.
Hey, Holly. What do we do?
Now, here's all that's left of the second mate, thanks to a swinging boom that just laid him low. The crew aboard here is demoralized. It's up to us to keep our heads and take over.
But how?
All right,
What are we
all
to
right.
do?
Now, here. You, Rogers and Gately, creep aft and spike all the cannon. You three get to the arms locker and take what arms you need, and stand guard over it. The rest of you capture the cook and stand guard over the galley. Bring me guns, and you four back me up with rifles. When this bloomin' privateer crew finds out we've got all the arms, that they've got no leader, and that they don't eat till they do what we say, they'll see our way of it soon enough.
You mean to say that you and the men with you from our crew took over the Africana as easily as that?
Aye, Mr. Grange, that's the way it happened. In fact, we didn't even have as much trouble with them as we expected after the storm died down. There wasn't one left who would navigate a ship well enough to be sure to get 'em out of their trouble. So when I promised not to report 'em as pirates, they was ready to follow me and eat out of me hands.
Oh, Mr. Hollings, that's wonderful.
But how did you get back here and find us on this island?
Well, Johnny, that wasn't so easy. We scoured these seas all these days looking for some trace of the Poll Parrot. To tell you the truth, I'd almost given up hope when I sighted the smoke from your camp on this island. And a moment later, through the glass, I saw the good ship Poll Parrot herself resting high and dry on the beach.
Ah, good old Poll Parrot, good old Poll Parrot. Ah.
Aye, Hollings, all's well that ends well, they say.
Aye.
But by the way, are you sure the men on the Africana are still with you? They won't try any tricks now when they find out what's happened to their captain and the rest of the crew.
Oh, yes, Captain, you can depend on 'em. They're behind me strong.
Captain, I just thought of something. Remember you and Mr. Grange and Dickon said you were worried about getting the Poll Parrot back down into the sea again.
Aye, lad, but what of it? I still see no way to do it.
Now that the Africana's in the harbor, couldn't it pull the Poll Parrot down off the rocky ledge?
Ho, 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 Johnny lad. This ain't like hitching a wagon to a bloomin' horse. Let the Africana pull us off. Johnny, you sound like a bloomin' landlubber.
Ah, Johnny's a landlubber, Johnny's a landlubber.
Stow that Poll Parrot. Blow me down, Dickon. There may be something in what the boy says at that. If we construct a long slide from the big trees in the jungle, from the ledge across the beach into the sea, what's to prevent the Poll Parrot from sliding down 'em if she had a tug from a line hitched to the Africana?
But, Captain, with the Africana in shallow water, she can't get enough wind in her sails to drag us off.
Oh, vast, here's where I have good news for you. Among the many fancy trimmings the Africana's got is a little auxiliary steam engine below decks to give her a boost when the wind dies. It ain't a big one, but it's enough to give the Poll Parrot a boost off the island.
Hollings, you've saved the day for us again.
Mr. Hollings, you'll receive an ample share of our proceeds from the treasure when we return to New Bedford, I assure you.
He surely deserves it, Ezra.
Aye, you may lay to that.
No, hold fast a moment, Captain. Captain Dalton, you've got a full crew. You don't need me. And now I've got the chance I've always wanted. I've had me first mate's papers for years, but I could never get to be master of a ship. Now, here's the Africana. Karsh owned it, and he's dead. He had no heirs. His only other officer, Briney, he's joined with you, he has. His crew's come to me as a man. Now, look here, Captain Dalton, they'll let me claim salvage on it. The port authorities will grant my claims, and I'll be what I've wanted to be all these years. Master of me own ship. A respectable merchantman skipper. And believe me, that means more to me than all the diamonds you could show me.
You're a wise man, Hollings. Aye, there's nothing like being master of a ship, your own ship. Do as you like, Hollings, and good luck to you. But we'll miss you at that, you old sea dog.
Well, lash me to a yardarm. What are we all standing around like a bloomin' bunch of sentimental landlubbers? We've got work to do, we have.
Aye, Dickon, you old hard-shell crab, we have. Step lively, men. Once off that rock ledge, and we're homeward bound.
Aye, aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir.
Well, Sue, we're heading for home at last.
And this time there'll be no more stops. You're so quiet, Johnny.
Oh, I'm just thinking.
What about?
Oh, about seeing Mother and Father again after all these years, and about what's been happening in the Civil War, and about, well, everything.
I was awful sorry to see Mr. Hollings leave us, but I guess he knew best.
He got what he wanted most, a ship of his own, and that's the most important thing, I think.
Well, now, you've got all you want, haven't you, Johnny? I mean, When we get back to New Bedford and Brother Ezra sells the diamonds, we'll all be rich.
Yes, Sue, but that's not all. I found something else that I want all my life. More than being rich, even.
What's that, Johnny?
I bet I can answer that, Johnny, I does.
Oh, Dickon, I didn't see you come up behind us. And here's Captain Dalton, too.
We couldn't help overhearing you, Sue and Johnny.
Well, Dickon, what do you think it is I want most?
First, lad, I'm afraid it's the same thing I always wanted. To be on the sea.
Is that it, Johnny?
Yes, Sue. That's it.
Aye. It's caught you in its spell, too, has it, Johnny? Well, let me tell you this. The sea'll make a man of you if anything can. And it's helped prove to me that I may look over all the earth and nowhere would I find a better group of shipmates than us four right here.
Aye, Captain. You said a wise word.
We'll always be good shipmates, I hope.
And I hope no matter how many storms we run into, there'll always be enough smooth sailing for us.
Ah, smooth sailing, smooth sailing, smooth sailing.
And there they go. Johnny, Sue, Captain Dalton, Poll Parrot himself, and all our friends of the Poll Parrot homeward bound. But they've still got a long ways to go, and there may be many more adventures ahead for all of them on the transcribed cruise of the Poll Parrot. But until we hear from them again, this is your announcer, Dave Ward, wishing all of them smooth sailing and saying goodbye.